In 2024, I set out to download as many mods as possible for FC24 and FC25. I scoured the internet far and wide to find essential mods to showcase, from checking Nexus mods and FIFA Infinity daily to joining random Discord servers. I looked everywhere to bring worthy mods to you guys and help us build the best possible career mode experience on PC. And here's how it went down. FC24 mods are here, they finally dropped, and today I've compiled the best of the best PC mods to showcase to you all. By the end of this video, you guys are gonna understand the real power of these bad boys. Like, if you don't play career mode on PC, like, what are you doing, bro? These modders have been hard at work already cooking up realism mods, new player faces, unlocking features and cosmetics, creator club additions, adding more national teams to the game, licensed teams, extending name pools for youth academy players, new kits, a better career mode menu, unlocking icons and women in career mode, and we're just scratching the surface. You guys absolutely frothed over my FIFA 23 mods video, so we're here to run it back. Here are all the mods I've got running right now, and if I decided to apply them all, it is nearly 40 mods with almost 1 gigabyte of new content. Nothing crazy, but a decent start to a modded experience. The console player could never.
How?
And at the time of recording, there's actually a brand new title update, the patch title update 6 that EA just dropped overnight. I'm going to run the game in offline mode just so all these mods actually work. Look, I've had to unapply a few just because a couple of the mods kind of clash together and it won't let the game run as normal. So bit by bit, I want to show off the incredible power and the full potential of the game in an alternate reality where EA cared about something other than Ultimate Team, there was no licensing wars, and if EA actually went above and beyond and added these attention to detail type features to offline modes. We're still only a couple months deep into FC24's release, and usually the more time the game is out, the better the mods. So they're just gonna keep on getting better and better, and I'll be there no matter what. You're already gonna see something a little bit different with a brand new opening menu. Like, that just looks so much better. It is not just a blank, bland slab. You've got Haaland, you've got a little bit of color, the FC24 theme. It's just good vibes and a decent first impression straight off the bat. I swear, these random unpaid modders actually work harder on the game than a multi-billion-dollar corporation EA Sports does in its whole development cycle. Bro, I wish that wasn't the case for real, but it is what it is. As always, like every mod I use in this video, it'll be linked down in the description for you guys to try out for yourselves at home. Now, one of the first things I want to show off to you guys are some of the new player faces these mods add, especially to new hyped up wonder kids who haven't been scanned by EA yet, just like the new Turkish talent exploding onto the scene at Juve. We've got Kenan Yildiz, who'll probably be added sometime in the future, maybe later in an update for FC24. But thanks to a face mod I have installed, we have the Turkish rising star. Just scored against Germany, he's getting some decent game time for Juve. And it doesn't end there with the new Swede on the block, Rooney Bargi. He just scored against Manchester United in the Champions League, and just like that, he has got the face scan thanks to these mods. We've even got the talk of the town, a player who isn't even in FC24 yet, probably won't get added until next year's game. It's Lamine Yamal. Thanks to Barca's partnership with Pez, I think he's actually in eFootball, but not in FIFA. And what these modders have done is take his face from Pez and just apply it into the game. Simple as that. And it looks damn better than any default face that EA could come up with. And if you haven't noticed already, we have unlocked the ability to have a much more in-depth player editor. We can edit his name, commentary name, his gender. We can actually turn Zaire Emery into a female. Change his nationality, date of birth, which not only goes for players, but a fully unlocked manager creator too. We can get detailed with things. We can go intricate if we really wanted to, changing height and weight. And the tallest we could go this year, his head's popping out of the screen, but 8'4". Not even basketball players can dream of that height, and the heaviest, 330 pounds. This guy's gonna be moving on the football pitch like me after Christmas dinner. And the shortest we can go, what, 4'3". Get him in Santa's workshop. And the lightest weight, 66 pounds. You could just pick him up and throw him. The level of customization you get is just unprecedented. We can go in, change his position if we really wanted to, make him a goalkeeper, fine tune and upgrade or decrease his attributes wherever we see fit. And if he was an actual player with a default face, we could go in and completely change his features. But considering I've got a face mod applied, none of these will work. And that goes the same for his actual animations in game, like his celebrations, his running style, his penalty kick and set piece animations. It just makes sense. Unfortunately, this tab here, the tattoos don't work. You can't apply tattoos to already existing players. You can't even do it to created players, only in my player and pro clubs. So this feature still needs a little bit more work, but everything else is pretty much more fleshed out. It also allows us to access more aesthetic options. Like instead of having normal default gloves, we now have some Adidas gloves. So that's a nice touch. And probably one of my most favorite features is the boot unlock mod, where we just have so many more options to choose from. Like look how many more boots we have to select from compared to what you get. Like it just keeps going and going. Like I wish I could show you every single one. It just doesn't end. You get some Volta boots unlocked, some boots in the code that aren't actually available in the normal base game. We are eating good right here on PC, people, and this is barely the first feature. It is just an absolute banquet to choose from. And to be honest, I wouldn't have it any other way. After this, you can never go back to normal vanilla FIFA on console. And it just doesn't end. If you really wanted to go fully in detail, you could like select shoes. You could select retro boots or just like normal indoor football runner shoes. Like what's available in Volta. It's all here to choose from. It's all here for you to test and experiment with. The possibilities are endless. Man, you can't even see this, but look at that. You can have the guy rock out in Jordans. After you've run through that entire selection, you've got even more things to customize. Like you could completely take off his kit in general and just fit him out in some clothes. Now look, I honestly don't know why you do this on the football pitch, but definitely like in my player, if you want a little bit more immersion, okay, you can just take your shirt off. Let's hope I don't get demonetized for that, but I'm trying to show you just what the possibilities are with these mods. You basically get the entire Volta shop catalog that's locked behind a paywall and all the FIFA points free and available to you right here. It is just what the game really should be. Instead of having to unlock everything by playing a game mode you don't want to play, it's all here for you to select. Some of the items are a little bit broken, some of them don't appear how they should, but again, it's better than nothing, and it's better than the current customization options we have now in the game. Yeah, this would be sick in my player, like if they had cutscenes, you could change his outfit like you could do back in the Journey. I know this probably doesn't mean much to the majority of FIFA or online players of this game, but to the career mode faithful, this is just must-have stuff. And if you're wondering if all those unlocked features carry over to creator player, if you just wanted to make one from scratch, yes they do. All of that is available at your disposal with all the new boots and selections. And if you wanted to edit an already created player, it's the exact same go. You jump in and everything is unlocked, unlike if you were to do it with the base game FIFA where everything is just locked. I think everyone can agree that it's quite the step up. And even more good news when it comes to career mode, we have fully licensed teams. Yes, that's right, in Italy, we've got a couple of clubs that are exclusive to PES. We had Juve for ages, but now we've got fully licensed Lazio, Napoli, Roma, and Atalanta, both back in the game, fully licensed. Yes, they're still called Bergamo Calcio and Latium, but you know, the kits, the badges, and all that stuff is still there. Italy can't catch a break, man. Inter's not going to be in 2025 either. They've got a new exclusive deal with PES now. Another small cosmetic detail that you could probably notice already is that there is the nice little poppy available pretty much on all the Premier League kits. EA have never really added that in the game before, so it's a nice little one-time feature. It's a very nice little touch. And for this mod, it is exclusive only to the Premier League. Now on the flip side, manager customization gets a nice little facelift in the process. No matter if you're already in a career mode save or starting up a new one, if you thought the player clothes and cosmetics were absolutely insane, you've got a whole nother thing coming because there are over thousands of options to choose from. Even though some of them make this guy's torso disappear, if you mix and match the right combos and pair them up, it is like opening up a whole new world. I don't have time to individually go through everything, but just imagine all the Volta clothes unlocked at your disposal. Like, this is some next level stuff right here. And this doesn't just apply for when you're creating your own manager too, but real life ones are also in the mix, because today I'm in the mood to drip Roy Hodgson out in whatever this drip is, just because I can. Now, something you'll notice straight up without even going into a game or whatever, in the news style cutscene, we now have exclusive branding like Sky Sports, or basically whatever news pops up, you're gonna see Sky Sports instead of EA or whatever they had in place. So it feels like it's actually a news article. They actually had this back in the old retro FIFAs. And something else that springs to mind is the 500 updated player mini faces. So all those 2D photos there, you're bound to come across one no matter where you're managing in the world. And it's updated those players who've had the same mini face for like 2-3 FIFAs in a row now, or it just gives them a fresh new new look that was much needed. You can see its effect on Arsenal's team right here. Nearly every single player, no matter how young they are, actually have a 2D face. So gone are the days of the no face gang. This mod will reduce the chance of you running into them tremendously. And in addition, the big teams pretty much get all their major players a brand new photo. Something else that is a nice little attention to detail feature that is just a nice quality of life update. It's the better menu mod, and let me just speak for itself. It unlocks a feature that has been missing in career mode ever since like what, FIFA 15 or FIFA 16. It's the injury list, where you could basically not only see your club but every other club in the league's injury list. It's an OG feature that desperately needs to come back. You can see there a couple of days played. Yeah, Tyrell Malacia injured, touche. You've got the likes of Burnley, Charlie Taylor, currently with a bruised leg, out for 4 days. It's a very nice tool to have at your disposal. You can access player stats straight from the standings menu if you really wanted to, and just take a look at all the top goal scorers, all the assists, clean sheets, leaderboards, and it provides a nice little couple of shortcuts, like the start button to save your game. So you can save your game with the click of a button, just like the old days, instead of scrolling all the way to the end of the menu. Access the calendar instantly by pressing right trigger, or if you wanted to tinker around with the settings without going through all the menus, you can just click the start button, and there you have it, you're in the game settings. So another fun little feature that this mod allows you to do is actually like select what team you want to play as. Usually in career mode, if you're managing a team, obviously you can only play as the team you're managing, but this actually just allows you, if you wanted to play as the opposition, why not? If it looks like they've signed a couple of decent players, have a nice little squad assembled, you can go ahead and play as the team you're coming up against. Maybe if you want to see if you can actually beat the team you've created in game, like the possibilities you could create here are endless. Like I'm saying, PC mods just open up everything to your advantage. Something though it doesn't bring back is the OG pre-match lineups, where you see all the players come out of the tunnel. You get to see the full broadcast package like you're watching on match day. Maybe there will be a mod that comes out for that in the future, but for now it is still just straight into the action. You're thrown in straight to kick off, and you can see right there it's working because I'm controlling Manchester United even though I'm managing Arsenal. And what I've currently got running right now is just a nice little graphics mod that improves like the visual quality on display in the game, and also ups the frame rate, makes the transitions nice and smooth, because especially on PC people are having a lot of problems and performance issues because lag. The animations and the frames don't drop. It's very nice and smooth. It's easy on the eye, and again, it's only possible by having these PC mods installed. Anything that makes the game run better, anything to do with frame rates, I'm all ears. I'm intrigued. I don't know, you guys might not be able to see it, but I 100% can see the difference. Wait, if I'm controlling the other team, what if I jump to the sim? I'm in control of United, bro. I could do their subs. Yeah, let's put Sancho on and just sabotage everything. Let's put Højlund and Martial at centre back. Wan-Bissaka on for Rashford. Let's jump to the result and see if we pull the back. Oh my goodness me, it was absolutely carnage. Another facet of career mode that is impacted by these mods, it's the training and all the development plans that you can put on your players. I actually didn't cover this in my FIFA 23 mods video, so I'm glad I can come back and explore this feature again, because it's made a return in FC 24, and in every position you've got new development plans at your disposal. So for the ungun Lewis Skelly right here, we can have two different options: a free kick maestro if you want to make the guy a set piece specialist, or just a classic number 8. For fullbacks, we've got the likes of set piece maven, or just a false fullback that just works on different attributes that the other default EA plans just don't work on. It's crazy that ever since FIFA 21, EA haven't changed career mode development plans whatsoever. So I'm glad these add a couple of more options in, because for centre backs, you can train them to be a libero or manipulator, which just sounds like my ex. Nothing new for goalkeepers, unfortunately. However, for strikers, you've got the likes of trequartista and of course the old school striker. If you just want a brute force old school goal getter. Nothing new for wingers either, but it is what it is. You can't complain when you've got so many more options than you do in the vanilla version. And the development plan additions keep coming. I've downloaded another one of the mods. Like, I can't run them both at the same time, so I don't get all the options at my disposal. This mod gives you the option to train as a brutal fullback. This one lets you upgrade more than a couple of things at a time when it comes to the skill move stars and defensive work rate. You're working at a lot of things at once. It's just an overpowered training plan. I can see the theme of this mod. Everything is just brutal, working on everything at once. It would be so overpowered if it was in the main game. And just when you thought wingers weren't getting shown any love, we've got the pace merchant development plan, which is all about that pace, skill moves, weak foot, passing and dribbling categories all worked on. And there's no brutal version for the strikers. It's only a controlled striker development plan. However, there is some love shown to the goalkeepers, because you can be a brutal goalkeeper. I love to see that. You can work work on stats individually like shot accuracy, free kick accuracy, positioning, and stamina for a shot stopper, which I don't know why you want to do that, but the option is there if you really wanted to. Now, another pretty major section of career mode that gets a mini overhaul is the Youth Academy. Thanks to this extended name pool mod right here, it adds over 5,000 last names and 3,000 first names to the game, so you won't be seeing the same 5 names pop up over and over again when you scout a country. And we can see right here with our generated Youth Academy, we've loaded up straight into the game, and already you're starting to see a couple more different unique names. Yes, you've still got those generic ones around in the mix, but you're not going to see like the same 5 Kovalenkos if they're Ukrainian. Especially like the Chinese names in the game, they can get really repetitive. We've got a Zapata from Chile. The Ukrainian called Moroz is something you don't really see in the base game either. I'm going to try test this feature to the best of my ability. I want to see it to believe it, as we've tried to scout in different countries. I mean, Da Costa for a Belgian, haven't really seen, but the likes of Mertens you usually see all the time. I think you can definitely see the difference when it comes to first names. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Youth Academy player with the name Cristobal. Yeah, I'm loving this name variety right now. Like, you're not coming across the same 2 players with the same name. You're not coming across multiple brothers and families. Not gonna lie, these Belgian names are pretty wild. To be honest, I'm just gonna let the mod speak for itself. I feel like I'm a little bit more qualified to comment on the variety of Italian names they've got on offer. You know what? These Italian names, they're all different. At least you don't get any double ups. You don't get 3 Francos and 5 Costas. It's well balanced, and you kind of see some new ones in the mix too. And this name pool mod also applies to regens, randomly spawned free agents. It's a godsend if you're sick of seeing the same old names pop up. If you're a Youth Academy enthusiast, you know the youth name pool is absolutely terrible, so this is a game changer right here. Gonna test this with Ajax too, just because you know they're gonna have a whole parade of Youth Academy players already, and yeah, okay, there are some different names in there. This mod isn't gonna guarantee you not seeing the same names or seeing duplicates, but hey, it's better than nothing, giving the Youth Academy a much needed overhaul. I have seen Peters a fair few times for the Dutch. However, an Argentine, Adrian Soto, and Fredrik Knudsen as a Norwegian, a Finnish Vilho Miro, there's definitely a little bit more variety. If this mod doesn't make you want to start scouting new Youth Academy players, I don't know what will. Now, if you know one of my main gripes about career mode, it's Creator Club. And these modders have blessed us. They've cooked up a lovely little career mode Creator Club overhaul, delivering us all the features and additions we loved from the FIFA 23 mod. Boy oh boy, unlike EA, they actually deliver. First up, we've got newly added custom crests that you can select from. Some are random and some are actually real life teams like FC United of Manchester, or just concepts like Red Bull London. You've got San Marino, hashtag United, Birmingham United. There's only 9 to choose from, but I'm sure this will get updated over the course of the year, but it's a decent start and better than these random EA generated logos that haven't changed for years now. And the real major selling point here is the custom kits. Yes, we have sponsors, thank the Lord. You know how EA said they were going to add some sponsored kit templates in FC24? This mod actually goes ahead and does it. You've got the likes of Amazon, Emirates, multiple different variations, in some instances some brand new kit templates. We've got Bwin, T-Mobile, Monster Energy. I'm not sponsored to say any of this, so I'll just let you view the rest of the brands. You've got some stunning selections to choose from, and they just keep getting better and better. Apple TV, Paramount Plus. They've got a YouTube kit in there for me. Spotify, Volkswagen, a Champions League style kit. We are living the dream right here with this Creator Club mod. Red Bull, it just keeps on going and going. So if you want to make that Red Bull London concept, you've got a ton of Red Bull kits to work with, and there just seems to be like way more options than usual. And if you just want to go sponsorless, there are some sponsorless options for you. It just takes this bare bones Creator Club feature to the next level. We've got multiple kit choices, multiple club sponsors, because why not? Because we can. With all these beautiful sponsored shirt options, unfortunately, they haven't really touched the goalkeeper choices, so we're still stuck with these generic goalkeeper kits, but hopefully later down the line they can improve on that and add it in. But another feature that doesn't make a return so far, choosing a real life stadium. So if I wanted my Creator Club to play at the Bernabeu, unfortunately we can't do that right now. We still have all these generic stadiums. New kit design, sponsors, templates, it's all there for you to play with, and it's just another fun feature that I'm sure the career mode player base would absolutely eat up if it was actually available. It's sad to see that EA have barely touched Creator Club, just added it in FIFA 22 to tick it off a list. Honestly, I think they just added it in to make people happy, and like they haven't touched it, and they thought, yeah, you know what, the job's done. When look at what's possible, look what people can do with the power of PC mods. Yeah, at this rate, guys, I'm never updating my FIFA. I'm keeping it as is. Another mod that helps me out personally and helps me out massively when I'm doing videos is to reveal all player data, so it completely removes any scouting you have to do. This GTN scouting network that's haunted us ever since FIFA 14. Sim ahead a couple days and bam, everyone's overall is known, and it saves you weeks and weeks worth of player scouting because you can see pretty much the entire database, everyone's attributes and ratings. I've also got a couple of realism mods that are kind of running in the background and doing their thing. Some key areas that you can see the realism mod work its magic is definitely in the financial department. Definitely makes things harder for you, like hiring youth scouts. It's more expensive, so if you want a 5-star, you have to fork out nearly £7 million for their services. It low-key kind of makes the game harder for you as well. So basically, the money you carry over from seasons actually diminish. They try to improve the career mode team's AI so they make smarter transfers, don't spend as much money, and player values are definitely adjusted. In some cases, they have crazy release clauses. Their values are just through the roof. It's actually harder to lure like the top tier players like your Leao's, Haaland, Cavadonna. You're gonna need to pay top dollar in order to sign them, and it's just like career mode on hard mode. There's gonna be less free agent pre-contract opportunities that pop up because the career mode AI will actually like sign the players and not let them go for a free. If I was to offer 100 million for Cavadonna, yeah, they're gonna slap back with over 140. They're giving 110 now, they're standing on business. They want 139 minimum. And something else you'll notice is that you get less money back from selling a player. So right here, we've sold Guerrero to Juventus for £36.3 million. We started off this save with 500 million in the budget, and guess what we have right now? 530. So not all the money from the sale goes straight back into your transfer budget. Hell, even less, 529 million. Because that's definitely the case in real life. Like, not all the money that clubs sell players for goes back into buying more players. There's a lot more layers to a football club than just the transfer budget. These Spanish release clauses aren't here to play around. You've got 131 million for Rafinha, Ferran Torres 133, Ousmane Dembele 212 million pound release clause. Whoever pays that is just downright getting scammed. Oh my days, 275 million for Frankie de Jong and 289.2 million for Pedri. You're gonna have to be loaded in the realism mod if you want the best players in the game, because belly goal, you're looking at upwards of 267 in the bank if you want to have a real chance. Now, just like with every realism mod, they claim to have more realistic transfers, smarter AI, smarter business done by the CPU. Let's analyze all the summer business, and we shouldn't see some, oh, okay, we do see some big spending. 112 million for Rodrigo from Man City, Martinelli to Liverpool. Don't think that one's in the realm of realism. There's been like one major transfer, and then the drop off from first to second place, over 100 mil for Rodrigo, Martinelli for 62, and then Llorente in the top three with a 44 million pound move to PSG. You've got Joelinton to Chelsea, which I guess I can see maybe happening. Morata to Bayern. You've got Iglesias to Barcelona. Immobile to Manchester United. Okay, at least he's not going to Real Madrid. As long as we don't see Balde to Man City, I'm happy. Martial to Aston Villa, Fred to Sevilla, Elise to Arsenal. You can kind of have a case. You can kind of argue how these are a little bit realistic, like Brian Gill to Crystal Palace. These mods are still getting worked on. They're getting better and better every day, and this career mode code that they have to work with, you're gonna need a modern day miracle if you want to see it actually fixed and do its job. You're seeing young up and coming players on the rise moving to juggernauts like Real Madrid, and you're also seeing a 33-year-old Ben Yedder move there. So it's a little bit of yin and yang. Some of the transfers are spot on with the realism, some are just downright ridiculous, but that's just career mode as a whole. But the main takeaway here is that you're not seeing 3 or 4 9-figure fees being spent. It's a little bit more conservative. Now, we all know the international side of FC24 is, to put it lightly, lacking. So with this national teams patch, it adds a couple, not every national team into the game, but a fair few that aren't present in the normal FIFA. Also gives them updated 2024 kits like Belgium and Argentina. Now, for some reason, I haven't been able to get the mod working perfectly as intended, because you've got the likes of Algeria and Brazil chilling in India. It also adds the likes of Japan. We've got Nigeria, Senegal, Switzerland, and Turkey, plus Uruguay all make an appearance. I've spotted another random nation added to the game. Somehow Ecuador have taken up the mantle of the MLS All-Stars. The math isn't mathing, things are making sense, but at least the nations are back in the game. Some with even new updated 2025 kits like the big nations. You've got Spain, Portugal with an absolute stunner. The Netherlands have got a new one. The Italians, yeah, that is an absolute beauty. Germany, Euro 2024 hosts in France, and okay, yeah, England also have their new one as well. Then you could probably use them in your own custom tournament own offline, and then host your own and have your own little mini World Cup or whatever else you want to do with some extra added nations. Now, we all know one of the main L's that EA took with this new FC24 branding, departing from the FIFA brand, the FIFA licensing, is that they lost the World Cup. FIFA 23 will be the last time you see it, especially in its own exclusive little mode, but thanks to this mod, we have the trophy back in action, but just only for career mode. It doesn't show up in the menus or in any of the menu cutscenes like in the news, but here, when you build up into the match, when you make it to a World Cup final, it's back in the game, people, and it looks better than ever. It looks just like you remember. Oh my god, no, the camera's broken. This is the angle you get. Oh my god, I'm just discovering more broken things about this game. I don't think the mod is doing this. I think it's actually like EA's camera angle. Let's have there we go. There's the trophy. I mean, it looks huge. Maybe it is the mod doing this to the game. Can FC24 handle this many mods operating at once? That is a very big World Cup trophy. It's been supersized here in 2026. You've got the trophy. It's not that generic golden one. It might be a little bit too big. It might be looking a little bit goofy, but it is what it is. This mod has thrown in a couple more surprises, and at least it's here in the game. At least you get to see your nation that you've taken to world domination, world glory, actually interact with the real thing. Do we get to see it in like the post-match locker room cutscenes? I don't think they show the trophy in this, which is just a major L. But hey, it's back, and it's not some shitty little DLC that EA decide to tack on halfway through the game cycle. Once you load back into the menus, that's what I was talking about. Like, you don't get to see it like when you're in the tournament tree. However, if we go to the Men's International Cup Champions, okay, it does appear in the new style cutscenes. It has returned back with a bang. I want to know what they've been feeding that thing. At least it makes this Men's International Cup kind of worth playing in career mode, despite, you know, all of its obvious flaws. At least we've got a little bit of the real thing back with this mod. What you've also been witnessing throughout this whole modded experience is some brand new leaked 24/25 season kits. Now, I've got to preface, these are all leaks, nothing is confirmed, but just think of all the major teams. They've got their 24/25 rumored kits in-game. You get a nice little look at FC25 before it comes out. Liverpool, Man City, who I think have probably the best one. That is a solid kit. Even as a United fan myself, they've got the new Snapdragon sponsored logo on the kit. Big Angel Spurs have their new ones, and that includes goalkeeper kits. They get a nice little touch-up. My favorite out of the bunch, though, it's got to be this new home kit for Atletico Madrid. That is, oh, chef's kiss. That is cold, my friends. Just get rid of that Ryder Air kit sponsor. Play Spider-Man 2 back on the crest, and you're destined for a 10 out of 10. Ooh, Barca's new 20. If this is real, if these 24/25 kits are the real deal, my wallet is about to be drained. This also includes away kits too, and alternate versions of the current day kits right now. So we've got Juventus. Oh, that leaked alternate kit is actually saucy. Like, I hate Juventus just like every other Italian, but you got to give them props for this one. And Bayern, they've got, oh, that is, man, these kits with the OG Adidas logo too, do they have to go this hard? Surely these Spanish kits have got to be fire. Oh, Atletico Madrid with that little purple vibe. I see the vision. The other Barca kits, they just can't compare to the home one. I'm sorry. What are Real Madrid working with though? Let's see what they've got cooking up for next season. Yeah, it could be better. No, Man City have only got the home. Liverpool, on the other hand, are actually kind of classy with the what? The Nike symbol for some reason is sideways, but it still looks alright. United, I think, are pretty mid. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, okay. That third alternate kit is salvageable. That does look promising, but Snapdragon just looks too weird for me. Now, we already saw PSG before, but damn. If true, the shirt sales are going to go through the roof. They're going to sell bucket loads of these kits, because that is just a PSG classic. And these Spurs kits, oh, that we're getting the early FC25 experience right here before your very eyes. Man, this video is going to go on forever, bro. Just showcasing these mods, because you've got these new international kits too. Prime time ready for Euro 2024, Copa America 24. France are bringing it back with that little retro look. I'm a fan. Now, that's enough gassing up these new 24/25 kits. I know what you're saying. It doesn't mean too much when you're not actually playing in that season yet. However, this cheeky little mod changes the timeline of career mode, skips a year, and starts you off right at the beginning of the 24/25 season. That's right, we've loaded up into the game in July 2024. You love to see it, people. Now, I know they can't get the fixtures on point because obviously the fixtures don't even exist yet, but they've randomized it from the 23/24 fixtures. You're not going to see the same old opening fixtures to what you used to now. It shakes things up enough where you feel like you're in 2024 already. Who needs a time machine when you've got career mode mods at your disposal? And it means that everyone's gone up in age. So Scott Carson right now now is 38. We've got Haaland turned 23, 33-year-old De Bruyne. With some new international Premier League and major new kits, it just throws you straight into the deep end. It's a nice little mod add-on if you want to experience the FC25 hype early. Who needs to buy FC25 anyway when we can just mod this game to the max? I feel like I'm saving the best till last when I load up this men's team overhaul mod, because this adds both icons and heroes into the mix, free for you to use in your career mode experience. So for Arsenal, you've got Bergkamp, Pires back in the squad. At Chelsea, Drogba, Lampard, Ramirez, even non-icon players like Willian, ex-players are back at their former teams. It's just a fun little experiment if you want to use them in your game, like especially with the big teams. For Liverpool, you got the likes of Fernando Torres, Xabi Alonso, Gerrard back in the starting 11. Combine them with the present day greats, it is like building your all-time Liverpool 11. Oh, I don't know if the icons of old, of yesteryear, could help Manchester United right now, but you've got the likes of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer in up top. Ronaldo's come back to Old Trafford. Hell, even prime Nani is in the mix. We've got all the favourites: Rooney, Scholes, Vidic, Ferdinand. It literally just creates a whole new world for you to go crazy in. Another way you can add them back into the game is by applying the old icons overhaul, which pretty much just gives back all the players that your favourite club had in the 90s, the 80s, hell, even the 70s. And although my boys Frosinone don't have any icons to boast about yet, you've got the likes of, let's just take a look at Milan. Every single player in their team besides Magnan is an icon. Like, this is just absolute insanity. Nesta, Baresi, Maldini at left back, the whole current squad on the bench. And to make it even better, they're defaulted to 18 or 20. Like, they are young. Juve have Del Piero back in the mix, a 21-year-old Del Piero. Zambrotta on the right at 20, Nedved on the bench, Ballon d'Or winner on the bench at 18 is crazy. That is a low-key fire attacking duo, Crespo and Closer, up top for Lazio. Real Madrid is another one of those teams that just have icons galore, littered throughout their entire 11, just pick of the bunch type stuff. Zidane, Puskas, Figo. And look, you've even got a women's overhaul you can apply to the game, which, you guessed it, adds women into career mode. And what this women overhaul actually does has more of an effect on career mode than I thought. It adds like the women managers of the real life clubs, and they actually have face scans, which is quite insane to think about. And as you can see, it's quite a different experience compared with the common theme, what you're usually used to. You've got the women's Chelsea team in place of the men. The men's team have just given up. They can't be bothered sitting mid-table in the Prem. And this Chelsea team would probably cook up a better finish than last season. And you can start to see its effect on your entire career mode save. There are women at pretty much every single club, or every single club that have a women's squad. So if you wanted to do a women-only career mode, because why not, the option is there for you. And you're probably wondering how that affects the international scene, like what players get caught up, women or men. Well, hold your horses, we're about to show you. That's just fun. That just looks wrong, but it's possible here with mods, baby. When it's time for the international duty to go ahead, it pretty much converts, or pretty much combines, the best female and male players all onto one team. So right now for England, you've got Kane, Rashford and Saka up top, with Earps in net, right at the back, King leading from the back line, Bronze at right back. It's the best of both worlds, the best of both genders at play. And one of my favorite features is that it allows you to use my wife in career mode. Yes, Mary Fowler. I will buy you. I don't care what the price is. Take my whole credit card. I don't care. Whatever it takes. I will sign wifey at all costs. All jokes aside, the real power of this mod is that when you come up against a team that doesn't have a female squad, the impossible becomes possible, and it's going to be men's versus women's. It's Newcastle with Alan Shearer up top versus the Chelsea women's squad in career mode. I know it's unrealistic. I know it's never going to happen in real life, but isn't it just cool that you get the chance to do this? There's the possibility to have women's teams in career mode and for them to face off against the best. Yes, Sammy Kerr ready to drop a hat-trick on Newcastle. You can't do this in normal FC24, only possible on PC and with all the mods installed. It is something else, and you can kind of just create your own world at free will. Whatever wacky experiments or simulations you want to run, it just makes the game and the career mode experience so much more enjoyable. I can't stress it enough. Icons, women, heroes in the game, it's all there, alongside all those other features that I've shown showing off today. That is the true power of FC24 mods now. Let me know if you're going to make the switch to PC. Are you going to download the mods? Are you keen to test them out? Because trust me, it makes recording a hell of a lot more fun and just makes life easier in general. It's just a blast getting to explore all these mods, and you just know EA are never going to add these into the game anyway, so you might as well make the switch. They never come on a console. It won't be possible, and that is the true power, the true capabilities that this game have that EA just don't care to add. I wish everyone can have this experience. I wish it was the norm, but it just isn't, and that, yeah, it is what it is. The random visual glitches, the game straight up crashing, being sacked for not signing 3 teenage Bolivians, or the horrible inconsistent CPU gameplay, just to name a few.
This is not a banger. This is not a banger, and I know bangers. I know bangers.
Fear no more, because what I'm about to show you today might be a complete game changer for your offline career mode experience. Guys, I'm sorry if you got the base game of FC24 on PS5 for Christmas, because over here on the PC dark side, we're balling out with mods and tools that single-handedly saved career mode content on YouTube and make this game actually playable. If it wasn't for these absolute lifesavers, you probably wouldn't see 80% of career mode videos online. They probably wouldn't even exist, just because of how much they completely change your experience and give you, the player, control back in these online modes. I'm about to reveal it all today. All your questions, all your comments, I'm going to showcase to you all how it's all possible with 2 free programs. The goated modder in the career mode scene, Aaron Akdu's FC24 cheat engine, and the FC24 live editor launcher. Lads, I'm literally giving you guys a secret sauce right here. Now, in order for all these mods and tools to actually work in game, you have to do some behind the scenes workings if you want to make it all happen. Basically, in the EA app, you have to click on manage and then view properties and then enter these exact words: dash data path FIFA mod data. Paste it into your advanced launch options, click save, and everything you've installed should be working to perfection. I've also got access to FIFA's new Realism Mod early, so drop a like and hit subscribe if you want to see a fully dedicated video covering everything, including the gameplay mods that actually change the matches and the way FC24 plays. We are really living the dream out here on PC, as I've launched into the game, loaded both programs, and you can already tell that the live editor is in fact working, because we've got this nice little overlay. It's a shortcut that I can trigger on command by just pressing a button. We'll deep dive into a little bit more of that later, but let's just dive straight into a new manager mode and see what's possible. Now, it doesn't really matter what type of career mode you choose. It could be player, manager, created club. However, I will have both programs linked down in the description for you guys to download, like I said, completely free, but you do need to load up the live editor in order for all the mods and the cheat engine to actually work alongside the game. It just coincides with the launch process and is needed for all the mods to actually activate. Once all the programs are installed and loaded into the game, oh man, you are opened up to a whole new world. It's like taking the training wheels off, and I want to showcase to you the full potential of these tools, not only the mods that I have installed, but these other programs that are running in the background and doing their thing. Now, you saw the live editor early. Now I'm going to introduce you to the cheat engine. It generates an in-detailed user interface where you can edit not only players but teams precisely and very specifically, and also a bunch of other features which we'll go into detail with throughout the video. And the live editor is what is basically used to make sure this can all run whilst you're operating in the game and just completely avoid the EA anti-cheat that they added back in FIFA 23. I know this is all confusing for you console players, but just stick with me. Now, one of the biggest issues and questions I see from you guys down in the comments below is that you're always getting sacked. You're following these board objectives and you're still getting fired. You can't avoid these random, incomplete, just utterly terrible board objectives that they give you every season. Some of them are just absolutely stupid. Like, how are you expecting me to win a trophy with Spurs whilst also reducing player wages nearly £500,000 a week? It's just absolutely brain dead at times, and these aren't even the worst ones. And if you guys go on to ignore these, your manager popularity rating goes down the drain. But what this allows you to do is, if you click on manager, you can make your manager unsackable. That's right, you can have a perfect board rating to ensure that you keep your job no matter what. So we're going to sim ahead a couple of days, and it's already taken place. And as long as you have that unsackable tab clicked, you're going to have an excellent 99 rated manager. The board is just going to love you no matter what you do. If you get relegated, if you sell all your best players, the board is still not going to sack you. It's an absolute gold godsend that pretty much 99% of career mode YouTubers use, because it saves you from getting sacked in rebuilds. It keeps you at the helm regardless, no matter what. Your job is never at risk, basically. And that seems to be probably the #1 struggle for all you console players. However, look, it's not perfect. I have seen glitches before where I get sacked even though the unsackable mode is ticked, but there is a way to bypass it. And you've probably seen it online in videos before, but you can generate job offers with the cheat engine. So for example, we don't want to get sacked by Spurs, and if we do, we can put in the specific club team we want that job offer to arrive from. So we load up this database with all the team IDs, all the code and numbers you need. Tottenham's team number is 18, so that's exactly what we're going to type in, and voila, just like that, we go into browse jobs and the Spurs job offer is there just in case we get sacked. We can just reapply and boom bam, you're back in the game. And that goes with an international management too. So for Portugal, their number is 1354. That's exactly what we're going to paste into the program. The cheat engine will read it, and now just like that, we have an international job opening. And of course, it's from Portugal, which we're going to accept. For some reason, it says the 1st of January 2008, but that's just a visual glitch, and our contract will expire in 2100. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be alive by then, but okay, I'll accept those terms, and there you go, without having to jump through all the hoops and wait for your favorite offers to come by. You have full control. You get to choose who and when you want to manage. Keep in mind, I'll have this team ID list linked down in the description below for you guys to check out. It's from FIFA 23, but pretty much everything stayed the same. Now, another aspect of career mode that the player base don't really seem to love all too much is the global transfer network that was introduced back in FIFA 14, and just all the player scouting you have to do to find out overalls, to get more detailed reports on players, and to see all their attributes. It actually takes quite the toll on your transfer budget. So in order to avoid all that financial burden and just to make things more quick and easy, because who the hell wants to stare at a bunch of question marks when you're trying to sign a player, we're going to open up the trusty cheat engine again and go all the way down to global transfer network, where we can then reveal player data. So scouting players is not needed. After we've activated it, we're going to sim forward a couple of days and see this tool in action. You guys don't believe me, and there we have it. Every single player of every single league, of every single team, we have all their stats in detailed transfer market values, everything you want to know before signing a player, and just removes the annoying GTN scouting out of the game completely. And it's a tool, trust me, that I use in every single video since FIFA 21, since FIFA 20 even. These tools have been around for ages now, and finally I'm going to put you guys on. And where this no scouting tool comes in handy is when you're searching players in your save and you just click on free agents, whether you're 5 years deep and a random regen spawns in there that's already like 85 rated with 95 potential, you'll be aware of all the hidden gems and the next superstars when scouting gets completely taken out of the equation, but it's all optional. Another worthwhile feature this offers is that you can, whilst in your save, completely customize your overall club budget, whether it's to sign more players in the transfer market, more coaches, hell, even more scouts or youth academy scouts if you want to. You can give yourself more money, less money, bankrupt yourself, give yourself the maximum amount of funds just so you can buy anyone and everyone. It is just an awesome tool to have at your disposal. And over here in club finances, it's one of the first options. You can see it's going to display your current funds. And let's just say I don't want anything, I want zero. Take all my money. You can see with one click of a button, there you have it. We've got nothing in the bank. I guess it kind of serves as more of a tougher challenge, and even gives yourself a little transfer ban. I don't think you can give yourself debt though. Minus $100? I don't know. Let's just test this out. I haven't even tested this out before, and no, that gives yourself 4 billion. You can't force yourself into debt, but you can give yourself 4.2 billion pounds in the kitty bank. I'm pretty sure you can buy every single player in the world with that kind of money. Those are like two opposite ends of the spectrum, and that number can be changed and customized throughout any point of the season. And the next feature I wanted to bring to your guys' attention was in terms of the transfer market. When it comes to signing players, we've all experienced it. You're in negotiations, you've got someone on your shortlist, and they've been poached by another club, snatched from under your grasp, and like a thief in the night, they've accepted another deal. And what usually happens is you can't approach them. You have to wait till the next transfer window, or at times even a whole year. Let's just say, for example, Sasha Bowie, originally of Galatasaray, has moved to AC Milan in this transfer window. And what you can do, just in general, it can be a player which the club has just blocked offers from completely. You scroll right down here to Transfer Hub, and you go allow transfer approach, and you can also allow loan approach. So usually if you try and loan a player that's above 80 overall, you're just gonna get slammed, rejected. You're not even allowed to do it. For the purposes of this video, I'm choosing Di Marco. There's no way way that Inter let him out on loan, but with this feature enabled, it lets us approach Inter for a loan and see if they're going to actually accept it. We'll just do a basic dry loan, which you can never really do for an established player. Usually it's only open to youth talents and players that are just not in the first team system. You can never do it in career mode. You see it sometimes in real life. It doesn't always happen, but we're going to agree with a deal, and just like that, it works for not only permanent transfers, but loans. Let's just say you're Brighton and you know that you've signed Valentin Barco in the real life transfer market, but Man City of all clubs have gone after him and poached him in your save. You can intercept the deal and offer in straight away and not be blocked from approaching for however many seasons. It just gives you the option and the freedom to know that if Spurs complete a real life January signing like Radu Dragusin, who's been heavily linked to the club, no matter what the case is, you can approach and actually buy them. Another fun little feature it gives you access to is when it comes to release clauses. For players like Bellingham, they've got a £500 million release clause in there. 510 mil is pretty much just unaffordable for every single club. Not that I've used this too often, but in this transfer hub, change release clause value to 1. So we're hovered over Bellingham. Now we're going to activate that £1 release clause. We've changed the Englishman's price tag to £1. And there you go. You can skip automatically and pay £1. Not that it's realistic at all, but it's just a nice little fun feature to have if you're short on cash and just want the best players. Another cool little underappreciated quality of life update that you get from being on PC, it's not really an update, just a nice little feature to have, is that you don't even need to use your controller to type. You can just, type by using your keyboard. And by using the cheat engine plus some mods, you can just edit players' names completely. The first and last name, their date of birth, everything about them is customizable. Nothing is locked. You get a fully complete player editor, and like I'm going to showcase to you, you can change someone's last name. So Christian's gone from Romero to Romerinho. Just like that, you click advance and it's all applied. Now, as you can see, it's the start of the season. We're gearing up for our first Premier League match. And in order to boost morale, you have to manually go into every press conference and try to get your players happier. And in order to keep them at top sharpness, you have had to have played some pre-season friendlies and rotate your team and also adjust every single player's training plans. However, with the cheat engine at our disposal, what we can do to the team is basically adjust their fitness, morale, form, and sharpness all in one go. So for fitness, I want them to restore to full after every training session. I want to heal all players and refill every single player's energy. So that means if any player gets injured or is still tired from the last game, their energy bar is going to be full and they're just going to be fresh for the game. In terms of morale, so I don't have to do any press conferences, I just make every single player very happy and leave it locked. Form, it doesn't really matter for form really, but I just want every player to be in excellent form so they make the most and grow from their development plans. And in terms of sharpness, go to my team and then select 100 sharpness, which you're going to see come into effect after we back out from this screen. And there you go, 100 fitness, 100 sharpness, and everyone is very happy. Just by doing that, a few clicks of the button, the more we play around with the cheat engine, the more power we get. It's not just a visual thing. Every single player is max happiness, max form, and max stamina every single week, every single match day. Now we can go into this match confidently knowing that we haven't done anything besides click a few buttons behind the scenes and it's done all the work for us. Unfortunately, this Realism mod doesn't bring back the pre-match loading screens, the players walking out of the tunnel, or the pre-match lineups. There's only so much modders can do, and it can't even cure glitches like this where you just see random free agent kits pop up in the cutscenes. It saved the game, but only to a certain extent. Now, when you're in the game, the cheat engine can also work its magic. These are the kind of features you can activate. You've got a match timer, which you can just completely end the half entirely. You can freeze the game. So let's just select freeze the time and see what happens. Yeah, you can just see the game completely freeze in on itself. It can't pass 2 minutes. You can literally just play the entire match forever. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but the option is there. But yeah, the match timer just doesn't go out. You could just also reset the game timer completely. So I assume once we skip all the goal cutscenes and animations, we're just going to go straight back to 0. And yep, we've kicked it off and the time has just been reset. I feel like the Time Lord. I feel like a wizard. Just in case you want to buy yourself some more time, and we can also just end the half right there. So let's resume the game and I'm sure the half will just end. And bam, just like that, with the click of a button, we're at halftime. You console guys, you're missing out big time. And it also allows us to have unlimited substitutions. So let's just say I'm angry with my team at halftime. I want everyone off. I want to change the squad entirely and just play a whole brand new team. It is available to me. I'm literally changing every single position. And now for the second half, a whole new team is about to take the field. What you can also do is customize the number of goals you've scored, which I haven't really tested out. So we're just going to say 100. Give me 100 goals. I I want to see that on the scoreboard. So I assume it's going to take some time to actually like activate. Oh no, it has. The home team have scored 100. Brentford. I put it for the wrong team. This is not very good. It doesn't even fit on the scoreboard. Sorry, Spurs fans. I didn't mean to let you suffer like this. It's just to showcase the power of the cheat engine at play, and it's going to show up on the board, isn't it? Yeah, 100. No, it doesn't even go past 100. I guess there answers the question. You can't score more than 100 goals in a match. The scoreboard just glitches and doesn't let you go past it. Nah, now here's a more respectable scoreline I can put up with. Something else you can do to burden the other team, just in case they're pissing you off or you just hate the opposition you're coming up against. You can disable their own substitutions, so no one is getting put on from Brentford. The manager and the team are left helpless thanks to this. And another feature that this mod allows you to do is have a free fly camera when you go into the instant replay theater. But I'm going to check it out for the first time today, and once you hit instant replay, when you go to orbit, you can basically just do anything. You could go out the stadium. You can fly. Oh my god, where am I going? I'm trying to get to grips with how to control this, but this is just the most trippy experience I've ever seen. This in VR would go off. I don't know where I'm flying to. There seems to be like a beach or a lake over there. Some apartments. I'm just going on a trip. I'm going on a journey. It just keeps going. I can see the stadium from afar. Look at this. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm Spider-Man, bro. Swinging through the city. And it just keeps on going. You can see the city just continues. There's more apartment buildings around here. There's a clock tower over there. This has probably been one of the best stadiums to do it at. This has been one of the most recently added stadiums, so there's so much more stuff going on in the background. I can emulate the view of people watching the game from their apartment. I'm inside one of these apartment walls right now, and I'm pressing play. You can see the game go on in the background. You can literally just view the game from on the roof. Yeah, it's still going on in the background, and this free fly camera is actually just insane. I want to keep exploring though. This has got me thinking. This has got me wondering. Oh, this is just, there's a whole city. There's a whole town back here. You can see everything in the background from the stadium, everything outside the stadium. Can we get much higher? So high. This feels like a trip. This feels like a fever dream, bro. What has my life come to? I'm literally in the sky. This looks like a miniature model. Oh, wow. This is amazing. And you can see the game from up here. Look, the little dots are moving. Oh, my God. It's an entire globe. It's an entire world. I'm in the sky. I'm in the... This is how Peter Crouch must feel when he watches games. Oh, my God. It keeps going. I'm about to enter a new dimension. So let's go... actually like inside the stadium and see what's back here. All right, we've got like the press conference room, we've got the crowd up there. So it's just the crowd in the stands, and then basically everything's just empty back here. You haven't got the actual locker rooms or anything like that. I mean, it's pretty cool, but I thought I would find something else back here. Oh my god, you could just spend all day doing this, man. What have I got myself into? Oh, there you go. I backed out into the sim or into the match view, and we've still got the same score line. What is going to change when I just jump to the result? Just because I've jumped to the result, it's just set the game back to normal. It's all my fault. It's not the mod's fault. Something else that this cheat engine just completely revitalizes is a new feature in career mode this year, and that's your team strategy, your tactical vision. It basically just makes hiring coaches and your entire coach management an absolute breeze. It's hard to find that perfect 5-star coach in every category, especially when it comes to your specific tactical vision. This is only a problem though without mods. So basically, whatever stars you get, that is what you're stuck with. Your coach can't get better. They are just forever a 1-star in that department, or a 2-star, or just anything below 5. However, what I'm going to do is hire every single coach, no matter how good they are, no matter what tactical vision they specialize in. My staff capacity is 13 because I am a big team, but for smaller teams, it makes it even harder because you can only sign upwards of like 6 or 5. And we've got every single coach hired. We're running at full capacity. They're not really the best coaches on the market. I've just done it to showcase what you can do with this cheat engine. So if you scroll up and click on the coaches tab, you can pretty much just make every single coach perfect, and that gives them 5-star, 5-star and everything, and also changes them to gold status in your current tactical vision. So we're going to back out, simulate a couple of days, and see it take place in real time. You might even have to wait to your next match day, so we're just going to keep on simulating. They don't become perfect straight away. So once we get out of another game, we go to our team strategy, and just like that, every single coach is golden with 5 stars in every department. You can try and transfer some to other areas and just mix and match and just play around with them. And no matter how much money you spend, your ideal number of stars in every department is going to be fulfilled. But that's way better than when you start off the base game. You have to wait for coaches to become available on the market. It's a struggle. Another cool little quality of life update, a minor feature, but this tool allows you to release players for nothing. So it doesn't affect your transfer budget, and it's also unlimited. I believe in previous career modes, it only allowed you to release like 2 or 3 players every season. They actually fixed it in this career mode where you can release however many players you want, but it still costs money. As we know, Hugo Lloris is moving to LA Galaxy or into Miami, wherever he's going into the MLS. So I just want to release him, get him off the wage bill, make him a free agent, and we're going to release him for £0. It doesn't affect our financials whatsoever, and we can continue on and forget he even existed. Here's another situation where the cheat engine just comes in clutch. You can see there, Rodrigo Bentancur, he's copped a torn calf muscle injury, and he's out for 4 months. So basically what you can do is go into your team management, select heal all players. You just have to click it again for it to activate and actually heal Bentancur, and just like that, he is back ready in action for the next game. The medical team have cured him, and that problem is no more. We all know everyone loves the youth academy and finding the next best youth superstars from random countries. I've already gotten a 5-star scout available to me, but if I wanted to hire another one, again, kind of like the coach situation, you have to wait for the perfect one to arise. It's like only 5 options, and some of them are absolutely terrible. This cheat engine has you covered when it comes to hiring scouts in the youth academy, because you can hire free 5-star scouts, and you can also actually go in detail with them and select their nationality, select how many stars they have. But just on the basis of that feature alone, we go back into it, and everyone costs absolutely nothing, and everyone is 5-star. And another aspect of the youth academy this tool allows you to bypass is the minimum call-up age. We all know if you've got a 15-year-old in the academy, you can't promote him to the senior team because he's just too young. However, in real life, we've seen that completely be broken. Like, for example, Francesco Camarda for AC Milan, he's just made his debut at 15, so why can't we do it in career mode? It's just not fair. So with the help of the cheat engine, we can change the minimum age for promotion. I can just set it to, like, I don't know, 13. Once we confirm all that, we can now promote the South African Jabu Nkosi. Once we select promote to the senior team, it's done. The 15-year-old is there, and we can do the same with this guy Smith, the center forward. And just for proof, they're both there in the senior squad, ready to play. Now, one of the main complaints from career mode fans is when it comes to setting up a scouting network for youth academy talent, is that you're limited to the number of countries you can explore and actually visit. Recently in FIFA 21, they added a couple more spots in the rest of Europe, but there are still way more countries that aren't actually available to you in scouting. So pretty much this mod allows you to scout from any country, so it doesn't really matter what you select, as long as you select something, the duration, the type, what kind of player you want, what position. We're just going to go out for a 9-month search, technically gifted type player. Once you have that set up, you can go in and send scout to any country, and that's exactly what I want to do. Let's just show you the complete bottom of the barrel, the worst nation in the world, San Marino, and the cheat engine is going to do its thing in the background. So I've sent one guy to San Marino, another scout to the Solomon Islands, and sent another one through to Samoa. And just because we can, I can allow multiple scouts in the same country, so I can send all 3 to San Marino. I can make it so that the scouting mission doesn't cost anything. I can make them have 15 players per report. I can set a specific age range I want the scouts to come back with. So let's go, we want players like 12 to 16, or even higher. We can go 12 to 17. We can give them all a potential range. We can make them have a 100% chance for 5-star weak foot and 5-star skill moves, and we can also have them reveal their overall and potential, so no scouting is needed. And we can also generate a brand new report every single day if we wanted to. That's how in-depth and that's how specific and how much customization you can whittle things down to. I've generated a new report, and then you can see there, scout reports are available already. It's barely been a day, and we can view some wonder kids from the Solomon Islands, and that's what I mean when it says it reveals both their overall and potential. We've got Mason Alexander, who's currently sitting at a 36 overall, but has a potential of 93, and the report just keeps on going and going because I've selected a 15-person report. So we are seeing some absolute beauties in here. I haven't got the Youth Academy name pool mod installed right now, so you know, everyone's kind of got the same name. You're limited to that default name pool. However, it just completely revolutionizes what you can do with the Youth Academy and all your youth scouts. Let's go check in on San Marino, where we've asked for a technically gifted player, and boy, we have got a few. We're getting players as young as 12, as old as 17. We could make a full teenager starting 11. I'm sure Adam Johnson would get around it because we can promote anyone at any age. So we're just going to make our own Youth Academy powerhouse right here. 94 potential, 88, 93. Who knew San Marino was a gold mine for talent? And last but certainly not least, the physically strong category from Samoa. And boy, we have got some contenders right here. Every single player is called Lima in Samoa, apparently. This is just, I think this goes to show more of the EA Youth name pool than it does the mods because it's doing its job. It's just working with what EA have given them. And without that youth player name pool mod, which adds over thousands of youth academy names to the game, this is what you end up with if you scout in these like obscure, exotic type countries, because you can't actually do this in base game FIFA. We have already filled up the youth academy. We've maxed it out at 16 players, and I wish there was a way to increase this capacity you could take in your academy, but not even this mod can save us, as we've got players as young as 12 that can be promoted to the senior team. A Fanto Lima from Samoa, a CDM slash centre back with over 99 potential. We're promoting a 12-year-old to the senior team. Not a sentence I want to be caught out of context saying, just for the purposes of this video, for research purposes. We've got Eduardo Fiore from San Marino, the 14-year-old who has the slide tackle playstyle plus. So it is possible for your youth academy scouted talent to come through with a few playstyles in the mix, but you've got to be lucky. So these features are perfect for like a youth academy only career mode. If you just want to focus on scouting, it gives the academy a much needed overhaul and a well overdue update. Now what I love about the cheat engine is that it allows you to edit players outside your squad and actually have an in-detailed control over their career. So we all know Giorgio Chiellini, unfortunately, is hanging up the boots this season, and if you want to keep that realism going in your save, because EA are late and haven't really done anything to the squads, we go to the player editor. It's going to bring up Chiellini right here, and what you can do is just completely change everything about him, from his player info to his attributes to the playstyles plus his cosmetic appearance in game, accessories. You can clone him. But what I wanted to showcase just in Giorgio's case was that he is actually retiring, so we're going to change this from no to yes. We're going to apply those changes, and at the click of a button you can see what we've just done. We've made him retiring at the end of the season, and just like that you won't see that glitch where players over 40 just never retire. Once you load up into the next season, you'll get Chiellini's regen available. What's even better about this player editor though is that if you're in an old save that hasn't had the title update and all the new faces that get added into the game aren't applied to your old career modes, you can directly intervene. And for example, we've got Udoji right here, and just by changing 2 areas of his appearance, we go down to this section, has high quality head, we click yes, we go down to head class code and change that to 0, and once we apply those changes, we see that he's been edited. Literally, you just flick up and down, and just like that, he has his game face scan. And this goes for all players. Let's just say I wanted to give Kulusevski the face scan of a completely different player. All you gotta do is change a few numbers around, apply those changes, and see them directly have an effect in real time, in action. And yeah, we've changed Kulusevski's head to Paolo Maldini. We're living in an alternate reality right now. It is just what's possible with PC mods. It's silly, it's stupid, you probably won't ever do this, but it's there for you to have fun with. Let's start giving you playstyles, which was another massive thing you guys kept commenting. Right here we have the access to both playstyles and playstyles plus, so let's just say I wanted to give him every single playstyle plus, every single playstyle. I can go ahead one by one and select every single one. I can change his position, so maybe I just want him to play as a left winger. I can adjust his work rate, so I'm changing defensive to low and keeping attacking at high. Make him have 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot, increase his contract length, gonna make him valid till 2035, change his strong foot to his right, change his nationality even, let's just make him from Sao Tome and Principe, adjust his potential, adjust his age, I want to make him 21 again, and you know, give him a 92 potential. We apply those changes, we click OK, we back out, and all those changes are right there in front of us. He can play at left wing, he has potential to be special now, his nationality's changed, and he has now signed an 11-year contract at Spurs. That's 11 years without trophies, my boy. I hope you're prepared, and probably what you've all come to see is all those playstyle pluses. They all show up and pop up on his profile. There's so many, in fact, that you can't even scroll down and see more. The list just keeps on going. You have to go straight to team management, and you can see all of the playstyle pluses applied. He is an absolute monster. Sao Tome and Principe have an absolute diamond on their hands. Make him a sweeper, which is just a position you can't train for some stupid reason. It's been like that for ages, but we can make him have 4 preferred positions, and Kulusevski can now play as a sweeper. Let's give him an £1 billion release clause for time's sake. Make him a crucial first team player without going into contract negotiations. There you have it. He's a crucial first team member, and he has a ridiculously low release clause, but just to point out that we didn't have to go through all the contract negotiation cutscenes. We could just all do it from the program itself. I don't know, I never really used the teams editor, but what it allows you to do is basically just go in depth to every single squad, every single team in your career mode save, and just change like their specific stats about them. So like their foundation year, their rival teams, their club worth, the stadium capacity, change the overall of the club, change their complete career mode ID. Like I said, I'm not going to dive in depth to that because I have never really used used it before, but the option is there. Now, another absolute game changer that the cheat engine allows you to bypass is that the 15 season time limit you get in career mode. This year, once you hit 2038, your manager is forced to retire, and like every single career mode in FIFA before it, you get kicked out of the game, you get a half-assed farewell, a half-assed email, nothing really comes of your career, you can't go past 15 years. So what we're going to do now is make our manager not only unsackable, but never retire. So right now, at the end of 2038, or at the end of the 37-38 season, we don't have to retire. We can keep going to season 16. Oh, we can even go to 2050 and just bypass the limit. It doesn't say end career. We can just end season and load up straight into a brand new campaign. And there you have it. The mod is in action and working. And to be honest, I've left one of my favorite features till last. That's what I love doing, just simming through the years and see what takes place in the footballing world. And the deeper you go, the longer it takes and the harder it's going to be to simulate into a brand new season. And hey, there we go. We're into season 38-39, and that's another thing you can't do in the base game of FIFA. Career mode on PC, like, if you're not convinced now, it's just on a different level. It's just on a different universe to the console. I'm surprised my PC hasn't crashed after I've selected all these options and they're all activated at the same time. That is all when it comes to career mode. Well, at least the manager side of the game. But don't you fret, because this tool is not just for manager mode. We've got some nice little options and features in player career as well. Right here, we've got ourselves Gwok Jr., and his career is about to be completely overhauled with mods. I know player career mode this year is dusted. It's absolutely terrible. But let me just showcase to you what this cheat engine tool can do for you and your player career mode experience, because I don't really play it all too much normally, but with these new features, I might actually give it a go. Now, as you load up your new player career save, it's pretty much everything you're used to. Random cutscene glitches, the players warming up, the training, everything going down on the player introduction. But I've loaded up the cheat engine again, and you only have two options really. You've got what you can do in training. You can customize your grade achieved every day, and you also have options when it comes to your agent, personality, club reputation, nation reputation, and skill points. So we're going to select the agent tab and just have the objectives bypassed. So if they don't score however many headed goals they want me to score, I can just keep playing with my team and it won't force me out on loan, or it won't force me to another club. I can just stay at the current team I'm at and not really stress about any of the player objectives, because I can bypass them, baby. I can adjust my wages and my current funds in my bank account. So if I wanted to give myself however much money that is and increase my wage up to like 20k a week, I can do that. We simulate ahead a couple of days. Look how much money just came into my bank account. 25 million I've made in just 3 days. And it's also had an effect on my wages, because the boy is only 14. I forgot to even mention that. I can make him younger than the intended age, and at 14 the kid is already a millionaire. Another fun feature is that I can unlock 999 skill points, basically the max number you need to unlock everything in the game. I can unlock every slot for playstyles, so Maverick, Heartbeat, and Virtuoso. Can I change my personality on the fly? And it looks like I've unlocked every single playstyle and trait in the game. Yeah, there you go. I've got 7 playstyle slots. They're not playstyles plus, but it's already more than what you already achieve at the first glance. It basically unlocks your leveling, unlocks your growth. However, with player training, it also allows you to just pretty much grade achieve XP. I can have whatever value. Let's just make it like, I don't know, 99.9. Does that give me an A straight away? Does it give me a whole lot of XP? We're going to simulate all. We're going to advance, and we pretty much, oh no, we get a D. Okay. So, but I got 165 skill points. So maybe that's how you get your skill points. You just have to keep doing these trainings all over again. Yeah, I can just unlock pretty much everything straight away, straight off the bat. Make myself have every single attribute, unlock certain traits and play styles, unlock flair, unlock 5-star weak foot, and it just keeps on going and going. I'm literally doing this all in one go. That is how powerful the cheat engine lets you be. No one is stopping me. I'm like Thanos with all the infinity stones. Just keep them coming. 5-star skill moves. We've got pretty much all of our attributes upgraded. Even defending, I don't care. I've got the skill points to use. We're just gonna buy everything. Oh no. Oh, I thought my game crashed, bro. It's getting so laggy because I kept unlocking everything. And now we're already 90 overall. We've grown 50. We've already hit max level. We've still got 99 skill points to spare. Goalkeeper, defender, midfielder. He's pretty much the perfect player. And with the power of mods, with the power of this tool, we have owned everything. We have unlocked every single thing in the skill tree. And as we back out, what does that make us? We're still 90 overall. So I thought we'd get to 99 at 14 years of age. 99 overall. Gwok Jr., he's a baller. He's a complete anomaly. Let's go to my career and see what my player value is. My market value is only 3.9 million. That's got to be a glitch. I've got 25 mil. I can basically buy everything in the shop too. Nothing is out of reach for my player because we are basically a millionaire. Hell, I can even make him a billionaire. Hold up. And with a few changes, I've made it official. Oh, baby. I've got billions in the bank at 14. This kid must be the most popular guy in school right now. Investments. What do I need to invest in? I'm already a billionaire. We've pretty much just completed player career mode with a few clicks. You can also adjust your starting roles. You want to keep starting in the first team, you can just lock it on being in the starting 11 at all times. So we're going to activate that. We're going to do some more training and absolutely just rack in all this XP. There you go. We're in the starting 11. Green boosts all across the page and player career mode is saved. So basically, no matter how bad you perform, no matter how many objectives you don't hit, you can see my player, I mean, he's probably hit most of his objectives. Oh, I take it back. Probably not. He hasn't scored a finesse goal. He hasn't scored any first time or headed goals. He's only hit the matches in the starting 11 objective. So here's the real test to see if the mod actually works and kicks into gear at the end of the season. Does it bypass everything, or is it going to force me to go out on loan? How has Manchester United won the Champions League? Contract expired. Change club. I have to change club. Okay, maybe it hasn't fixed it. Maybe I haven't bypassed anything. Okay, that kind of sucks. After further investigation, I think player career mode is just unsavable, and I'm forced to transfer. I'm forced to sign a contract. God dang it, guys. I thought we were onto a winner there. I don't know if that's an L for the cheat engine or an L for player career, but okay, take that as what you will. And I don't know what to tell you. For FC25, you've got about, what, 8-9 months to invest in a brand new PC, download these programs, and experience these offline modes in a brand new light. And if you aren't convinced by what I've shown you in today's video, I don't know what to tell you. I think I'm just preaching to the choir right here. For me, I can't go back. The game is literally unplayable if I decide to go back to PS5 or Xbox. That's why I've been recording all my videos on PC from about FIFA 20. Because look at all the options you get. Look what you can customize. Look what additions you can add to the game. And it doesn't stop there. With the live editor, you can access straight players, teams, transfer history, the database. You can go into the Lua engine, the file browser, and go deep into the depths of the code of the game. That stuff is a little bit more complicated, a bit past my pay grade. Create a club career mode. It has the potential to be the best game mode in FIFA, but due to EA's genuine incompetence and laziness implementing an old feature from FIFA 07, albeit 15 years later, we're left holding the bag with this absolute bare minimum that FC24 Create a Club has to offer. No kit sponsors, no in-game kit editor, no creating a crest or uploading your own custom badges, no creating a stadium, no in-detailed stadium editor like Pro Clubs and Ultimate Team have, no club staff, generic crests and kits, and the list goes on and on. In typical EA fashion, they announced no new changes to it in FC24.
I was meant to be new. I was meant to be beautiful. The world would have looked to the sky and seen hope, seen mercy. Instead, they'll look up in horror because of you.
However, thanks to these PC mods, it gives power back to the player and adds some amazing new features to the overall Create a Club experience that you console players need to know about. And that's why I'm here to showcase them to you all. So get your snacks and popcorn at the ready. There's no need to fear because every mod that I've used in this video will be linked down in the description below for you guys to try out for yourselves. And whilst you're down there, lads, if you haven't already, drop the video a like down below and hit that subscribe button, because I'm trying to get the channel up to 150k subscribers before I leave for my Europe trip next month, so all your help would be much appreciated. Now guys, let's get into the video. We're about to launch this thing. I've got all the mods applied, all of these mods here I've ticked off, and they'll be ready for me to play with when I launch. Now, if this video doesn't at least slightly get you hyped up and interested in PC mods for career mode, I don't know what will, because there are even some new additions and features that I didn't showcase in my Realism Mod and downloading all the mods in FC24 videos that I did, so you're gonna want to be tuned in to the end for this one. Let's face it, the vanilla version is aggressively mid and extremely lackluster at times, which just sums up FC24 career mode perfectly. These kind of fresh new additions and mods are the bare minimum we deserve as players. You could do it back in the old days with PES and their OG version. You could edit actual real life team kits, generic kits, all that stuff, and EA are just too lazy to add it in because reasons. As we load up into the game, everything seems pretty normal. Besides Vinny Jr. wearing loafers and having invisible legs, what you're going to want to do is load up into a brand new manager career save. Whether you create a manager or play as a real one, it doesn't really matter. For the purposes of this video, we're going to go with Big Ange, baby. We're going to sack Spurs off and create our own club, and you're going to immediately see the differences. Getting the obvious out the way first, we're going to go with BCHD United, nicknamed the Mad Lads. And I want to start out in the championship for now. I want to create a mid-tier to decent-sized club. Not a football giant, but not a minnow either. We'll be replacing Rotherham United because they currently sit bottom of the championship, looking bound to get relegated. And our rivals are going to be Middlesbrough, because why not? Because we can. All that has stayed the same for now, but when we get to the kit customization, the crest customization, and choosing your own stadium, boy, these are game changers, and we're going to go through them one by one. First up with the kits, we've got the home, away, third, and of course the goalkeeper kits right there, which are all generic in FC24, the base game at least. But we'll start off by the biggest change we've got right here, and that's the inclusion of more kit templates and actual real world sponsors. Now I want to kind of fit the channel theme and all the colors, so we've gone with the unique purple, blue and gold combination. But let's just take a look at all the options we have. We've got multiple sponsors, multiple templates, and no restrictions on what sponsors you could have on what kit. With more options to choose from and more sponsors, it is just a perfect combination, and the combinations are limitless. We've got the likes of Samsung, Dell, we had Fly Emirates and Win before. We can keep going. We've got the likes of Alphabet, Aon, Manchester United's OG kit sponsor back in the day. As we continue to scroll, we've got Google. It just seems like it never ends. We're barely halfway through. Kadere, Jeep, Football Manager even. That would piss off EA. Or that would just probably never even happen. They would never even allow that to happen. But we keep going, and this combination of all these Creator Club mods I'm using, they add multiple kit templates, multiple patterns, and they all combine for the perfect storm. And it's just such a valuable asset to have in your Creator Club and even career mode experience, which we'll get to later. But I didn't even cover this side of career mode or play career mode in my PC mod video showcases, because otherwise the video would just go on too long. There is so much to cover in so little time. But we still go here with the likes of Spotify sponsors, Qatar Airways, Accor, American Express, and these are just way better than the generic kit templates, the EA Frostbite sponsored, Beat sponsored kit templates that we have in OG Creator Club. We've even got Meta sponsorship, Digital Bits. Oh, you're just overwhelmed. It is just an absolute thoroughfare of brand new kits you have to experiment and play around with. We've got Paramount, T-Mobile, Infinite Athlete, Kazoo. Oh man, I'm getting tired just thinking about all this, but finally we get to the bottom, and that is the complete list you have to choose from. All the options are there at your fingertips. I'm gonna go for that funky lightning bolt home kit. That looks absolutely electric. And then you're not even done there, because there is even more to choose from when it comes to your away and third kits. Still no fourth kits, unfortunately, which the mods can't add until EA open up new slots for alternate fourth kits. We only have 3 to customize, and one of my favorite features is that you can have separate kit sponsors on different kits. For example, our last one had Paramount Plus. Now we can switch to Win or Fly Emirates. There are no limitations, no boundaries, and you can just let your imagination run wild. What I like is that there are some actual team templates here that previous brands have used. For example, that's the Barcelona kit from 21/22, and that was one of their Champions League European kits. That was the Chelsea kit with the 3 logo sponsorship over it, and that was the PSG kit template from a couple years back too. So a couple will be catching your eye, some will look familiar, and you can just have fun with it really, and just experiment in any which way you want. Isn't that what gaming at the end of the day is all about? Now this is a huge ick for people in normal Creator Club career mode, and it's the goalkeeper kits, because they're all generic. There are no sponsored goalkeeper jerseys to select from, but with this new mod, we have not only sponsored and actual real world goalkeeper kits, we have the 24/25 keeper kits that haven't even been released yet to the public, and we get to play around with them. There aren't any home or away goalkeeper jerseys, so you're gonna have to be wary of what actual outfield kits you select. But look at all these options, look at the selections, the goalkeepers are eating good, and no one gets left behind, baby. And they actually look good. Like, all the generic goalkeeper kits look trash. Like, no, there aren't even any nice or experimental ones, they're all just plain and boring. But this funks things up and just completely changes the game. But I'm just gonna get on this eccentric Air Jordan orange kit. Unfortunately, you can't edit the kit number color like you can with the other jerseys, so that's probably the only downside. Now, in the blink of an eye, we've covered just one Creator Club new feature, and your enjoyment level has just cracked up a few notches. badges. But don't get carried away yet. We've still got a few more main courses to select from. And boy, oh boy, when I talk about the crest selection, we are spoiled for choice, just like for the kits. Not only does every single badge have its own separate selection of crests and icons to choose from, but when you change the primary color, you've got even more badges and icons to select from. It is just a never-ending supply, and even if you hated them all and wanted to keep the boring EA generic ones, you could do that too. Like, who in their right mind would want to do that? But the modders have still kept them in the game just in case anyone's out there crazy enough. EA's generic default abominations are still there, don't worry. This is where things get interesting. I don't know what to cover first. Let's just start off with a couple of the Volta Club badges. Yes, Volta gets a mention in this video because these are some of the icons that you can choose when you create a Volta team. For some reason, they aren't in Creator Club career mode, so this mod has added them in. Yes, they are EA generic ones, but they do look a little bit more interesting and actually have a little bit of character and pizzazz about them. There are some more Volta ones here if you were curious, but when you split off into the other areas, you've got different nations and different teams from the lower leagues. Like, for example, this one's Italy because you've got the likes of Catania, Campobasso, Monopoly, all these like Serie C and Serie D teams that aren't actually in the game. You could theoretically create them and add them to your career mode experience. Like, for example, Juve Stabia, they just got promoted to Serie B in real life, and in combination with the 24/25 season career mode start mod, you don't even need to buy FC 25. Boom, they're already in the game, so you could replicate a real life team or create an academy version of a team. Say, for example, Stade Rennais, and start them out in the second tier of French football, but just be like the academy version of the club, if you know what I mean, or their second team. In another section, you've got some lower tier German clubs to select from. I'm not too familiar with all of these, but you German guys will know what's up. You got the likes of Fortuna Cologne, so, you know, there's so many possibilities. That is a weird one, but I believe these are like 3rd, 4th division French teams. We have some more random clubs that I can't even recognize. I don't even know who, so if you know them, let us know down in the comments below. There is a huge selection. You've got even more. Some of these clubs, like, they have a generic enough look where you could just name them your own thing and don't even have to be like related to what they are in real life. Like, that just looks like a skull. That looks generic enough to be renamed and rebranded. Hell, you could even relocate a club if you really wanted to. We've got a few more lower tier Italian clubs. You've got some OG retro logos like this Chirona club badge, and a few more scattered throughout. We've got the addition of all the Mexican teams that were removed from FIFA thanks to Konami stealing the exclusive licenses for them, so that's why Liga MX aren't in the game, but you've got those teams to add back in if you really wanted to. You could relocate them to the MLS or just do something crazy with them. You've got a few Japanese clubs that have been removed, and of course, it is the most highly requested feature or league to add into career mode, and that is the lower leagues of England, the Vanarama Conference, the 5th tier of football in England. So you've pretty much got all the lower tier and non-league teams to select from the likes of Dover Athletic to Eastbourne FC. Big up the Oval Town. You've got Western Supermar, Welling United, Turbo City Football Club. Like, you get the gist. Bath City, Banbury United. That just might be the best club logo I've ever seen. We've got Solihull Moors, Southend United, a couple more of the better default and generic EA logos in there, and then some custom no-name badges that the modders have added in themselves and are actually worth keeping in the game. But oh, you've got Slytherin, even some Harry Potter lovers in here. You could make the Slytherin Quidditch team. I'm getting carried away. Now all of a sudden Creator Club career mode becomes fun again because you've got so many ideas and concepts to play around with. Nonetheless, we'll change the color and there is even more selections now. Let's look through them. I haven't even seen these. Oh, no way. You've got the Classic 11 versus the World 11 badges. Oh, if you know, you know. Only the real ones know. You can add the Indian national team. My 5% Indian audience will be very happy about that. You've got the Marvel Fortnite logo. Okay, this is getting crazy now. Oh, okay, here you go. YouTube All-Stars, Sidemen FC. You could create them both in a career mode save. And these are what make it so special because the badges kind of give you ideas and concepts to work with where you can have experimental saves. There are some more retro logos like this Inter one. And these mods just continue to blow me away. Oh my god, there's even more. When is it gonna end, Robbie? But I'm not complaining. Oh my god, it keeps going. This list is absolutely insane. You guys might just have to download it and see for yourselves because this video is gonna be like 2 hours long. And those kind of fantasy exhibition teams kind of lead into the concept teams we've got here, like Red Bull London. Now this is where I'm torn because I've got so many options to choose from. So many would look nice and fit the vibe of the club. This is where the option anxiety kicks in and you've just got too many to play around with. It's a good sign though. It's a good problem to have. And I've ended up going with a generic ass logo logo. The eagle looks menacing. It's got that nice purple color. It matches. And now we move on to the arenas, the stadium selection. And this is where I've used the power of some other mods and combined them together. So the FIFA Realism Mod, it allows you to have access to every single real world stadium in the game. So we don't have to just choose from the generic default stadiums that EA allow your creator club to use. We have literally every single stadium in the game at our fingertips. And if we really wanted to play at Loftus Road every week, we could. We'd kick QPR out and make that our home stadium, and it would actually work. Like, you've got pretty much all the new stadiums added, no deleted stadiums, unfortunately. So no Camp Nou, no Allianz Arena. Look how many more stadiums it opens you up to. And unlike real world stadiums, you could actually rename them. So if I wanted to rename the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and call it the BC Arena, I could. And bam, just like that, it's our new home stadium, 42,500. We're going to accept that. And the only downside about using a real world stadium and having pretty much all of them unlocked is that you can't actually edit the stands of the stadium. Like, nothing comes up. You can't really do too much about that. As you can see here, we've got an open field. It looks pretty weird to start off. It looks like the game's about to crash, but believe you me, what you can actually customize is everything on the pitch, and you've still got atmosphere options too. Like, the Atlanta Stadium comes with those red and black nets. Obviously, I don't want anything to do with red and black nets, so I'm just gonna go with the diagonal purple and white just to fit more of my club theme, and you can see it actually take effect. Things are changing, even though the background looks very buggy. So there is an element of real stadium customization. It's just that only in the stands area you are limited, but other than that, it's a small price to pay for everything that this mod has to offer. Here's just a quick tip: if you don't have mods and don't want to be sacked from your own created club, set your board expectations to custom and have every single objective set to very low, so there are no expectations, the bar is in hell, and unless you do something catastrophically bad, you won't be fired. And you can see how the kits look here on all the generated players. You can see exactly who you're working with and customize them as you please. Now, what's different here, you wonder? And this is where the beauty of combining these creator club mods with other free mods available online really comes in handy and just overhauls everything, because you'd usually be able to like edit their name, their kit number, date of birth, country, and all that. But with the unlock everything in the player editor mod, you get access to way more boots and accessories, way more goalkeeper gloves, new and retro boots to select from, and there are just hundreds, if not thousands of more selections. So again, more elements of customization you can play around with without having to pay a cent. Because with these more in detailed customization steps, like their goal celebrations, their run style, their set piece style, once you load into the save and it's loaded, you can't go back and edit these. So that's why the unlock player editor comes in handy, and it actually gets activated once we start up this career save, because you'd be able to make this guy 8 foot tall. We'll show you once we get in there, but it's just another level of immersion and lets you actually customize their generic faces, like give them new hairstyles, customize facial features and skin tones, which you can't actually do in the generic player customization. But that'll all become fully realized once we're happy with the team. You can play around with it, do what you want, change all their boots, change the gloves. Be careful, brother. It looks like this guy's elbows are about to snap off. Like, what is wrong with their arms, man? This is another career mode glitch that not even mods can fix. Like, why are they doing this? Like, what's going on, bruv? All our players are going to be out with broken arms in a second. Do whatever you want to do when it comes to the settings. No changes there, as BCHD United get the start of their dreams. And I don't think I've ever really done a Creator Club Career Mode series on the channel, but Big Ange is here. I forgot we even appointed him at the start, but he's repping BCHD United, starting in the championship, looking for that clean promotion to the Prem. But wait, there's more. I've got to show you some more Creator Club enhancements that I've yet to touch on, and that includes not only editing your generic players you get assigned, but also your Youth Academy products and the Creator Club customization benefits you get once you enter Season 2, like changing a stadium and all that jazz. Now, even if you've set everything up and you're ready and roaring to go, but you're not quite happy with the stadium you've chosen or want to do a few more last minute adjustments, you do have one more day, which is like the first day you load into the game, to completely change your home stadium to something different. However, once you start simulating, once you move forward in time, you're no longer going to have that option, and things are going to be set for the season season to come. As we can see here, yeah, it's grayed out. You can't change anything. You can't upsize or downsize your stadium. You can't really do anything besides customize the pitch, the grass, the goal nets, and the atmosphere. However, you can edit your generic players that have been assigned to you. So for example, we've got Aubameyang, which just looks like the epitome of the black guy generic face. I've seen thousands of those kind of game faces before. So we're going to scroll on over to the head section where we get unlimited access to his tone and complexion. We can change up his eyes. We can change up his nose. We can pretty much do everything. Change up his haircut. It's like you're in the main menus creating a player. This is how it should actually be, but EA just for some reason don't want you customizing generic player faces. It should be possible, but as career mode players, we're just not allowed to have nice things. So that's everything to do with his look, and then you've got the animations, of course, his run style, set piece style. So it's all free for you to change. If you aren't bothered to go through all of your players upon setup and just want to create your club, you can deal with all the player customization later, and this is how you know the Unlock Everything mod is working, because you can make players 8'5", the heaviest 330-pound player, or the shortest ever 4'3", a dwarf. You can make a team of giants, a club of 8'5" brick shithouses if you really wanted to, and just like that, our boy is set. You get access to pretty much everything else, but this is freely available to you throughout the career mode save, and is readily available for whenever you want to change things up. Again, more power and more freedom back to the player. What if I make the 8'5" guy captain? What does he look like in the menus? This is going to be a shock. Oh my god, he's bloody peeking out of the screen. That's how we want it here at BCHD United. We accept everyone. Tall, short, built like a final boss battle villain. Oh my god, the height difference between him and Ange. You've got to love it. Oh my god. Whoa. That looks so trippy. So we've got a home game against Hull City coming up, and I want to showcase to you guys what is happening and that it all works. It's not all just for show. These are the mods in full effect. So we're going to kick off, and you can see there, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium doesn't have the same ring to it as the BCHD Arena. And to see all of your kits on display and see them actually work, home, away, and alternate, they are all there, ready to be fitted out on match day. And it is just all perfectly themed in the BCHD FC format. We've got the tallest player in the world. I'm sure he hit his head on the tunnel on the way out, but they're warming up. It's a bright, beautiful, sunny day, and this is a perfect little cutscene. We've got the captain who, oh my god, it looks like an abomination. All the fans have packed it out. BCHD United, I'm sure all my subscribers would be there if we made this club in real life. And I just picked this stadium because it's one of the most unique looking modern stadiums in the game. And it's just a perfect way to showcase that we aren't at no generic stadium. We've kicked out the real world team, and we've already gone 1-0 down inside 2 minutes. So perfect start for the boys. Hull City have smacked one from long range. Not the perfect start to our created club career mode. Mods aside, it hasn't been a fun day out, but you can just see the background, the stadium ambience, the environment looks tip-top. And like in pro clubs, like in Ultimate Team, you should be able to do this. Like, we shouldn't have to rely on mods to be able to unlock all real-world stadiums in the game and be able to access this in Creator Club. Just to show you guys, the stadium in the background, it looks stunning. Like, it's an amazing stadium, and it has got a pretty unique feel to it. I mean, you can't help that it has the Atlanta United badge up there. It's got Atlanta United on the side. There's nothing we can really do to fix that, but again, with other stadiums that are less themed about the team, you can kind of fit it towards your style and edit the stands, edit the seat colors and all that. But that's one of the consequences of using these real world stadiums. You can't have everything perfect, but it's a small sacrifice that you need to come to terms with. Get to grips, but I think you can look past it, and there's our 8'5" big boy ready to cause some havoc. Oh, here he is on the ball. Look at our monstrosity we made. He lost our possession, but surely he can win the ball back with a slide. Why do I even bother? This is what I get for not actually playing the game. This is how bad and rusty I am. I'm getting exposed here tonight by the new CPU legendary AI that was patched a couple title updates ago, and we are out here getting absolutely cooked. But it's not about that. It's about sending a message with this absolute tall mountain of a man. How does he lose the ball out there? And even though he's 8'5", the tallest man in the world, the tallest footballer, he is moving around like prime CR7, and he's gonna pop one from distance. All right, that's enough fun. We're gonna jump sim to the end. We end up copying a 4-0 loss. A simply brilliant way to start your first game as a club and introduce your fans to an L-taking legacy. We're gonna showcase to you what happens when you enter a new season. So we're gonna simulate season 2. Let's see how far this modded creation can make it, and if I can even last till season 2. Oh, I forgot to even point out the 24-25 mod is working. So we're currently starting this save in the next season. Completely forgot to mention it, but another classic example of how combining all sorts of mods together, it just starts to feel like a completely different game at a certain point.
Huh?
Do I need to even say anything anymore? Well, what are we doing here? This is gonna crash the game, isn't it? Press A to sign and get ready to crash the game. Boom. Ready? 5. I'll just count. Yeah, there we go.
That's over now! They stole it from me, Carmine! They took it!
Now, a created club ended up getting promoted to the Prem just because we're built like that, albeit via the playoff final, 2-1 win against Watford. So I want to see what goes down. Can we edit our stadium again? Can we change it to another real life stadium? Do we get to edit some kit templates, our colors, change the sponsors up? I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't know, like you lot. Let's find out as we end off the season there. Promoted to the Prem and got this club to the Barclays. Harry Kane ended up winning a trophy, so you know the Realism Mod isn't applied right now. Nevertheless, ending the season, loading in to hopefully, fingers crossed, some new customization options, because, you know, we might want to upsize the stadium, make a few upgrades here and there, change a few things, and let's see if this actually works, because there has been a glitch recently that people have been telling me about, where if you have created players in your career save, your game just crashes when you try and load into a new season. So that doesn't seem to be the case here. My whole entire club is created players, so it would make sense for the game to start crashing if that was the case. We're welcomed in to customize the club, and let's load up. We can change our kits, we can change our crest and stadium, so it's all available to us if we want to shake things up. That's exactly what we're going to do for season 2. Get rid of that sponsor. Let's go with the United look and have the team viewer. Puma, new kit manufacturer too. I was thinking of rocking with the OG Samsung kit sponsor that reminds me of the retro Chelsea kits, but I'm really drawn towards this Aeon Adidas combo we've got right here for the away shirt and for the alternate. We're looking pretty in pink with T-Mobile and Castore as our kit manufacturer, and the goalkeeper kit. Let's just change it all up for season 2, making sure everything is fresh and ready to go. We're gonna pick that cool grey Nike goalkeeper jersey, so let's just change literally every single kit we have. And then going into the crest again, you can change this up if you really want to. With options like these, you just get so many more hours of replayability and save ideas to have. It just makes your club feel fresh every single season. And now here's the big kahuna, the stadium change. Do we have all the real world stadiums and real life selections to choose from? What if I wanted to move to the Bernabeu? And okay, we do. They are all unlocked. That's what you love to see, okay? The consistency is there. I want to pick a unique looking stadium that you can easily tell is changed. Not so great in terms of team colors and branding, but it does the job. And that's La Bombonera. We're going to rename it to the BC Arena, of course. And just like that, we've upped our stadium capacity by 10,000 seats, moved continents, moved nations. We've relocated to Argentina, and we're going to select La Bombonera as our Premier League ground. How sick is that? That is just, yeah, I didn't even think of that. You could play Premier League matches outside of the country, albeit you only get to change it once every season, every new season, but that's not going to stop us from experimenting and having fun with it and just seeing what the possibilities are. Again, you can't really grasp what it all looks like, because when you select a real stadium, the game doesn't really know what to do, and you just see the goals and the pitch. But other than that, everything is working to a T. We've applied all of our changes and everything is looking good to go. Now, just in case you might have made a mistake or you want to change something, I still believe you have the option to go back to customize your club and change up a few things if you really want to. But again, you only get a 1-day grace period for this. Now, for the final test, we've got a Premier League match day at home, and here's to see if everything is working as intended. We can go through to kickoff, and they're waiting for us. The Bombonera, for some reason, it won't change to the BC Arena. I might have messed something up along the way. All of our kits, sponsors, and manufacturers are changed, and now we can go into Play City. Now we can watch the match day experience unfold at our brand new Premier League stadium. Haaland getting warmed up and ready to kick a bag against BCHD United at the Bombonera with all of our stadium changes in place. There you have it, in the Premier League scoreboard too. It's cool to see. End him. Oh my God, we nearly killed Kevin De Bruyne right there. Oh, hit that, son. Let's go. Our 8'5" mega giant slams it home into the purple nets. It's such a sight to behold. Everyone looks like they're 5 foot tall next to that guy. The fans in the stands, the Bombonera popping off, and these mods are working ever so wonderfully. Pep Guardiola doesn't know what's hit him. He's facing an alien, and the BC Arena is pumping. Again, not the best stadium if you want your created club atmosphere and vibe to be in the background because all of the stadium infrastructure has the Boca branding all over it. It's one of those kind of stadiums, again, we've chosen, but that's the price you have to pay. And at least the proper club logos on match day is displayed on the scoreboard, but everything else, all the banners and that, you can't change, unfortunately. It all still has the real world team branding, but it's not every day you get to play a Premier League game at the Bombonera. So there's a lot to be grateful for here. Like, wouldn't this be sick if we had like a stadium editor slash builder embedded into the game? Yeah, I know, it's a wild pipe dream, but still, I want to be hopeful. I want to remain positive. We sim straight to the end and it's a comprehensive 3-2 win versus Citizens. So there you have it. That's the power of Creator Club mods. And with all of them combined and applied to your game, it completely revolutionizes everything. And you saw there how much fun and freedom it gives you. And this kind of potential and spin-off version of career mode has. Like, this is big time stuff. This could be EA's main moneymaker. The mode that draws people to this game and gets them to buy it. But no, it gets neglected and thrown to the wayside, lazily added back in after years of demanding its return. And it's a shell of what it once was. There are so many nuanced features and new additions that need to be added, and in some case added back to this Creator Club expansion. Don't hold your breath. I don't think there are many changes coming soon unless EA can prove me wrong in FC 25, which I'd love to be proven wrong. Like, these requests are very reasonable. Like, it is very possible for EA to add them into the base game of FIFA, like more kits, actual sponsors like we had back in the day, non-generic goalkeeper kits and templates to use. It's become an embarrassment because they could actually add this throughout the game cycle or just obviously have it available at launch, which is preferred, but they just continue to add maybe like 1 or 2 new kits. That little Beats partnership they did where there was like 3 new Beats kits added to the game, but nothing else. Other than that, FC 24 Creator Club has been a letdown, and we were clowning on it from launch day, which was never a good look. And this is what we've had to resort to. Like, I'm all for it, I love it, but when I think about all the player base that are on console and missing out on this stuff, it doesn't feel right. I feel like I've got the privilege. I feel like I've got all this power at the palm of my hand, and only the PC master race are able to utilize it. There aren't really outlandish things to be added. Yes, maybe some of my recommendations, like a stadium builder and creator, that's a little bit more of a pipe dream. But when it comes to the new kit templates, sponsors, and club icons, all the badges and like uploading your own custom look, when you know FIFA's history with Game Face and the Creation Center, when you know that they've got that up their sleeve and eventually ended up removing it entirely from the game, that should be able to be reimagined in a way, and we should be able to have that fully realized and embedded into this FC series. With all this modern day technology, you'd think that we'd see the return of the Creation Center one day. All this stuff that needs to be added back in that would supplement and complement this Creator Club mode tremendously. So this is all in the realm of possibility and could well and truly be a sneak peek into future new features that arrive in however many installments of the game. But for now though, career mode and create your club, the game's potential is yet to be hit. The sky's the limit when it comes to giving us all those customization options, uploading our own kits and badges. It will be a magical day if that day ever arrives. But if there are any other mods you want me to experiment with and showcase to you all, let me know down in the comments below. PC mods, just stay winning, baby. Today, I have exclusive access to FIFA's new Realism Mod for FC 24, and I'm going to showcase to you all exactly what it comes with, all the new features and details it adds to the game, plus a couple of free modded extras I've found thrown into the mix to create the ultimate FC 24 PC modded experience. It provides a complete overhaul to so many aspects of the game, so if you're a career mode diehard fan, this video's for you. And if you don't play career mode on PC yet, what are you doing, brother? Come here, let me give you a wake-up call.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
This is not a banger. This is not a banger. And I know bangers. I know bangers.
As you can see here, I've got every part of the mod installed and applied via the FIFA mod manager. And here's a quick look of everything I have activated, just in case you're wondering. The only 2 parts we're not going to be using is the Realism Mod for online matches, because I don't play online and I don't intend on getting banned. And the mod audio revamp mod, because most of the time I'm not even listening to the game. I've got the game on mute like 99% of the time. Here we go, we have liftoff. Let's launch this thing. We're going to do a full review, breakdown, playthrough of it all, so sit back and relax, people. Here's what you're missing out on. We're gonna load up into the game, see Pep Guardiola's bold, beautiful head. That's how we know it's working. That's how we know it's applied to the game. Now, for those wondering about the whole online situation connecting to servers, are you gonna get banned? I've gotten heaps of those comments over the past couple months. Now, initially, you weren't able to connect to the servers, like the mods wouldn't let you. However, it is now possible, so you can actually connect to the servers and play online with all these mods enabled, like I'm gonna show you right here. I'm connecting to the EA servers, but just to stay safe, I don't usually connect to the servers anyway. When I have all these mods and different squad files applied, just in case, I just don't like being connected to the servers, because then you end up getting all the ads and the foot promo in the menus, and do I really want to be bombarded with that whilst I'm trying to navigate everything and actually play different modes? No. So I just protect my peace in that sense and block it all out of my game, but it's up to you at the end of the day. Can I even access Ultimate Team with the Realism Mod on? I don't think you can. Try this at your own risk.
Is it worth it? Oh yeah, it's worth it, if you're strong enough.
Now, the next thing we have to do is make sure that all the right squads are activated. So we've got new player faces, new managers. So we've got to go in and load up the squads, activate that FIFA Realism Mod 1.0, and just like that, we're ready for the Realism Mod experience. Now, probably the biggest difference you're going to notice straight up is that when you start a brand new manager career and you want to play as a real life manager, there are going to be a whole lot more accurate, up-to-date managers that actually have faces. For example, let's go to Serie A and select Daniele De Rossi, who's recently been appointed, replace Mourinho, and he's already in there with his game face scan. The mod could only be up to date to a point. It can't keep up with all these Italian managerial sackings, like Maurizio Sarri being sacked from Lazio, but you can see the vision is there. We've got his head scan in the game. He's active and playable. We've also got Giampiero Gasperini for Atalanta, who is yet to be scanned in the game. Current league leaders and champions elect have Simone Inzaghi at the helm, Ivan Juric at Torino, the other side of Milan with Stefano Pioli, and even Monza's Raffaele Palladino. And we're just scratching the surface here, people. Look to the Premier League, where even some managers like Brentford have been in the Prem for 3 years now, and Thomas Frank still isn't in the base game of FIFA, but the Realism Mod changes things. We've got newcomers like Roberto De Zerbi for Brighton. He's got his game face scan in, and even new boy Oliver Glasner, who just took over Crystal Palace a couple of weeks ago. And if you've noticed, there is actually different managerial outfits for certain managers. Like David Moyes, he's got the full sponsored tracksuit club outfit. Every time you click on Jurgen Klopp, he's going to be wearing something different, same as Pep. And that's thanks to the mod actively randomly assigning different managerial outfits, so it's going to be something fresh every single time. We're not going to stop there, because the mod unlocks every single league and their managers. You can't do this in base game FIFA. Go down to the second tier, the championship. We've got the likes of Michael Carrick at Middlesbrough. He's active and playable. The ex-Man United legend David Wagner, who's been in the Premier League multiple times at Norwich. Valérien Ismail at Watford, who could possibly be sacked by now, who knows. Carlos Cobain at West Brom, and hell, you can even go all the way down to League 2. They might not all have real manager faces, but at least they're playable. And that goes the same for France and Germany, who traditionally in base game FIFA only have one manager available, and that's the PSG manager in France's case. But here, it just opens up the options. You're going to see so many more managerial faces when you come up against clubs. Same goes for Germany, with all 3 tiers available, and yes, that's right, you can be Xabi Alonso and take either Bayer Leverkusen or Liverpool to glory. All available from the manager selection screen, and it's exactly what you want. It's just a match made in heaven, and you can already see some of the 24/25 leaked activated kits in the game, so that's just a little sneak peek for you. And similar to player customization, manager customization gets a complete overhaul too. You can change and customize your manager's name, change their genders, question mark. Have basically every single clothing item in the game unlocked thanks to every one of the Volta items being available to you. You could have hundreds, if not thousands, of clothing combinations here to play with. It feels like you're playing The Sims. It adds a ton of replay value, and the customization of clothing is just next level. This actually should be in the base game, but EA are just too lazy to add more than 5 t-shirts to the manager section. It's a shame really, but this is what the mod's here for. We can even give him glasses too. That's something you can't do to real life managers in the base game. Put some Nike sneakers on, and this man is dripped out for his return to Anfield. So whether you like creating your own manager or creating storylines with currently existing managers, there's going to be something for you at every step of the way, and we've barely gone into the game yet. This is just all the preamble, all the setup. We've got brand new clothing, brand new kits. I haven't even shown you the main meat and potatoes, the real bones of it all. You can already have a little bit of a sneak peek with the brand new 2D mini faces the mod adds. In Liverpool's case, we've got Gravenberch, Van Dijk, Alisson, all have updated profile pics. I'm pretty sure that's a new one for Endo, Curtis Jones, Harvey Elliott. It's pretty much like 60% of the squads have brand new photos updated, and some have even in-game ones like Thiago, even though he doesn't play many. And it just adds a little bit of variety, a little bit of dynamic images thrown in the mix, and of course some added tattoos that EA don't add in themselves. It's just a nice little bit of extra attention to details like Szoboszlai, McAllister, they've both got their arm sleeve prints. It's a nice little cool touch because, you know, obviously most of the time a lot of footballers these days, they have tattoos. And it's currently reflected right here with players like Harvey Elliott. Simicas's face scan is looking tough with that tattoo, the Greek freak. And this isn't just for Liverpool people, this is like hundreds more players have these tattoos. Down to the likes of my boys Frosinone, you can see here Enzo Barrenechea. He's got both arms sleeved out with some hectic tattoos, and he's like, what, a 65, 66 rated player. This mod goes into depth and covers all bases. The more you play, the more you go in depth into your save, the more tattoos and new faces you're gonna see. So if you want to try out the Realism mod for yourself and see what all the hype is about, plus any of the mods I'm using here in today's video, I'll leave them all linked down in the description below for all you guys to try out yourselves. Whilst we're on the topic, player customization, let's just take a look. We saw the manager side of things. Now, not even just for your team, but any team, any player in the world, you've got free reins to customize every single little thing about them. You could be like 10 years down the line and still do this. For example, we've got Matthias Sule, the breakout star of the Serie A campaign. What you can do is pretty much have access to everything. You can change his first name, change his last name, completely overhaul him as a player, change his number, even though we're not even controlling the team, change his nationality, literally every single little thing about him. Just by this player edit menu, let's just make him a little bit younger, make him born in 2006, change his birthday to April 3rd, we might as well change it to my birthday, normal details. Then you've got his athletic stuff like height and weight. We can make him a 7 foot, no, we can make him an 8'5" giant, even taller. Or we could make him the smallest man in the world, the smallest footballer in the world, 4'3". Looks like he should be working for Willy Wonka with that height. Okay, this is actually a cool little feature I've noticed. Whilst I'm changing his like body weight and height, his boots are actually changing whilst it's happening. And that's the actual dynamic boot allocation that the Realism mod applies to every single player. So no one's going to be wearing those default EA boots anymore. You get the picture. Now, if you want to see this dynamic boot assessment in progress in your save, there's a few things to take into account when you actually apply it to the game. It's that you can't actually change your player's boots. It's like the game just does it for you. So you lose a slight bit of customization in that sense. Like Copy Mano right here, he's wearing those light aqua Nike Mercurials. If I wanted to change it to those grey metallic ones up there, it doesn't let you change it even though you select a different kind of boot. The mod like programs in a certain type of boots, like 5 type of boots it can wear in rotation. So every time you select a player in the squad hub, when they're in cutscenes on match day, they're going to be wearing different boots. And let me just show you in the menus, you can see it right before your eyes. We've got Jadon Sancho out on loan. We hover over him. He's got the pink silver Mercurials on. We scroll a little bit down, scroll back to him, and he's got a completely different set of boots on. I didn't have to touch anything. Those are the kind of features I appreciate, like the Realism mod working in the background. So your team and all your players, they're going to be equipped with a fresh new look on every match day, and that's just not for your players. It goes for the CPU AI as well. We can go ahead and change his preferred foot, change his position, and even go in depth to change his attributes without the live editor, without the cheat engine. It's all available in the Realism mod itself. He actually has a real face scan, so you can't actually change his complexion, like what his face looked like. That's only for players who have a generic face, which I'll show you right here. We've got the random United Youth Academy player Forsen. Just scroll over to the head section, and there you go. You can change his entire complexion. You can make him a couple shades lighter, darker, give him an afro, because why not? Just make him a completely different player. The freedom is there, the option is there, and you know, when he's getting older, when he's getting wiser in his years, you can start adding some facial hair to show his wisdom. Don't hate me for this, we've accidentally made Amari Forsen look like an average Pro Clubs character. And we've actually got some new items like brand new player boots and brand new keeper gloves, but also something that EA just doesn't even have in the game in general is gripper socks. Now, it comes under the tab of ankle tape, but it's actually gripper socks that player use in real life. life, and something that has been missing from FC or FIFA in general for years now. You can see it have an effect there as we change Rainier's socks and boots. The new accessories don't stop there. When it comes to the hand section of a player, we've got gloves and wrists with brand new white tape, sweatband, long tape, white rubber bracelets. Would you just take a look and admire this selection of boots? We have hundreds of new boots to choose from that aren't in game, if not thousands of options to choose from. Like this just keeps on going and going, and every single item or boot that has a shoebox in it, that's pretty much a new addition into the game thanks to the Realism Mod. So it just keeps on going and going, as every single brand, every single model, every single make you could dream of. It is an extremely colorful selection. It is outrageous the number of options they have, and the additions they've made to the game. They've gone above and beyond for something like boots, and this is making everyone's dreams come true because EA barely add any new boots or gloves to the game throughout the game cycle. So this is just like Christmas morning. This is like waking up and seeing every present you have ever imagined under the Christmas tree. It is outlandish, it is outrageous, whatever you want to call it. And oh, those new TM boots are actually beautiful. I want a pair of them and I want them now, but at least I get to wear them in FC 24 before everyone else does. Oh my goodness me. It just keeps going. This is the fastest I can go. Adidas, we've had Nike, we've had New Balance, we've had Puma. What boot doesn't it have? Oh, the retro boots too. These are just absolutely perfect. And goalkeeper gloves for all the shot stoppers. They get shown some love. Here with some brand new gloves to celebrate. I'm not actually sure which ones or which gloves are new because I don't really look at gloves too much for keepers, but I'm sure you guys can tell the difference. Plenty more new Nike ones, Puma even involved. New colorways, new models, new makes, and there are just heaps more options to choose from. The list isn't as extensive as the boots, but yeah, the keepers get involved in the action. Player customization, it keeps on going, people. It is something worth celebrating about. You can even go down to your running style, your goal celebrations, your set piece style. Did you see that? There's actual finger tape on his ring finger on the left hand there. That's a new little detail. The better career mode menu mod is also available and included in the Realism Mod with nice little shortcuts at the bottom. Take you directly where you want to go. So why for team management? By the press of the button, we're in the squad selection screen and you can customize your formation just like that. We can press the start button to go straight to the squad hub, and yeah, it works a treat. And LT to go straight to the calendar. It actually works. And of course, the godsend autosave by clicking the right trigger. Beautiful. A nice OG feature that the new mod menu brings back is the injury list from, I think it got removed in like FIFA 17 or FIFA 18 maybe, but FIFA 17 was the last time this was a thing. But you can see every single team in the league and all their injuries, who's in an injury crisis, who's available, and once you fully get into the season, more names will appear. It was an incredible useful tool that for some reason EA removed. By going to the team sheets tab, you can go straight to all team sheets to access every single team in the world. I'm not the biggest fan of this OG feature, but the fixtures and results section makes a return, and this is going to bring back some memories. Yeah, that old format where you could see the fixtures of results of all the major competitions, all in that classic list format from retro FIFAs gone by. You get a nice little shortcut to edit kit numbers, which you could already do in multiple ways, but this is just the OG version. You can either select a new team or your current team. It's the old way of how we used to change kit numbers back in the day. This mod is also bringing back some memories. I like it. You can also take a look at your team and via the click of a button, go straight to the transfer hub to identify new targets and put bids on players. Yeah, the Realism Mod doesn't stop the stupid transfer bids from coming through. Spurs expressing their interest and bidding 55 million for Darwizzy. There's no way in hell that's happening, but every single other offer we've gotten so far, I can see actually happening in real life. Maybe Kelleher before the season started on loan to Middlesbrough. You've got Porto and Atleti coming in for Matip. An injury-prone Thiago could get a nice little 10 million out of him. And Reece Williams to Southampton. I mean, you know, these two clubs, Liverpool, Southampton, they love doing business together. Yeah, here's some more offers we've received recently, like Manchester United coming in for Virgil van Dijk. I'm not sure how realistic that is. The transfer AI and big clubs seems to have a different strategy. I mean, Everton coming through for Joe Gomez, it's the type of player they need, but from Liverpool, it's hard for the Realism Mod to overtake the already broken career mode code. You're still gonna get those outlandish, unrealistic career mode offers, like Chelsea and United both bidding for Trent. I mean, it's a fine line and it's hard to perfect, respect this transfer system because look, literally anything can happen in real life. So let's hope we don't see the same 5 transfers happening in every single save. Okay, this is definitely a Realism Mod better menu mod exclusive. You could transfer players to other teams, like within other teams, just not straight to your team, if you get what I mean. You get the nice little warning message here to make sure that you don't ruin your own save and corrupt it. Let's say I want to put Mbappe to Frosinone. It's never happening in a million years, but I've got the power to do it. So I'm going to use my great power with great responsibility. He's off to my boys Frosinone, and there you go, right there. Mbappe is a Frosinone player. Just like in the main menus where you can update the squads and transfer different players, you can pretty much have free reign to do that within the save. And I don't know, maybe Real Madrid have bought Immobile again for the 58th time in career mode. You could just transfer him back or just ship him off to Saudi Arabia. Whatever you think is more realistic, whatever you want to do, you literally have free control. If you wanted to make a certain player a free agent, maybe, I don't know, for random Michael Elise, and just throw him into the unemployment realm, make him out of contract for you to pick up on a free, and if you just want to cause chaos and bring all the best players to your league so it's the most competitive, it is like having all 5 Infinity Stones controlling every sector of your save. Victor Osimhen, yep, he's at Chelsea, it worked. And Elise, he's a free agent. Via the click of the button, we're just doing things average career mode people will never have access to. Ah, yes, my sweet prince. He is where he truly belongs. Kylian, welcome, lad. Another nice little luxury that the Realism Mod adds to your career mode experience is in the preseason tournaments. They've pretty much stayed the same ever since they were added back in FIFA 16, but now they're actually fully licensed and proper preseason tournaments like the famous Audi Cup, the only trophy that Spurs have won in like the last 15 years. We have the International Champions Cup, the ICC, and Torneios de Verano, and it's even got the official license logo. The Audi Cup even gets that fully licensed treatment. I know it's a small feature, but it's there for the people who care. Now here's where this mod can just start showing off. When it comes to the international side of the game with the Euros and World Cup, it adds the proper trophy, the official licensed real thing in the in-game celebrations, in the press conference cutscenes, it's all there. But I hear you say, BCHD, the Euros 2024 DLC is coming out in a couple months. Isn't it already coming to the game? Yes, it is, in its own separate tournament mode, but it actually won't affect career mode. You're still gonna get the unlicensed generic Euros trophy when it comes around to the Euros time, and the official license actually won't carry on and translate into your career mode saves. So these mods are crucial. Oh my god, that trophy's photo in the menu looks absolutely sublime. Same goes for the biggest one of them all, the World Cup. But this mod adds it back into the game, including the iconic trophy, and all is right again in the universe, as we've got the official 2026 World Cup logo. However, it's that traditional World Cup format. It's not going to be that 48 teams or however much is actually going to happen in real life. But hey, it's a start. It's there at least. And we finally have the most iconic tournament back in its proper form, how it's intended to play in career mode. Now, Liverpool probably want the best team to showcase all the youth academy changes that happen in this mod. We need a team that has critical youth development set as their objective. A team like Atalanta is perfect. And once you load in into your brand new save, you get gifted with a fully fledged 9-player youth academy. A couple of new names. We've had a player pool refresh, so you should be seeing new player names depending what country you're managing in. You shouldn't see the same old names popping up, like having multiples of the same name in your academy, so there's a decent little variation. You've also got players who are 14, so it allows your academy to have even younger starlets coming up through the ranks, and when you're going through to develop them, we've got brand new development plans and training schedules to actually apply. We have a brand new one for cams called Enganche, which focuses on skill moves, most of the passing, dribbling, and attack positioning areas of their game. Meanwhile, for left and right midfielders, we only have one, which is just called Winger, which focuses on skill moves, every area of their pace, dribbling, and passing. And then for wingers is where it really gets crazy, because we've got the likes of defensive winger, inside forward, Rom Tatar, which I've been told is the Thomas Muller role, and the likes of a wide target forward. So there are so many more training options to play with, so many new abilities that can be trained, and areas of their game that can be focused on. For center forwards and strikers, we have the likes of a pressing forward, deep lying forward, and a false 9. Unfortunately, no new additions for goalkeepers and wingbacks, but we do have plenty more options for midfielders. Nice new additions like Metzala, which is just a classic football manager term. You can train them to be a roaming playmaker or a carrilero. Now, another crucial element that the Realism Mod actually makes harder is also the Youth Academy academy. When you load into a brand new startup academy, let's just say for Ajax, they've got critical youth development. It is going to be a struggle. It's going to be harder to find that 190 potential homegrown talent that is just destined to be a Ballon d'Or winner. Currently have 9 players, but the quality and the potential growth of those players is just 59 to 81 potential for Ajax's academy. It's piss poor. It's a little bit more realistic. The players are younger. However, finding that 85 to 95 potential wonder kid in your academy already from the jump, that's just near impossible now. They've made it harder. And look, depending on what kind of save you actually want to do, it could be a nice change. It's not going to be that easy to find the next Messi, the next Ronaldo, the next club legend, not only in your initial youth academies, but even scouting. It's harder to crack the code and find youth prospects from all over the world. Quality-wise, finding high potential new stars is going to be tough. You can see that pre-match report. Yeah, Chelsea, they're using the handy Oshiman we gave them on the sly. A bit of backdoor trading there, but it's good to see that the CPU are actually taking advantage of it. This week, you can take a look at some of the new kits we have applied to the game, like the new Liverpool home, their away kit. Yes, the Realism Mod still doesn't fix the in-game lighting being trash. However, Chelsea, they've got some funky new kits for next year. I'm loving that little wavy design on the home shirt. Not quite sure how to feel about the pink and black, but that nice little gold chrome look, I am definitely a fan. Oh, and I forgot about this feature. Alright, we have some retro match balls to take a look at. So we've got the old leather ball used back in the 1950s. We've got the OG Premier League ball, the retro look, the 2010-11 season, I want to say that's from. Oh man, these old Premier League balls are just bringing back all the memories. The T90 Nike ball. Oh, these are just an absolute beauty to look through, and they're all back in the game thanks to this Realism Mod. That's from the 16-17 season. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I've nailed these Premier League ones down. We've got some of the old Jabulani balls, the Markoffs, the random spin-off balls, some Ultimate Team match balls, some crazy looking Champions League balls, and it just keeps on going. You can use pretty much any of these you want in career mode or in a Premier League game. Like the boots. Oh, we've got the OG World Cup ball from 2006. Love to see it, man. The boots and the gloves. There are just hundreds of new additions, and it doesn't lock you at only using the Premier League ball. We can use the Jabulani for a Premier League match, and that's probably exactly what I'm going to do because I have the power and no one's going to tell me otherwise. Now, here's the match day experience. Of course, this mod can't add back in the pre-match lineups and the players walking out of the tunnel, the full broadcast package, unfortunately. It is just unmoddable back into the game. It's an EA issue. But all that aside, I wanted to warn you about that because I know I was going to get plenty of questions. Everything else in terms of fans, banners, crowd chants, flags, and all the fans in the stands, that gets a nice little update and refresh with more banners, more team flags. And again, the more you play, the more you notice everything. You can see now with the broadcast package, we've got the BT Sport logo up there. And from the jump, you can see, I don't know how well it comes across, but I can definitely notice it, is like the turf looks a little bit different. It looks a little bit more lifelike. You can get a better look of all the different flags and banners that the fans hang up before the game. They're more in detailed and actually from real life. The type of flags like players come and legends last forever, like those kind of flags just aren't in the base game of FIFA. You've got the Jose Mourinho one back there, one of us, a new flag with all the retro and old Chelsea logos on them. I'm pretty sure the Pride of London ones are in base game FIFA, but it's more the likes of these more unique looking custom ones that have like the England flag, skulls on them. You've got You'll Never Ban a Chelsea Fan. I mean, I'm a fan of that flag. Chelsea Loyal back there. You've got old players like Ray Butch Wilkins. Nice little tribute to some former players. God Save the Queen. Oh, that's aged like milk. King's Road with the British flag. And when it comes to Liverpool, there aren't too many on display considering it's the away section. You can see their new flags, updated bangers, the famous Copites, champions of Europe, England, the world, the LA flag. You got the And Now You're Gonna Believe Us banner, the champions banner, plus a couple of more fan banners and flags in the stands. This time from two different sets of nations. We've got an Italian team, a German team. We're gonna have different languages in the flags. We all know how crazy the German fans are with their tifos, but here's a quick little look in the ultras section, and you're just not gonna see stuff like this in the normal version of FIFA. You're gonna see the same old 4 or 5 flags and banners over and over again, and it's just gonna get boring after a while. You get the nice little added detail of really nice, beautiful artworks actually in these flags. There's just so much attention to detail here, and you've got to admire it all. As we transition to the Inter side of things now, their fans getting involved, and the flags are looking beautiful as well. There's so much effort being put into this. You've you've got different supporter groups from different parts of the country and their supporter flags and banners too. It is all going off. And this goes for not only Chelsea and Liverpool, but for every single team, as you guys know by now. Look, if I was here to show you every single team, we'd be here forever. But something else that I haven't touched upon is the actual gameplay, how the players move, how passes feel, just the general AI and everything kind of feels different to base game FIFA. I don't really know. Passing definitely feels different and the game is not as fast. It's a bit more slow and controlled, but if you don't like the slow and realistic gameplay, you can always turn it off and not apply it to your game. I just wanted to apply everything the Realism Mod has to offer. The passes, the turns, the animations that the players have, everything's been tweaked and you can feel it right away. Harvey Elliott here and a shot on goal from Harvey just goes wide and my game has crashed. You can see there, I've reset the game after the crash and yeah, you just get a different logo every time. Sky Sports Premier League Live logo in the top right hand corner. It's like you're actually watching the match broadcast on TV. I don't know if I'm a fan of the gameplay. Like honestly, I know probably a lot of you would like a gameplay overhaul to make it nice and slow and realistic and more lifelike, but I don't know. Maybe it's just a steep learning curve to get over. Like there's a lot of different things that you need to adjust to. They perform a little bit differently. Your players perform a little bit differently. Mod unfortunately is still in beta, so you're gonna get random crashes here and there. Oh my god, what is going on? What is going on? No. What just happened there? Please don't tell me that was a Realism Mod, because I've just sold you off. Just made a great pitch sale for the last half an hour, then that 5 seconds of gameplay transpire. I mean, not even the kids in the stand can't believe it. And now it's Oshiman, the man who he transferred over with the club transfer feature, and he's gonna slot it away, sends the keeper the wrong way, and the gameplay mod is out here teaching me a lesson. Yeah, the player behavior is definitely different. They do put their hands behind their back when they're like shielding or trying to block the ball. The CPU keep the ball so much better. They're so much smarter with the ball. And you can really see the difference, and they enjoy a nice passing, patient build-up play. Oh, nice little counter-attack there. Harvey Elliott, we can put through Darwizzy. Nunez at the back stick. The game, I don't know if it's too realistic. Darwizzy didn't hit the post, but it is party time at the Liverpool away ends. The header on the retro Premier League ball, and it lands into the back of the net. It flies. Takes a while to get used to, but once you get going, it is a nice little refresh feel to the gameplay. An update where you can actually feel the difference, and it's definitely a new challenge if you want to get used to everything and what the Realism Mod gameplay has to offer. Actually, I want to check something. Is the transfer negotiation cutscene still broken? Did we get a fix, or do we still have the free agent kits, random managers without their body? No, things are looking good so far. Unai Emery rocking the Aston Villa tie. I'm loving the attention to detail there, and we've got some Evian water bottles on the table. I'm more of a Buxton man myself, but we've got some nice branded things in the managerial office. Now here is the moment of truth. We've still got a few lighting issues that I've encountered in previous career mode recordings, so that's still a problem. But are we going to see that generic free agent kit? Let's have a look here. Everyone looks quite normal. Okay, we do. That is a change. We have the trainer that greets you, or greets your new player on first appearance. They are actually wearing club merch, and it's a different person. It's not that same old bold guy or whoever it was before. It's actually someone new and someone different giving you your medical. And Kamara's wearing some Nike sneakers, which is a nice little touch, next to a dripped out Xabi Alonso. It's all happening. Okay, this is the glitchiest cutscene of them all in career mode. We've got the waiter. The agent always is playing up. No, the agent's looking good so far. Matoma with his face scan, and no one, not even the waiters, wearing the free agent's generic kit. The Realism Mod might have solved a lot of these visual glitches that kept popping up in the base game, or the new title update 11 has sorted it out. Either way, something I know which is definitely new is the person greeting you. That's always, well, not always different, but it is changed now. Things are looking as they should, and it's not thanks to EA. Look, I know we gave them, what, £60 million from that Kamara deal, but Aston Villa, Manchester United coming in for Mo Salah, swap deal with Garnacho. I don't even know what to think anymore. The team AI and transfer strategy is just always going to be wiling out. I don't know what's crazier, Aston Villa with 80 million or United offering up Garnacho plus 8 million. You know what's it's bad when the Realism Mod can't save us. Okay, Realism Mod, I can see why it's still a beta. We have the same old Balde to Manchester City, which I've been raving about, I've been ranting about since launch day. Not only that, Man City have spent over £200 million on 2 new left backs. We've got Nuno Mendes to Manchester City for 78 million, and then Balde, they spent a bag on him, 167.9 million pounds. You can see the new inflated transfer market values really creeping up, especially for the young gun wonder kids like Yeti Pino to Inter, 85.4 million pounds for the 20-year-old, and he's not even 80 rated. Where you can see it happen the most is with these hyped up generational talents, and Man City, the oil money, doing a bulk of the spending. Oh my god, Real Madrid buying 2 right backs. Are you serious? And like I said, if you want to take matters into your own hands and know that Real Madrid aren't going to use 2 right backs, you could just go in and change and put Reece James back to Chelsea. I'm going to show you all how it's done if you claim that's unrealistic, which it is. You've got a point, but we have the chance to customize it and bring the club captain back to the bridge. So there you go, we've eradicated that move. He's back home. We've got our own signing, Kamara. Ignacio moving to AC Milan for 58.4 million. Di Lorenzo to Dortmund, I'm not quite sure about. Deport to Juve. Chevalier to Wolves is a smart buy. I think this guy is actually linked to Liverpool. Thuram, he's moved to Brentford. Jacob Ramsey is off to RC Lens for 36 million pounds. Is a weird one. But I mean, you're always going to get these weird transfers in career mode. It's never going to be cut and dry, but obviously we haven't seen Immobile to Real Madrid, which is a good sign. Everything else, all the other dodgy deals we've seen, Real Madrid love spending money on wingbacks. Abraham to Aston Villa for only 25 mil. Yeah, that's where you lose me. Done another summer transfer market simulation, this time with Luton, just to compare and see if we still get those bombastic transfer deals going down. We haven't touched anything, we haven't bought anyone, we haven't changed anyone to different teams, and you can already see that Man City are just destined to spend over 100 million pounds on a player, and this time it's Rodrigo. Arnau Martinez moving to Real Madrid is definitely a possibility, and I can see that happening in real life. He's definitely either going to Barca, Real Madrid, Atletico, one of the big 3 top Spanish sides, so that one I'll give a tick to. Hincapié to Bilbao is just unfortunate because there is no way that you can program Bilbao only buying and producing Basque talent, so that's just voided from the off. We've got Moleiro to Bayern Munich for 54 million pounds. There's definitely a little bit less spending in terms of the big money signings this window. Guitruito to Roma. We've got Simicam to Spurs, Jonathan David to Newcastle United, which I rate. Got Neto to Newcastle United, Vivian to Bayern Munich, Emil Smith-Rowe making the plunge and joining Xabi Alonso's Leverkusen. Yeah, I mean, he's not getting the game time under Arteta, but a move to the Bundesliga I did not see coming. We've got Evan Ferguson to Milan for 34.9 million. Yeah, make of those what you will, but it's definitely a different looking transfer window. None of the same transfers really going down, so that's a positive sign. That is a pipe dream and a half. We've got Rafael Varane going back to Spain, and this time it's the other side of Madrid, Atletico. It's been kind of a crazy summer transfer market. Toni Kroos to Man City, Ben White to RB Leipzig. Yeah, the more I look into it, the more questions I have. Now let's see how the game day presentation and all the fans look on Derby Day. More specifically, Merseyside Derby Day. You can see some updated anthem and warm-up jackets that the players wear, which is a nice touch. It adds a little bit more of a dynamic nature to these cutscenes. And here we are, the snowy conditions. We've got a nice little light show for the pre-match entertainment. Everything is going down here at Anfield on Derby Day. Damn, and the snow at least doesn't cover the entire pitch like it's partial snow. I'm also led to believe that the ad boards get a nice little refresh. You can see their different ads and real life sponsors actually popping up on the side of the pitch, and it's not just EA plug in their Instagram and Twitter and whatever they did, the YouTube as well. It's actually the sponsors that you see on game day, and it's real life to certain teams as well. So it's not the same old, it actually differs depending on what team you're using. So there's a nice little touch that doesn't get mentioned upon too much with this Realism Mod. And look, Nivea Skincare. There's Liverpool promoting their YouTube channel. There's all kinds of ads that match real life. No Ultimate Team ads, no Foot Champions ads on the sideline. This is as real and close to a game day as possible. Kamara pulling the strings, and our quote-unquote realistic signing with the Jabulani slots it with a lovely little curved finesse shot into the top left-hand corner. And you know what? I'm slowly getting used to this gameplay. I'm liking the feel of it. Although it is the Realism Mod, they can't add VAR, which is another feature that EA just haven't added for years now. It's not a thing, so don't expect that on match day. And if you're a tactical view connoisseur and like watching the AI play out, you don't want any involvement. I mean, both teams look a little bit more competent on the ball. The team AI and the way they play together, they're actually a little bit more cohesive. And you can see there, the crowd, like certain sectors of the crowd are standing up. Some are chanting, the whole crowd are getting involved in the chants too. Like there are certain sectors that are a bit more active than others. I like that little touch. Who said Anfield was a library? I mean, I did, but you know, a couple of people near the touchline getting absolutely mental. The passes, the animations, the decision making, and Matoma gets Liverpool's third. This is an absolute clinic put on by the Reds, and the Realism Mod gameplay is really shining through. I'm gonna give it the seal of approval. I'm actually enjoying, like, you know, the AI actually playing to their potential. Now I wonder if we get like the crazy added time. Is that a part of the Realism Mod? Only 3 minutes. Yeah, there wasn't too much any stoppages that were crazy besides all the goals, so that might be something you have to experiment with. On Merseyside Derby Day, you can see a little bit more of the custom Liverpool banners in the background there. And now we've actually made it to January, past January, just to take a look at the winter transfer market update to see if any spending went on, because usually it's a time where clubs don't really spend that much money. They just spend on emergency signings, and it's hard to really maneuver. You can see there the highest transfer was Evan Ferguson to Manchester United on the 18th of January. £38.2 million. It's a player we've seen move in both of the saves we've tried, but that is the most spent. So a bit of a quiet period for players on the move. Besides, David Alaba is another one to Napoli. So there have been a few little changes, but nothing extraordinary. You never know, it could be a sign, guys. Arsenal win the Champions League, and they do so 3-1 against Atletico Madrid. I'm not too sure about that one, but we've simmed to the end of the season just to see all the results, all the winners, and another nice little feature in this Realism Mod. It has every single official trophy and a brand new nice picture for them in the menus. Beautifully come to life in the menu, so you'll see it in the cups. We did end up losing 2-1 to Man City in the FA Cup final. There's a nice little trophy picture there. Same goes with the Carabao Cup, which just looks glistening. We ended up taking down Big Andrew's Spurs on penalties 4-1. The trophy pictures are looking outstanding. Even the Community Shield gets a nice little glow up with these new trophy photos. Here with the UEFA Super Cup, they haven't missed a beat so far as Man City win that as well. The Champions League, I think that stays the same. And the Europa League, which we did end up winning that, the trophy is looking absolutely superb. And even the Conference League, I'm pretty sure that's the same, but it might be new. And we have the Euros fully licensed, which you should see on my channel by the time this video is out, so keep your eyes peeled. But that also works in career mode with the Realism Mod. For the Premier League standings though, Man City win it by 25 points. Not quite what's going down in real life right now. There's like a 3-horse title race to the end, but considering we were using Liverpool, we did have a little bit of an influence on how this whole campaign panned out. Take these results with a grain of salt, as Spurs finish above Arsenal, even though with 66 points they went on to win the Champions League. Chelsea in 5th above United in 6th, Brentford up in 7th, Newcastle 8th, Everton 10th after we smacked them 6-0, so that was a big recovery. Villa down in 13th, and then getting relegated is Brighton, Luton and Sheffield United. 2 of those are pretty realistic. Top goal scorer includes Mo Salah up there with 31, equaling his record, or equaling Ronaldo's record. Couldn't quite beat the new one set by Haaland, but we've got Jimenez with 22, Unal at Bournemouth with 21, Fernandes 19 at United, and Tony not banned in this campaign with 18 goals. Haaland only scored 18, Son didn't even get 20. Actually, there's a lot of strikers just like on that 15 to 16 area. Only 2 players passing the 20 goals mark, and top assist comes from Trent, our boy, with 17 assists at right back. Nkunku runners up with second, 13 assists, 12 for Fernandes. Grealish and Silva tied with 11, and the Golden Glove Award goes to Edison by 1. Ramsdale got himself 16, but Edison up there with 17. Meanwhile, our squad, let's check in on the growth. Let's see if the Realism Mod had any impact on dynamic potential and how the players actually improved throughout the season. You can see there, Salah not going up, no Alisson. Van Dijk's actually gone down -1, hitting 32 years of age. Trent, after a record assist season, he only went up a +1. We haven't got any crazy growth. I mean, Darwizi going up +2. We've got Boubacar Kamara, the new signing, with a +2. McAllister only with a +1. So it's very gradual growth. There isn't much crazy +3s, 4s or 5s. Szoboszlai not moving at all, even though he played 36 games, 6 goals and 7 assists for the Hungarian, but that didn't get him any player growth. I mean, I didn't touch the development plans whatsoever. however, so that's probably got a little bit to do with it. Harvey Elliott even. He's a 21, should be going like crazy, but he only got himself 10 appearances off the bench, and that probably played a major factor. Curtis Jones only with a +1. The lone glitch seems to be no more, actually. This is a nice little thing to check up on. We've only got +4s for the youngsters and the teenagers out on loan who actually probably got themselves some game time. There doesn't seem to be too much crazy player growth. A +2 for Fabio Carvalho at Hull, and then you've just got +1s here and there. It is very, I wouldn't say stingy, but you've got to earn your growth. The player actually has to put in some good performances if you want to see them upgraded. Plus, I'm sure some development plan helps and training does, but you know, usually Alexis McAllister, 29 goal contributions, he'd at least be getting a +2 or 3 in normal base game FIFA, am I right? It is extremely harsh, like you've really got to earn it in the Realism mod. And in terms of all the other leagues in the world, we've had Leicester and Leeds both get promoted to the Prem, which is pretty realistic considering what's going down in real life. Ligue 1 sees PSG win it quite comfortably, going invincible. I'm not sure about that, but they're definitely front runners to take home the title. Over in the Bundesliga, Harry Kane breaks his trophy drought with 88 points for Bayern. Leverkusen collapsing without Xabi Alonso as they come through in second, Leipzig third, and Dortmund just scrape by into the top 4. Meanwhile, in Italia, it's Serie A in to take home the Scudetto comfortably, just like they're doing in real life. Juventus in second place, Lazio securing third, Napoli, former champions, down in 5th. You've got the Seven Sisters in the top 7, and down in the relegation zone, yeah, my boys coming through second last, Frosinone. Is that a bad omen for this season? It's actually quite accurate to the standings in real life, I'm not gonna lie, especially towards this bottom half. Every team in the bottom 8 in real life is the bottom 8 here. That is scarily accurate. Oh my god, how did we get relegated with Mbappe? Damn, that's sad. Over in Spain, it's Real Madrid winning a nail-biting title race up against the rivals Barcelona by 3 points on the final day, securing it. Atletico coming through third. Results elsewhere have actually gone down pretty well, pretty realistically, mirroring real life. Something else I've noticed whilst doing a couple of more league simulations over the season is that you're not going to see teams win the league with 90, 100 points. It makes it more rare. There's going to be more of a title scramble, more of a title race towards the end of the campaign. One team's not going to run away with it. Like Man City won the league by 3 points over Arsenal. It's going to be close. It's going to be tight, not only at the top, but towards the bottom of the table. Obviously, you've got your 3 relegation teams, but you're not going to see that one team promoted from the championship who only get like 10 to 15 points. They were always going to remain competitive. Let's just say Man City Centurion campaigns aren't happening every other season. And also when it comes to the top goal scorers, we've got Son only with 27. Like that Premier League goal scorer record is rarely going to get broken. Let's check in on the Farmers League. Like Bayern Munich, okay, they won the league, but only 6 points. They didn't run away with it. PSG running away with it. There's no fixing that Farmers League. Over in Serie A, we had literally went down to the final day between 3 teams. We had Milan losing out by 1 point, and Inter on goal difference or head-to-head tied it with Juve at the top, but they edge it out, both with 87 points apiece. A heartbreaking way to lose the league, but that's the name of the game, the Realism mod. It is rare to see those triple-digit seasons. Do you see it though still in the championship? I know that's a possibility, and no, usually there's always a team that runs away with it and gets to the triple digits. Burnley capping out at 89 points on top. Actually, I wonder what our transfer budget is for Liverpool in this second season. £203 million. Okay, that is definitely an upgrade. I didn't actually do anything besides buy a couple of players, but they did end up taking home a few trophies, and FSG are feeling quite generous with their money. Rough. These transfer market values are crazy. Savio, not even 21 years of age, already valued at £90 million. Yeah, this is a side of the game where the Realism mod just nails these inflated player prices. Bellingham, oh my goodness me, I'm actually getting nervous looking at that amount of money. Now, here's a better look on how the Realism mod approaches finances and player values. We're simulated only 1 year deep. I'm in season 2 of this career mode save with United, and it's just completely revolutionized, or not even, just made it more up to date and in touch with reality. The player values of certain hyped wonder kids bursting onto the scene. The most egregious examples come in the form of literally teenagers. It is not going to be that easy to buy up some of the best young wonder kids on the market anymore. One of the most egregious examples includes Matthias Tell at Bayern Munich. He's 19, 79 overall. In the base game of FIFA, he's valued at £13 million when you start a save. But this Realism Mod changes everything. With a £100 million market value, you're going to be spending upwards of £150 million to entice Bayern Munich to sell one of their star boys in their ranks. It is crazy stuff, and that continues with the likes of Yusufa Moukoko. The Bundesliga tax is coming through. I mean, the gaming counts for inflation, so you're really going to have to take care of your finances and your financial situation, because players like Arda Güler in normal FC24 base game value of 22 million. I've seen one season ahead, and the Turkish talent is already up to 111 million pounds. Haven't even cracked into the 80s yet, still 19, and it has nearly a £500 million release clause. And it's not only just for attackers, we've got the likes of goalkeepers. Juliame Restes at Toulouse. His base game value only 8.5 million, now up to 43.5, and Yorel Hato is honestly a really good budget wonder kid option if you don't have the Realism Mod applied. A 6.5 million pound market valuation, 10x, boasting a price tag of 65.5 million now. So you get the picture, you get the idea. You're going to be spending more cash, and the mod overall just makes it extremely hard to buy the best upcoming generational stars. Another cool feature which is fun to use, not specifically involved in the Realism Mod, but a freebie that I found, is that you can start your career in the next campaign. So the 24/25 season, you can skip this campaign, load up all the new kits and all the leaks for next year, and just start a brand new season in the future. It's a cool little touch that console players don't get the luxury of, so you can use it to your own advantage. And you can see that we're already in July 2024. We're in the new season. Obviously, you're not going to get your picture perfect realistic fixtures, but it is what it is. It's a small sacrifice we have to pay. And my god, that new Barcelona kit is just sublime, man. I'm actually tempted to cop that. Count me in and take my money. But another thing I want to show off was the new player faces for new wonder kids, especially like we've got right here. Vitor Roque, his face scan won't get added for ages, considering PES or eFootball have a partnership with Barcelona, and it just takes EA so much more time to get the Barcelona face scans in. You saw how long it took them for Ter Stegen, like 10 years to update his face scan. And we have a super realistic contract because Barca actually have Vitor Roque on a 7-year contract, and that's actually reflected in this game. I'm trying to extend it for a year to make it 8, and he's accepting. But straight from the jump, you get realistic contracts and actual up-to-date player information. Oh, that's why we've started in 2024, and you can see all the loan spells expiring, like Joao Cancelo, Joao Felix, they're all going back to their parent clubs already. And the best thing about this mod is that it's got face scans already embedded into the game for players that aren't even added into the real database of FIFA yet. And that includes the wonder kid on everyone's lips, Lamine Yamal, Barcelona's own youth academy product, who controversially hasn't been added into the database yet. We've created him, got his face scan ID thanks to the Realism Mod, and added him into the game. He is making his career mode debut. It should technically be in FC24, but it's going to be FC25 for you console players. Right here, we've got early access to him, and the Realism Mod has done an absolutely sensational job with another custom face. Again, doing EA's job for them. Now, even though Serie A doesn't have its own like broadcast overlay in the menus like the Premier League, La Liga, and the Bundesliga have, but a nice little touch that the Realism Mod adds is when it's game day, or when you can see it in the calendar, it's got a nice little, you know, league theme going on for game day. So that's a nice little welcomed refresh, and it's not just for Serie A, it's for other leagues which aren't partnered with EA and don't have exclusive rights. So with the Eredivisie, for example, they get their own nice little red and blue theme incorporated into the calendar menus, alongside the Portuguese league, just to name a few. That nice little red and white trim, it gives every league a bit of their own unique character. And the consistency lies deeper, even here in Serie B, shown some love with their own unique graphics pack. It's a lime highlighter green, and it's within the theme of the league, which is quite cool attention to detail. Damn, even down here in Australia, the A-League has its own special branding in the calendar menus, so no matter where you go, you're gonna get this feature. It applies to everyone. And again, like I claimed earlier, all bases covered. FIFA career mode mods. One of the most requested questions and comments I get down below from you guys whenever I make a video about these bad boys is, can you use them online? Do they apply to other game modes? And will EA ban your account and hunt you down for using mods in online game modes and any other area other than career mode? Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we'll be finding out, as I'm going to load pretty much all the mods I have possible. I've applied just over 6 gigabytes of new content added to the game, so you know you're going to need a beefy PC setup to get this all running and for them to actually have a tangible impact on your gameplay and visual experience. So today I'm testing it out for you lot just to see what happens. Do they actually work in other game modes? Where else are these mods applied to? And what are their use outside of the career mode world? How much of an impact are they actually going to play on the online side of FC24? As these are all the mods I have applied. I got pretty much all of the Realism Mod involved, some added extras, a fantasy Red Bull London team, just to see if I can play with them online, if it's even possible. As we're going to load it up and launch this thing, we have liftoff, and it's my first time doing all this. So if I get the ban hammer, if EA come down hard on me, at least you've learned through this video and you didn't have to try for yourselves at home. But again, let me reiterate, I wouldn't want you guys trying this because, yeah, it might be a little bit risky. So what I'm going to do is launch the game without the live editor, which basically bypasses the EA anti-cheat that you get on PC. So we're actually going to be allowed to connect to the EA servers and access all the online modes. It is taking its sweet old time to get this game up and running, but that's what happens when you have as many mods as I have loaded up. The game just can't handle it at times, but we're in. I want to test a variety of different areas: online seasons, online friendlies, pro clubs. Let's push these mods to their limit and see the real capabilities of them outside of career mode in this online realm where mods I don't think have ever been experimented with. So here's the golden moment. I've got to connect to the EA servers, whether it's as I load. Okay, it's already done it. Retrieving data, we're in. I've hacked into the mainframe and I feel like a god. You can see the Realism Mod is working, the background's all sorted, and now we're in. If you guys have watched one of my mod videos before, you'll know that I don't usually connect to the EA servers in general. I just like to have my offline career mode experience in peace. So now you can see all the Ultimate Team promos. We're definitely connected to the servers now. And this is where the fun begins. But before I dive into any online modes, I gotta check that the Realism Mod is actually applied. And the best way you can do that is going over to Play as a Real Manager and see if some of the updated face scans are working. But no, we might have to load up a different squad file. Like I said, mods on PC, all this downloaded extra content takes a bit of tweaking and experimenting with. So just hold your horses. I might have to do a little bit of tweaking and adjusting behind the scenes. Another good way to check if everything's installed and working is by going into the team sheet section and scrolling over to some new kits. Like I've applied, we have some brand new national team jerseys. All the 2024 updated kits are applied, so at least the visuals and the updated visual kits mods are working to the fullest extent. Yeah, like if I go into a save and Mano's face hasn't loaded, the Realism Mod might need to technical difficulties in a BCHD video. What's new? Just as a little teaser, let's check on this RB London team mod that I can load into my game. That's another area I want to test. Let's see if I can load in new teams to online seasons and see if you can actually play with them. Because basically what the mod does is replaces the team. So what it has done is replace Luton Town. I might have to rearrange a few things, but you get the idea. It has a brand new badge. It pretty much overhauls the entire team. In terms of the badge, in terms of the kits, and Luton Town gets itself a little bit of a rebrand. Now with some of these extras and visual mods added to the game, let's check out online seasons. Can we even enter it? We can. Apparently it's downloading something. It might be getting rid of all the add-ons and extra mods we've applied in the background. But let's just play a match, choose a team, and see if the jerseys have carried over. And already, okay, Inter, that's a different away jersey. I think that's their league for 24-25. So this is a good sign already. Let's go to Juve. As much as I hate to admit it, they've got some fire kits next year. And you can see we have loaded in some brand new 24-25 jerseys. And they are fresh, ready for you to use online in seasons mode. I know it's kind of a dead game mode. People don't really play it. But at least the mods have use in other areas. Let's just say if you're not a fan of career mode and wanted to download new kits without having to go on Ultimate Team or spend FIFA points, this is a viable alternative if you're on PC. You get access to thousands of new aesthetics, new visuals, new team kits, and it ranges. It's not just the big teams either. You get some new badges, like Bournemouth are changing their logo next next year. Aston Villa have a new crest too, so there's plenty to look forward to. Oh, this is the magic moment. Luton Town, this RB London squad. Can we load the club in? And will it? Okay, it's going to show the new leaked Luton kits, but is it? Yeah, it's Red Bull London. We are in seasons mode with a brand new created concept team. This is huge, guys, but I want to get every realism mod working before I eventually search for a game and see if the visuals carry over to the gameplay, but that's just a test for now. And the one little trick up my sleeve, the one little extra add-on that FIFA included in his realism mod that got me thinking about this idea in general, it was this little feature right here to use the realism mod for online matches. So that got me thinking, that got me curious, and now here we are with it applied to my game. I've never really played with it or tested it before, so let's see what it's all about. It's talking a big game, now can it live up to the hype? However, if you guys are feeling a little bit frisky and want to try this out for yourselves at home, instead of connecting to the servers upon your initial startup, so right now it's going to try and get me to connect, I'm just going to cancel straight away, load into the game with your mods offline, because trust me, it's going to make a difference. Make sure that everything is activated and is in working order before you then eventually connect to their servers. So right now I'm completely offline. I can't download the latest squads, and that means we should have all the manager faces, which is a quick fire. Wait, no, we don't. Oh, what the hell? Now I'm getting sidetracked a little bit here, but here's a cool feature that I discovered whilst using these mods that's kind of separate from all the online mod experimenting I'm doing, but I thought it'd be cool to show you guys. This is just, I don't know if it's a glitch or it's actually a possibility that I've just somehow pulled off. It's crazy, right? So I'm loading into a fresh new career mode save. I decided to load up an old realism mod squad file, and it's back when I was doing the hometown rebuild with Frosinone, right? And for some reason, ever since I saved it on season 8, backed out of the career mode save in general, for some reason my main game has just transformed everyone into that year. So basically I finished off in like 2031, 2032, and now when I exit career mode and start a new career, it's exported pretty much every single team, every single manager in that state. So basically the entire rest of my game, whether I go into kickoff or tournament mode, my created world in career mode 8 seasons deep has become this game's new reality. Like right here, for some reason Blackburn and Accrington Stanley and Wimbledon were in the Premier League in 2032. Everything going on outside Serie A was absolutely insane. The Premier League having 2 League 2 sides to make the jump all the way to the top flight. And then because I was the manager, I actually appear up in the menus. Then you've got some new teams that found themselves in the top flight like Ascoli, Bari, Cremonese, and their respected managers today. But I just think this is such a cool feature because I remember back in the day, I think it was either on PS2 or the PSP, you could pretty much export your own team outside of career mode to use them in other game modes. And that feature got removed by EA like a lot of the old classics. So it's not possible now, but instead of exporting my own team, I've pretty much exported my entire career mode save. So let's just take over Wimbledon in the Premier League. Are we going to start in 2032? Are we going to start in 2023? Is it even going to let me start a new career save? There's so many questions, but I'm just going to advance through and see if it loads us in, because this is actually crazy. This would be revolutionary because we all know now that this game has the possibilities to launch you into a brand new year, brand new season with your own custom world rolling on in the background, but I'm expecting the game to crash, so I'm trying not to get my high hopes up, but I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for this one. It's taking an awfully long time to load. Your guess is as good as mine right now, but I kind of discovered this whilst I wasn't recording, so it's good to get it all out there and show you guys that with mods, and hell, potentially even if EA were bothered to add this kind of feature into the game, it's possible to do this. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. We're in. Hold on. Wimbledon in the Premier League. What year are we in? We're in 2023. We're in current day. It hasn't thrown us into that 2033 timeline, and we're now starting from scratch, but these are the kind of teams in the top flight. Wimbledon, Accrington Stanley, Blackburn Rovers. What kind of team were they working with, or are they just going to throw me into the default squad? I'm not quite sure who any of these players are, and I click the squad hub and it crashes my game. Okay, so it's pretty much a broken save, but the blueprint is there. How cool would that be? Either exporting your team or your whole career mode world. That would be a game changer and just such a cool custom feature to use. Yeah, I know, it wasn't fully functioning, it was pretty glitchy, it took ages to load in, but you just got to capture an early glimpse of it. And I know your minds are racing, like what if you could go back and export some of your favorite career mode teams and saves you've built over the years, always have them saved within your game and go back and revisit them, play with them outside of career mode, verse your friends with them, use them online. It's a small little fun feature that would go a long way and potentially even kill off Ultimate Team in the process. So you just know EA ain't gonna touch this idea with a 10-foot pole. So here was the old squad file that worked. It was from the 24th of April, an old outdated version of the mod, and just to show you that it did pretty much change everything in my entire game, I load into the team sheets and this was my actual team. If you've watched that video, you know this is where we're at Season 8 Champions League winners, and not only did it export my squad but pretty much the whole entire world, and now we're free to use them and free to explore. Like, let's just say, who was at Cologne in 2033? You can have a look and dive deep into all the team's transfers, who's ended up where, have any clubs risen to prominence, who's been relegated. Everton are in the championship with a pretty decent 4-star outfit, Exeter are in the championship, Forest Green, they've been recently relegated from League 2 in real life, but 2033 is going to have big plans for them. Carlisle United in the championship, anyone down? Oh, Sheffield United have dropped down, getting that double relegation. They're stranded in League 1. Norwich down in League 1. Luton Town down in League 1. And that's what I mean when you get the full Red Bull London experience. You get not only the badge, but the actual kits. Like, you don't get the name change, but the kits look pretty cool, I guess. Oh, wow. Sunderland are down in League 2. Stoke City. Man, old school Premier League staples like Stoke City. Sunderland are down in League 2. Swansea even. Damn, this got storylines written all over it. Watford and West Brom. What kind of craziness was going on in the background whilst I was rebuilding my boys? You can take a look at what kind of team does PSG have. Mbappe's still there. Chiesa has decided to join them. Zaire-Emery is transformed into a Ballon d'Or worthy baller. Saliba's joined them. You could just go around the footballing world and have a sticky beak at everything and everyone. It's just such a fun and cool concept that I'm sure people would get so much joy out of and so much replayability, especially considering it was an old feature that you could do with your own managed club. Imagine you could save them into different squad files and just access them whenever you want. And I wish PC mods could become advanced enough where this is an actual reality and not just a glitch I've encountered. This should be something that the game allows you to do. Now I can just imagine a reality where you have your own unique set of databases and career mode worlds you've built up with this new export feature, and it'd just be a whole new experience to play around with and experiment with. It's something Football Manager-esque, let's say. Different collections and career mode years that you can load up, and already I'm running through all new ideas and fun ways to use such a simple feature. Loading them up whenever you please, starting a career mode like whenever that save point was. So for example, in this Frosinone one, I could start in 2031, and you could have different eras to save and load up throughout the game cycle and revisit them years down the line for nostalgia purposes. And I don't know how they haven't thought of something like this before, but it's genius. Anyways, I've realized this has gotten way off the beaten track, but just to prove that you can use these team sheets and this 2032 career mode save, is that even when you enter kickoff, there you go. My 5-star rebuilt squad up against the Premier League outfit that is a 2.5-star AFC Wimbledon. I hope this works and doesn't crash on me. It'd be another great showcase of what this feature is capable of. Thanks to the Realism Mod, you're also going to see some real licensed stadium names, like Frosinone's Real World Stadium, actually named in the game, and you don't have to go behind the scenes and customize the name. It's just there waiting, ready for you. Please load. Please load. Oh yes, we're in. Here we have it. And so BCHD's at the helm, even in kickoff. Outside of career mode, these mods are working wonders, and you can see newly updated ad boards, referees with their face scan in the game, newly updated fan scarves, the banners, all the team flags are more realistic and lifelike, and the turf mod seems to be activated too. So even if you didn't want to use these mods online, you can use them in other areas of the game and everything will still carry over. I don't know if the turf looks more realistic or it's got more of that, you know, artificial effect. Like, look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. And yeah, it fully keeps your bench. It keeps all your settings, all your tactics. Everything gets carried over. All your set piece takers. Like, it has not missed a beat. So I guess, you know, when you're actually downloading downloading these mods and applying them to your game, they're gonna pop up pretty much everywhere you go. They didn't cheap out and just exclusively have them for career mode. Like those banners and flags on the left there where the fans are, those are used in real life, and it's actually cool to see them in game. Iran Kunda over to Bruno on the half volley. The attention to detail with the realism mods goes crazy, and at least in tournament mode, kickoff, and any other offline game modes, they'll be activated and appearing. And look, this is what happens when you start messing around and experimenting with different mods, different squad files. You're gonna get nightmare fuel like this popping up all over the joint, but lucky it's just in the main menu. What I do love about the realism mod, and just discovered recently, was that even in the trophy top bus tour parade that happens at the end of the season, you see all those flags hanging from the apartments. They're like completely different, non-generic ones that the realism mod has added in, and they are looking so much better than what you'd usually see if you didn't have any of these mods applied. It's kind of only like there for a second. You can see him on the apartment balconies and stuff like that. In the background, there's so many more little details that you'd only notice when you've had these mods applied. Unfortunately, I didn't get to capture it in my actual video, but it's nice to see me discover little Easter eggs and new attention to detail type features. Months after exploring and installing these mods in full, I'm still discovering brand new things every day. Or any pre-match cutscene that involves the balconies and all the fan atmosphere in general. Wherever the fan flags and banners pop up, you're gonna see a whole new added realistic set of fresh fan aesthetics across the board. And I know you're probably begging for me to use that database in the 2031 career save online in seasons, or try verse someone head to head, but as soon as you load up in and you're connected to the servers, it just completely wipes everything in terms of your squads. It sets you up with the latest teams and players. Unfortunately for me, the fun's over. I won't be able to experiment with my custom squad file, and my Frosinone super squad that I rebuilt won't be able to see the light of day in the online realm, which I'm quite bummed about, but I wasn't expecting it to work nonetheless, or even for me to accidentally discover this export feature. Nonetheless, I see this as an absolute win. Okay lads, the mission is go. I've got things working. All the new manager faces, tattoos, everything is in working order right now. And another good way... Now, the good way to tell if all your other add-ons and realism mod features are actually working and ready to test for online is by not only making sure that the game doesn't crash on you like it has for me multiple times throughout experimenting, but taking a look at some other lesser known players, because that's usually where some of the updates are lying. So for my boys Frosinone, like, we're never going to get game face scans. Our players aren't going to have updated tattoos, and someone that has that in abundance is Barenechea, who just has 2 full sleeves. He actually gets a brand new realism mod face. Even some players who have an actual official face scan by EA, they get a fresh new tattoo update like a Matthias Soule. So now I think we're pretty much ready to do some damage online. Now let's just connect to the servers and make this a smooth experience. The realism mod is in working order. I've checked everything, and now it's time to load in to seasons. Are we going to get... Yes, we have. Sometimes when you load in with mods, it just freezes the game and doesn't let you do anything. But now we're in there. For some reason, it's saying 0 players are online, but we're going to try and load in nonetheless. Now let's try and find a game with one of my favorite new pieces. One of my favorite new kits leaked for next season is Bayern's alternate third kit with that cream and red mix, the retro Bayern and Adidas logo. It's a nostalgia merchant's wet dream, and now we're clicking it. We're making it official, searching for match, and we've got an opponent for... It's actually going to work. We're actually going to load in. Now, is it going to kick me out? Am I going to get a crash? Are EA going to be tracking onto me? Because I have all these new add-ons and aesthetics added. You can already see, for some reason, they're wearing the Aston Villa anthem jacket. That's not supposed to happen. But the crowd have some of their custom fan banners newly added in. I'm also kind of curious to know, what's the other person seeing? Like, they don't have any of these mods or jerseys loaded to their game. So I feel like they're just seeing the free agent generic kit that pops up all about career mode. But you can see now the mods work online. It lets you play. You're not going to get bans, and Musiala with the shot. You can get a better look at some of the new banners and flags, all the additions to the crowd and fans that the realism mod adds. But I guess it's just bad news for whoever your opponent is, whoever you're playing, because unless they also have the realism mod, they're not going to be able to see anything going on aesthetics wise. And we've just got given a penalty. Harry Kane from the spot. Let's see. Let's slot that top left. Harry Kane. He is absolutely clinical and now you get a little bit more of a close-up to the mods actually working, and all the new kits. Harry Kane getting a little too close for comfort. I forgot to even mention that it also works for your opposition, so that's Barcelona's brand new jersey for the 24-25 campaign, and right now it's activated for me because I'm using the Realism Mod. For the guy on the other side, he's just seeing the regular FC24 kits, but for me, I get brand new visuals and all new aesthetics to post about. I'd just kill to see what this other guy's reaction would be. He probably thinks his game's glitching out because there's a whole team wearing a generic jersey, but no, we are using the mods to the best of our ability. Online and offline, mods are just elite. You even get the updated player tattoos and the brand new face scans, so I'm not even sure how that would translate across to your opposing player, but for us, everything's in working order and looking pretty tip-top. I don't think something like this was possible in the past with mods because it forced you not to connect to the servers. It would actively block you from even being connected online, so now that this is a possibility, it just opens up so many more creative outlets for you to use these mods, whether you're playing against your friends, battling online, or just feeling safe that you can always have them applied to the game and you're not going to get in trouble for it. Your account's not going to get banned, EA won't come for you.
Why are you running?
But let me not jinx it, I don't want to speak too soon. And you might be wondering, with the mods applied, is that going to affect your connection? Is it going to make the game extra laggy? So far for me, I don't really see a difference. Like, it is playing as usual. Maybe for my opposition, considering he butchered a penalty, it's just a typical EA lag you have to deal with. But nothing too egregious that makes the game unplayable or anything. However, we still have a couple more game modes to test out, like Volta, like Pro Clubs, and of course, the big bad, the big kahuna, Ultimate Team. I can't really tell in this lighting because of the shadows and stuff, but the turf mod is definitely working. It looks different to base game FIFA, and that's something you will notice straight off the bat. Anyways, the experiment continues. First tick is in the book. Online seasons gets the green light, but the experiment continues. I can't be bothered playing the rest of this match. I'll give homeboy a free win. Now, I'm just gonna caution you guys and saying be careful when you're online with these mods. Act with caution because you have to launch the game without the live editor so that you're actually able to connect to the EA servers. And even if you dare attempt to launch the FIFA cheat engine, you're going to be booted straight out of the game and get kicked out. So don't fall into that trap. As we've had a security violation, EA now might start getting onto me, as the software can't be used at the same time as the game. That's what the anti-cheat's there for, and that's what the live editor actually lets you bypass. And without that, you're left unprotected, and you don't want to get caught too many times dipping your hand in the cookie jar, because I don't know, who knows, your account might get banned. I don't want you guys taking that risk. Let me take it for you. Anyways, boys, just a heads up, thought I'd let you know. Now you're probably wondering, Pro Clubs, what could the mods possibly fix or add to an online game mode that's got everything sorted? Well, with the Creator Club mods, it adds all new logos, crests, brand new kits, and most importantly, sponsors on jerseys. I was doing a little bit of experimenting before, and you can actually import the new 24-25 kits, aka Norway's new ones that they just dropped recently. If you're that type of club, if you're that type of guy that use real world kits for your pro club, I mean, be my guest. At least the option is there, and they actually carry over into Pro Clubs, which is quite cool. You know, you got to test everything. You got to see if these aesthetics really change the game, and flat out they do. It's not just career mode that gets these changes. They are affected across all game modes, and that's how it should be. However, something I didn't test was the custom kit and crest options, and like, do you get extra badges like you would in Creator Club? Let's dive in and check out all the different Pro Clubs badges, and it doesn't look like any of them have carried over. It's still the default EA options, so you're not going to get the random real world badges or any that you saw in my Creator Club mods video, unfortunately. So for the time being, they don't carry over to Pro Clubs, which is unfortunate. Finally, we have found a mod that doesn't work. Can you believe it? And in terms of the kits, actually, the kits might carry over here. Let's take a gaze. And oh yeah, you bet they do. The kits have carried over, and you get all the new templates, all the new additions that the Creator Club overhaul and all the Creator Club kit mods add to career mode and Creator Club. They carry over because it's pretty much the same system. Like, EA copied the same code and the same legacy files that you would when you could create your own Pro Clubs kits and badges to career mode when they eventually added it in FIFA 22, but it's kind of intertwined. So Creator Club and Pro Clubs both benefit. You're just gonna have to deal with being unable to customize and import real logos for your Pro Clubs team, but I think that's a solid sacrifice. At least you get sponsors, new kit manufacturers. This is a big W for the Pro Clubs community, or the PC Pro Clubs community to be more specific. I'm actually surprised that worked, but once you deep it and figure it out, it kind of makes sense. It's pretty much the exact same functionality and a carbon copy of what you'd be used to when you actually create your own club. So your Pro Clubs team and all your mates are going to stand out from the rest of the pack when you load up into your divisions games, or whenever you decide to kick about, and it even works for the goalkeeper kits. So this goalkeeper mod is separate. I'll make sure to link them all down in the description if you want to try them out for yourselves, because so far EA are letting me get away with this scot-free. I felt like a god. I felt so powerful when I eventually got the career mode mods working, but now that they overlap and work online, it's undeniable now. This is no doubt a game changer and should convince you to convert to PC like that. The creator club crests are missing and I don't really know how to fix it. However, to come to a compromise with the kits that are looking fantastic, and now let's save those changes, and just like that, it is going to apply to the entire club and you're going to be looking like no other team out there. Now that I'm really starting to deep it though, like there's no real reason to be banned. It is literally all cosmetic changes. Like there is no competitive advantage or cheat you're getting out of just, you know, getting new kit templates and new sponsors. Oh damn, something that I didn't even think about was the stadium customization, because in Pro Clubs, like Creator Club, you can use a real world stadium like Wembley to play in every week. And right now, I have the unlock all licensed stadium mod, so I wonder if you can change it to anything without actually unlocking it. Oh no, you still have to unlock them. Okay, so you're still gonna have to play the game and unlock them yourselves. The mod's not gonna allow you to get any cheats or benefits, because you need to grind and increase your rep level, so the mods can't really work a way around it. But that was wishful thinking by me. Now, in terms of other areas of customizing the club, I don't really care about audio, but I know the Realism Mod adds a ton of new match balls, so let's take a look and see if they actually carry over into Pro Clubs, and it looks like they do. Now, you guys gotta let me know, the Pro Clubs diehards, make sure this is true, because you get access to over 278 new match balls. They're all unlocked. Some of them are actually in FC24 already, but some are like Ultimate Team exclusives, and I don't already know if they're actually ready for you and available to be unlocked in Pro Clubs, or you have to work to unlock them. Because like, yeah, the Team of the Year ball, that's definitely got to be Foot exclusive. The Team of the Week match ball, like that is Ultimate Team only. But for some reason, we have got everything. We have got everything at our disposal. A Wave ball, a Winter sweater. These are some Volta unlocks, I think. Yeah, these are some mod exclusives, definitely. If the code is popping up there, you definitely know it's not supposed to pop up in the vanilla base game version of FC24. So I'm going to take full advantage. So let's try and select, I believe this is the Women's Champions League final match ball. It hasn't got an official name. I think this is a mod edition and they have let me choose it. My game hasn't crashed. We're still in and all the changes have been saved and applied. Pro Clubs, again, we're going to have to go back to back. It gets the seal of approval where all your modded benefits and career mode extras are applied and you get to enjoy them all across the board. Now, another element that should be able to carry on into Pro Clubs is the unlocked player editor. Now, you might already have access to that when it comes to your AI players, where you can fully customize them in Pro Clubs. That became a feature not too long ago, but I want to see to what extent can we customize them, and you pretty much get the exact same player editor where we can go down to their nationality, change their date of birth. Their age or nationality doesn't really matter because it's only Pro Clubs. It's not like they have potentials or anything, but you can't go in and change how tall they are, how much they weigh. You can only change their preferred foot and gender. But there is a silver lining. You do get some of the Realism Mod extras, like the newly rebranded pictures for the accessories. You get new boots and goalkeeper gloves to play around with. So yeah, you've just got so many new options and you don't need to unlock them through Volta. They just appear all there ready for you to use. And you guys know the drill by now. You football boot purists know that the new editions or the updated boots you get all have the picture of the shoebox, so that's thanks to the Realism Mod. So the new accessories, new boots and goalkeeper gloves all carry over to Pro Clubs, which is also another major green flag. Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash, and it worked. Tattoos is only a My Player career mode and Pro Clubs exclusive, so don't get too excited there. And actually changing their running style and animations, goal celebrations is stock standard. Pro Clubs are already gifted with that luxury, so that's nothing to do with the mods, but it's cool to see some little features here and there actually get implemented throughout every game mode. Pro Clubs, I applaud you. You understood the mission, you saw the vision, you knew the assignment, and you delivered. I'm so glad these mods actually worked, because otherwise this video would be like 2 minutes long. There are new possibilities to be explored in the online realm in both seasons and clubs, but now we have the final boss battle ahead of us, and that's Ultimate Team. I know you're probably curious, but everything carries over and works in tournament mode as you'd expect. Just imagine it as like the little brother, a little branch off from career mode. You're not going to face any problem there because it's an offline sector of the game. Here's actually what I should have tested. Does this new Red Bull London team actually work in seasons mode? And how does it actually display to my opposite player? We've got pretty much everything sorted out. The game kind of glitched out there for a second. I had a little mini heart palpitation, but everything's all applied. Luton Town's had a rebrand, and now let's just search for an opponent. It's going to act like it's just a normal regular team, but thanks to the power of PC mods, we can add these fantasy teams. But will it actually let us find an opponent? Red Bull London? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to let Red Bull London find a game. This is torture. Have they banned me? Have EA cracked on? Oh. We did it, baby. Red Bull London officially works online. A modded extra, a modded add-on, and they get to live their dream, versing people from all across the world. I know it's just Luton Town in a different kit and a different crest, but that's what it's all about. And the guy on the other end must be wondering, why? What is this team? How did he get these new kits and crests to the game? There's a little bit of a kit clash here. I've never seen this Monaco Blue Edition jersey before. The confusion and questions this guy must be having that I'm playing. I wish there was like an in-game chat like back in the day. I want to see what this guy is saying. Like, how many questions does he have? How confused is he when he sees Luton Town players wearing a Red Bull London kit? Maybe you guys can try and test this out with some of your friends and report back the results, because I'm actually very interested to see what my opponent is seeing on his screen right now. Because if I was a betting man, it would just be that generic free agents kit, but I'm not claiming to be an expert here. Oh, what a goal. And we get to see the Red Bull London kit up close in all its concept glory. And yeah, it looks absolutely stunning. You can add fantasy teams and fantasy kits to season and online modes. I feel like I've made a major breakthrough here. Let me know if you've seen anyone dabble in this kind of area before, because I don't think anyone's had the balls to try. Bro's trying to use Ben Yedder against me like it's prime 2020 lockdown all over again. It's not happening, mate. Bro, I'm going to give you a free win anyway. Ilche, lad. Ilche. Now, this is actually a mode of the game where I have no real expectations. I don't think any of these mods apply to Volta, besides unlocking new accessories and customization options, but I don't think it has any real bearing. Not that probably anyone in my audience plays Volta, but it's nice to know its impacts nonetheless. I mean, I guess it unlocks new boots for you to wear and new shoes, but I guess that's kind of applicable everywhere and in all modes of the game, so nothing really special, nothing really standing out here. We're gonna let Volta do its own thing, but the real reason why you came here is for the Ultimate Team. Are we even allowed to load into the game with all these mods? And there might be a few warning signs here, but the background's still blurry. The loading screen is taking an abnormal time to actually load in. No, okay, no message from EA, no warning signs, and we're in, no questions asked. Alright, I don't really know how you can tell the difference or what mods actually bring to Ultimate Team, besides like the newly updated kits. Oh, and maybe like new face scans and tattoos. So let's see if it has any real bearing. Yeah, you can see the difference straight away. Danilo's tattoos are there. He's got a brand new sleeve that isn't in the base game, so you get some nice visual changes. Again, all cosmetic, no actual competitive advantages gained. What I was thinking about though was like the consumables, the kits, like the balls. Let's see if any of them actually carried over and make their mark in Ultimate Team. They do. Okay, I wasn't expecting that, but there you go. Brand new 24-25 kits available. Ultimate Team gets some mod love shown its way. Let's try and buy one. This looks a little bit too good to be true. It might just show up with the mini kits on the card, but I'm actually not sure if it's going to show up in-game or actually in the menus. So here's the moment of truth, and it works. Even the new goalkeeper kits get activated too. It just shows that these mods are adaptable, they're versatile, and they work across everywhere. And this match ball is definitely not the EA Sports blue that it says it is. So mods have completely reworked things. Like, this is a default EA ball, but the mods have changed it to the Nike old school Premier League match ball. What about logos? What are we saying? What are we saying? We get the new Bournemouth logo. No one has that. So I'm going to change it to that cherry circle badge. And the 24-25 season graphics are taken into effect. Now, I don't just want the confirmation in the menus. I want to see it actually work in a game to make sure that these mods and visuals actually show up when you match someone online or play squad battles. Alright, we've already got some positive signs straight off the bat because the kits are showing up in the kit selector. And now, not only that, but brand new faces. The new match ball needs to show up. And here we go, the Bournemouth logo is in. And now for the rest of them, okay, I don't know what's happened to Reindeer's face, but that might just be an Ultimate Team glitch. I'm not going to look into it. All I want to see is that brand new Arsenal kit. The turf mod is actually applied to Ultimate Team too. So if that's something you're interested in, I guess now you know it carries over into foot and works in squad battles. The kit's loaded in. I don't see any egregious glitches when it comes to the visuals. And Arsenal's 24-25 away kit has already got it off to the perfect start. Garnacho has his full sleeve tattoos in the game, so that's how you know the tattoo mod's working. So just bit by bit, you can check off the boxes, you can start ticking things off the list, and we are actually using that new modded ball, not the default EA one. So that retro Nike Premier League match ball is being used instead of whatever default option I had installed earlier. Alright, this is where the real test is gonna come in. Online matchmaking against another person, just like in Seasons mode. So let's cross our fingers and hope EA aren't cracking on. It's the same as usual. It's all looking good from the kit selector point of view. I'm gonna let my opponent determine what kit he's gonna wear, because at the end of the day, most likely he'll be wearing a big team's jersey and they're gonna have a new different kit added to the game anyway. So let's check it out. Online matchmade against someone, and okay, everything's in working order just like squad battles. On second thought, I think the opponent on the other side is just seeing like the normal Arsenal away kit that would be already present in FC24, not this modded version. So just like the Bournemouth logo on the scoreboard, he's probably just seeing the one we're all used to, the traditional. But at least the kit mod is actually effective on people in the crowd, and they're actually wearing the club's kit. So you're not going to get any weird glitches there. The mod applies not just for the players, but the fans. The retro Premier League match ball's loaded in. There's no real lag or server issues I'm experiencing. So these mods are going to cause more good than harm. You get those updated ad boards in Ultimate Team too. There's no way all these sponsors are popping up on the electronic ad boards in the sidelines. Usually it's EA plugging all their social media. So I guess the Realism Mod comes into effect for Ultimate Team and fixes up the stadium graphics, like the Beat sponsorship. I've seen Pepsi, I've seen Amazon Prime, and then now eventually it's going back to the default FC Ultimate Team advertisement. So the more you play around with it and the more you experiment, the more you're gonna pick up and notice in the game whilst you're playing. That's a weird tattoo by Gozens. What inspired him to get that? And now I'm sure you can feel safe venturing into online modes with all these mods applied, because not only can you navigate and play these modes safely, but the mods actually take effect and change everything you've come to know and love about FIFA. Whether it's mainly just cosmetics, tattoos, or face updates, they're there and ready for you to use. So there you go. I got away scot-free, at least for now. I'll keep you guys updated if anything happens on the community tab, or if EA send me an email, I'll make sure to keep you lads in the loop. There you go, lads. That's how PC mods affect the online experience, and that they do work, and they are extremely useful and definitely something you should look into as we approach the build up and launch of FC25. Job done. The mission is complete today, lads. My work and my experiments are complete. Today, I'm going to play some new FC25 features early, because I'm him. EA Sports' worst nightmare. Thanks to the power of PC mods and editing tools, 80% of that career mode reveal was already possible on FC24, and now is being shown off as shiny new features, the key selling points and main EA marketing, getting some fans more hyped than they've ever been before. We're talking about icons in both manager and player career, youth scouting worldwide, women's career mode, new settings, new updates, and new cosmetics. Let's just showcase that most of what FC25 has to boast about is already possible on FC24. Alright, there we have it. Here we land. We've got the FC25 new splash screen. The new loading screen is already FC25 themed, so that's one tick off the checklist. So these mods really make you feel like you've spent over £100 on the new game. And of course, these new FC25 features aren't possible without a few bits and bobs, a few pieces from the FC24 FIFA's Realism Mod. So it's not like this new FC25 modded experience is possible with just one mod. We're kind of taking a little bit from here, a little bit from there, and combining it to make this one complete modded experience. And I'll make sure, of course, to leave all the mods used in this video linked down in the description for you guys to try and test out for yourselves at home. One of the main problems with mods is that sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. They require a lot of trial and error if you're doing what I'm doing and like combining a bunch of them together. And to be honest, it can get quite frustrating if you're not a PC savvy, tech savvy person. I've had some issues recently, hence the outfit change. One tip of advice, especially if you're loading up heaps, is not to connect to the servers like I'm doing here. That's a mistake on my part, but definitely fixable. And if you're connected to the servers, you might get baited into downloading the latest squads, which you don't want to do. It might ruin and corrupt some of your squad files, so that can easily be a trap you fall into. One of the first major features you're going to notice with all these FC25 mods added is that no matter who you pick, no matter where you are, no matter where you're managing, you will be loaded up straight into 2024. There we have it, July 2024. You can play in current day, basically. You skip the first year in career mode and you instantly thrown into the 24/25 season. If you go over to your calendar, you load up into basically pre-season, the end of the Euros. And trust me, it's not just a visual change. You see this impacted everywhere when it comes to do with player ages, player contracts. Eberichieze is actually 26 like he is in real life. Everything's up to date. And if you're taking over a club like Crystal Palace, you're gonna have to do a lot of contract and admin work behind the scenes because all your contracts have been reduced by a year. You might have to renew some. You're gonna see some loanees expire. The 23-24 season is all but a memory, and so are all the kits and club badges and aesthetics. We have pretty much all the major sides getting all their updated new jerseys. For better or for worse, all the new kits are applied, and it just makes it feel that much more realistic. Now, when it comes to smaller graphical details and minor new visuals, we have a couple to go over. Firstly, it's Atletico Madrid with their old badge, or they're bringing back their old badge. They switched it up from that new modern look, so it gives them somewhat of a fresh look alongside the new La Liga logo patch that was updated last season but now has a fresh new look. A very simplistic, just the LL there. It doesn't even look like two L's. Like, it's just the strangest looking logo ever. It's been rebranded alongside Ligue 1 McDonald's. Yes, the French league has gone from Ligue 1 Uber Eats to Ligue 1 McDonald's. Forget the Farmers League out here, it's the fast food league. And you guessed it, the corresponding new sleeve patch / league logo has been applied to the kit, and there you go, Ligue 1 McDonald's with the McDonald's logo. You get more of a refreshed viewing experience. It's a much welcome change and addition. Instead of paying like $100 or more for a roster update and new kits, thanks to a brand new modded squad update from the one and only Viper Mods. Up to date as of the 19th of August, so I can apply that to my game, and we have all the new transfers, all the new summer moves that have been making the headlines, and of course, Cucurella's Spanish red sideshow Bob-esque looking hair in all of its updated glory. It also makes it so you don't have to manually relegate and promote teams. When you're going through that initial startup of your career mode, they're just automatically there. I don't have to do anything. Ipswich are already in the Prem. A Vincent Kompany-less at Burnley are back in the Championship. And as much as I don't want to admit, Frosinone back in Serie B. Cesc Fabregas's Como are in Serie A. And speaking of Serie A, area when it comes to the likes of Inter and Milan getting removed. They are still both in the game with all their updated 24-25 season kits. They still remain fully licensed. The San Siro isn't removed. We've still got Lazio. Roma are here. Napoli, of course. Monza, who will be unlicensed in FC25. And we ain't balling around with Bergamo Calcio, baby. It is Atalanta. Not only are all the teams in all the correct leagues, but we also have all the transfers done and ready for us to use, like Mbappe at Real Madrid, Matthias Soulé at Roma. God damn, man, I'm gonna cry. All the 58 million signings that Chelsea have made over the summer, yeah, their list just keeps on going and going. This squad file pretty much affects everyone, besides Liverpool, who still haven't bought anyone, with pretty much most of the high-profile moves being completed. Got the likes of Archie Gray to Spurs, Desiree Doué to PSG, Riccardo Calafiori, and all his Italian aura. He's got the headband, the long hair, the face scan is on point. It's been a big transfer window so far, and there's still more to do. There is still more weeks left. So who knows what other craziness and madness can go down. Lenny Yoro, the new exciting teenage prospect. Unfortunately, he is injured to start off the season. He's out for like 3 months. Another wonder kid pickup from the Parisian, João Neves from Benfica's youth academy. The kid was linked to them all summer long, and the boy Dominic Solanke, £65 million spent by Big Ange to bring the former Liverpool youth academy talent over to North London. Pedro Neto, he's just one of many Chelsea signings this summer, and for the last 2 seasons they just continue to spend. Joshua Zirkzee, another one of these big Manchester United buys. I think he'll have a big year ahead of him in England. Savio Savinho, I don't really know what to call this guy, but the City Group transfer to Manchester City, who's kind of been like the Brazilian Mahrez replacement. Douglas Luiz, another one of these Juventus midfield purchases. Dani Olmo, who can't even be registered by Barcelona. Why did they spend all that cash on him when he can't even play? Barcelona are just a joke and a mess of a club. Alvarez and Gallagher will be linking up, making the switch from the Premier League to Atletico Madrid. Matthias de Ligt again. United have actually had a crazy window, you know. They've had a solid career mode-esque transfer market. And finally, last but not least, the free transfer to end all free transfers. He's made the dream move to Real Madrid, and those are just some of the main signings I found. There are hundreds more in this mod, in this squad file, that you will find throughout your playthrough. Unfortunately, you're still working off the FC24 database. However, there is a workaround. Once the FC25 database and all the player ratings and that drop, go through all of your team and pretty much any other player in the world that you want to upgrade or downgrade. You can make your way through editing all your players. Let's say Eberechi Eze. He's probably going to have a massive upgrade for FC25. Because I have the unlocked player editor activated, where I can pretty much go through, adjust his height, adjust his weight, change his name, change his nationality. Not only can I do all of that, but I can change up his attributes where I see fit, or if you just want to copy the FC25 attributes and ratings, I can give him upgrades in finishing, volleys, short passing, weak foot ability. You can pretty much customize everything. Let's just give him 90 dribbling. I'm sure he's going to get some insane upgrades. And then we're going to apply the changes, going to boot us all the way back to the edit player screen, and we have to scroll all the way down. A nice little 83 rating, a +3. Look, this one is pretty much almost guaranteed to happen. A major Cole Palmer upgrade is incoming. The power is at your fingertips here. Let's give him more acceleration, more sprint speed, more agility. Give him 99 composure, because he's ice cold Palmer. Again, I'm just doing this to show an example for experimentational purposes. And he's now copped an 84 rating. I'm sure EA are going to give him something higher than that for FC25, but you get the gist. Making you feel like you're having that FC25 experience step by step. And not only do we get to start in 2024, but we get all the updated managers and all the new appointments that have been made over the summer, basically, like Antonio Conte at Napoli. Cesc Fabregas is looking a little bit different these days at Como. This ain't a new one, but you can now be Xabi Alonso at Bayer Leverkusen, Yuri Sahin at Dortmund, or even Vincent Kompany. Enzo Maresca at Chelsea, Arne Slot, Julian Lopetegui at West Ham. Like, most importantly, this comes in clutch with like the newly promoted teams, because their assets and face scans don't usually get added into the game after a couple of months. So you're getting a little taste of them here. And to keep things ultra realistic, knowing that the transfer window is done and dusted and all the moves have been completed, going ahead and disabling the first summer transfer window is usually a good idea. And not only do you get all the new summer transfers added, but with a few mods combining together, we have added some brand new players and brand new wonder kids to the database that aren't in FC24 and will only be added into FC25. They'll be available at launch, and it's these two, the most highly requested Wonder Kids career mode has ever seen. Barcelona's Lamine Yamal, fresh off winning the Euros for Spain, he has had the summer of his life, and not only him, but the South American sensation Endrick. It's become permanent from Palmeiras. He's had his reveal, he's had his player announcement, and we don't have to wait for FC25. We've got them here, ready to ball out in the new kits. With their most recent and updated look, they both have their face scans, looking pretty much picture perfect in my opinion. They will definitely be in FC25 from day one, but I doubt they're going to have actual face scans, or if this new FC Cranium is going to do them justice with a custom face. Konami still have the Barcelona license. They've got the exclusive rights to not only the team, but most importantly the Camp Nou, and they get first access to all the new player scans, so his head scan might not come to FC25 for a while. The list doesn't stop there. We've got so many more new Wonder Kids to get through, and we have the likes of Mikey Moore, Tottenham Hotspur Youth Academy product. He is a threat going forward. Most likely will be newly added in FC25 alongside Esteval Willian, who's been linked to Chelsea, Barcelona, another one of these Brazilian talents that are emerging from Palmeiras. Thanks to the Brazilian leagues being exclusive to eFootball, he won't get added into the game unless he makes a big money move to Europe or a league that's actually in FIFA. And you're probably going to get tired of me saying these words, but we have another new Wonder Kid with an accurate new face scan, and it's Kendry Paes, who is currently at Chelsea, but he's loaned back to his Ecuadorian team, I want to say. Gabriel Moscardo is a similar case, the new PSG Wonder Kid who's been bought from Brazil, the Brazilian defensive unit, and the South Americans don't stop there. We've got the River Plate talent, the teenager Franco Mastantuono at 16, like Mikey Moore, can pretty much play anywhere in attack. And here are a few Wonder Kids I've thrown together that are actually in the base game of FC24, but they have an updated game face scan, don't have one of those generic faces. Like we all know, EA at this point, who knows when these Wonder Kids are going to get the proper face scan treatment later down the line. They're in no rush to capture their faces and put them in the game, so that's where these mods are an absolute lifesaver in the career mode realm. BCHD, you've got all these new Wonder Kids, but now you've got to go ahead and scout them all individually, wait for their reports back, and go through all that GTN nonsense. Because we know a big new feature, you can toggle on and off and turn off various segments of the game, and one of those is player scouting, and bringing it back to the good old days where you just saw everyone's overalls, saw everyone's attributes. Well, I hate to break it to you lot, but I've already had that power since like FIFA 20 when I switched to PC with Aaron Akdu's mighty cheat engine. Now, I've shown this bad boy off in a video once before, but just in case you're new around these parts, it lets you have so much control and power over your career mode save. And if you want to disable scouting, we head down over to the global transfer network section and then just click on reveal player data, and bam, or we can just go straight to our transfer hub and everything is revealed to us. We only have to click one button, the whole database, all their attributes, all their overalls. It is public information and public knowledge. So a nice little quality of life FC25 feature that you can already pull off without spending hundreds of dollars on buying the new game. Now, another area of the game that gives you access to all the 24/25 season aesthetics and new visuals for your career mode experience. I feel like, you know, managers appreciate this as well, but it's mostly for the My Play community out there. This mod gives you access to over 600 player boots, fully unlocked, ready for you to try on, whether you're editing players in manager career mode, or fixing up your look in My Player, or even adjusting your new Youth Academy talents. You've got so many more new options. Look at the little bar, the side scroller. Look how small it is. Look at this library and catalog of new boots. The Nike catalog alone is just massive, and then you're starting to get a few more Adidas. You got the old Messier 50s in there. This is going to take me maybe half an hour to get through all these boots, but pretty much all of them that have the shoebox in the picture, those are the newly added boots if you couldn't tell already. And it's not only just the big brands, not only just Nike and Adidas, but you've got the likes of Puma, Mizuno, you've got some Volta shoes thrown in there as well. Yeah, we're just going to be here for days. We're not even halfway through and I'm still scrolling. You got the likes of Umbro, New Balance. I'm just going to name out brands at this point because I can't even show you guys all of them. I remember those. That colorway is just insane. I love that. The purple and green, bro, just turning me on. I actually had those boots in real life. They are cold, bro. And the list get... Oh, we're not even halfway. I'm going to have to speed run this because there are just so many colorways, so many models, and we just keep going, basically. It is just never ending at this point. There are so many custom customization options, and the possibilities are endless. Man, we are out here. We've pretty much got basically every single boot in existence at this point. We've got even, like, you know, the old classics, the Puma King Pele's out here. Oh, the old Ronaldos. We've got the retros that they added in a few years ago. They've been brought back. Oh, the OG Hypervenoms too. It's bringing back a lot of nostalgia. If you're obsessed with football cleats and you're a big boot nerd, this mod is perfect for you. Trying to make our way towards the end of the list. Oh, bro, those old Adidas Messier 50s. These options are insane, man. Like, EA will never let you unlock this many boots or have legacy boots in the game, let alone have this many at your disposal. Now, when it comes to goalkeeper gloves, I'm not too familiar with what's new or what actually has been added with this mod, but here's your selection. You've still got the default and generic EA ones, of course, but they have added a couple more new brands. I don't think Puma was ever in the game, or there are that many options available to you in the base game. Once you finally switch to the PC Master Race and unlock all these mods, you just can't go back. The freedom is just addictive. I feel like I have so much power. Even if you're online, EA can't stop you. You won't get banned, as I've tested on my channel before. FC25 also boasts the option to turn off your board objectives so you don't get sacked, something that has been the bane of all managers' existence from whenever they were introduced, from like FIFA 17 to now. But need I say again, with this handy little tool, the cheat engine comes in clutch again, where you can edit your manager rating. So pretty much whatever you do, whatever you sign, whatever players you decide to sell, the board won't get angry and sack you. Pretty much just go on over to the manager tab and click unsackable, which pretty much makes you invincible. The board are never going to do anything. We back out and it applies instantly. Within one swift movement, everything has changed, and we have an excellent current status with the board, a 99 manager rating, and we ain't getting the boot anytime soon. Even if we send the club down to the 4th tier, we'll still be in charge and we don't really have to stress. Now, when it comes to these mods adding new visuals, we're not done there. We actually are going to have to jump into a match to see some new little assets in the game day experience. Not only do we have all the new kits at our disposal, and even some new fantasy kits thrown in the mix, even alternate options depending on which club. And no, these mods don't bring back the player lineups and the players walking out of the tunnel. It seems like that's just impossible for these PC mods to do. Like, there's only so much they can do, and that thing is one of them. So you're either going to have to go back to FIFA 23, or you're actually going to have to buy FC 25, because they've brought back the pre-match intros. Nevertheless, upon kickoff in the game day experience, we have the Sky Sports Premier League TV logo in the top right hand corner. A nice little touch and a bit of attention to detail when it comes to the overall broadcast package and experience. Now, on the topic of new visuals, they don't stop there, because when it comes to Champions League matches and Champions League nights, I found a mod that adds the new 24-25 scoreboard, and unfortunately you're not going to get the new experience, like the new format, but the new scoreboard in the top left, it looks a little slightly different. It's still got the main Champions League theme, but it looks slightly different. It's gotten a few little updates. I'll put like a before and after picture so you can really tell, only if you've got a keen eye. It's just a slight little change you're gonna see, especially when the team font comes up at the start. You can see the number, and like the font is slightly different. Like, it's just a minimal change, but it makes a difference in the grand scheme of things, and it's probably something you're gonna see in FC 25. Look, some of these details might be small, but it's attention to detail and something that all career mode players can appreciate. Now, another cool attention to detail type feature is that depending on what competition you play in, or depending on what club you are actually, the actual kit number font will change. For some clubs like Man City and other competitions, they have a different style number font that the club changes up every year just to keep it fresh, just to keep it different. Like, that kit has the Premier League number font for some reason, but these other alternate and away, they both have that club exclusive number font. And here's a better look at it in game. Not only that, but the pre-match anthem jackets and the warm-up tracksuits that's been added thanks to the Realism Mod. Again, all these small little attention to detail type features really add up and make it feel like you're actually playing a real life game. Like, there you go, that's the Premier League number font, even with Arsenal's new kit, but they are playing in the Community Shield, so Man City's new competition font is activated. So, to be honest, I like how it looks with like the small name print as well. It kind of gives it like a different feel. I'm pretty sure United have got this well. They have their own competition exclusive font, but there's a little bit more of a closer look at it. Yeah, I haven't got the full list at my disposal. It's more of a discover as you go type beat. You can see there on the Real Madrid Madrid shorts and their new kit when they play in the Champions League. They've got that slick looking club font. And there you go, Chelsea's new competition font in the game. They get these little features when it comes to the slight cosmetic changes that you actually see in game, but a tangible way you can make the game feel different and make it also feel like you play an FC25 gameplay. You can actually install gameplay mods and apply them to make the whole matchday experience feel completely different. I've got one on right now and it just feels much more realistic, much more slow, not very arcadey. So it's definitely out there for you to experiment and try with, but I don't usually have the gameplay mod ticked. It's not really what I'm after. It's not really what I feel like playing, like that ultra realistic, very slow movement, less arcadey type, unless I was doing like a simulation only career mode. But it's definitely a nice little micro change that actually impacts the gameplay, and it'll make you feel like you're playing a whole brand new game. It'll make you feel like you're playing FC25 without actually giving EA money whatsoever. EA are never really going to beat the allegations, so you might as well give other gameplay configurations a go. There are tons of gameplay mods out there for you to go out and test, so feel free to use whichever ones you want, because they actually do make a difference and you definitely feel it upon first try. What I've just discovered too is that this game actually gives you like realistic free agents, like Adrian Rabiot. He's out of the Juventus project, the contract's been terminated, looming around in the free agents, so Man City picked him up on a free. I disabled the transfer window, so I'm not really sure how that deal was able to progress. So that's another thing this mod comes in clutch with. Real life free agents aren't deleted from the game like they would be in the base game of FC. Like in every other sports game, they'll just get thrown into the free agency, not actually deleted, and it most of the time reflects what's going on in real life. I don't know what EA's obsession is with just deleting players as soon as they get their contract terminated. Why can't you just keep them in the game? Don't remove them. It just makes the career mode experience that much more realistic. But we're back on the new FC25 features, and one of the main new components in this year's game, it's going to be the Youth Academy that needed a long, well-deserved upgrade probably a couple years back, but you know, better late than never. Not only can we load up into pretty much any new save you start with a 14-year-old player that's just automatically in our default Youth Academy. We have the Frenchman Mario Lemanson. The left wing back is 14. That's been promoted as a major feature. It's a game-changing feature considering, you know, we've seen players like Lamine Yamal debut for Barcelona at like 15, so there shouldn't really be a restriction. It should just be whenever you think they're ready, or if you're in an emergency and need a player to fill in for a spot. I hate to break it to you, but it's already possible here in FC24, and sometimes you might get lucky. You might get multiple 14-year-olds that break the age limit and really put your Youth Academy production to the test. But not only can the 14-year-olds spawn in your starting Youth Academy, but you guessed it, you can already scout them out in the wild, and not only just in the default nations that are in FC24, but in any nation possible, not just the 160 or so that FC25 adds, but we can pretty much go anywhere in the world. And that's again thanks to the cheat engine that has given us access to these FC25 features early. We pretty much just scroll down to the Youth Academy sector, and what you want to check off is sending the scout to any country. You can also send him to the same country 3 times over if you really want to, by allowing multiple scouts in the same country. And when it comes to selecting what country you want to scout in, you've pretty much got every single FIFA ranked nation at your disposal here. And according to some of the main complaints people have about these 160 countries in FC25, both Gambia and Cape Verde still aren't scoutable because they just weren't included in the 160 plus. So I'm going to send one to Cape Verde, and once we have that applied, you can pretty much just go in, select the scout you want, set up a network, pretty much just send him anywhere. A 9-month trip, and there you go. Once you've clicked through, the cheat engine tool has done its magic. You've got pretty much every country ready to explore, ready to scout. So we have gotten Gambia, of course, and San Marino for the lols. So 2 nations left out of FC25's roster, and one of the worst FIFA ranked nations in the world. So this will be fun. And as predicted, there are players aged 14 in these scout reports we've gotten back from Cape Verde. Because these nations aren't officially in FC24, I'm not sure how the name pool has gone in terms of the last name variety, and if these last names are actually like accurate to all the Cape Verdeans out there, but scouts seem to do a pretty good job. There aren't any duplicates that I can see straight off the bat, so it's a promising sign, because not only does the cheat engine let us know their overalls and potential straight away, I also have a name pool mod applied, so it has added thousands of new names to the game, but only in specific countries. So for someone like Gambia, Jalo, we've gotten a duplicate. Really, it just depends on where you're scouting in the world. When it comes to these more exotic and random places, you might see a few duplicates in that sense. But in every single report we've gotten back so far, we've been able to find 14-year-olds.
Pause.
So again, another feature that FC25 is proud about, we have full access to in FC24. So this is a major W when it comes to the Youth Academy. Now this is something that needs to be fixed or improved upon for FC25, and that is having a Youth Academy capacity. Like, you're only allowed 16 players. Like, why is that a thing? Why is that a limitation? Why can't we have different Youth Academy teams and just have an unlimited player amount in our Youth Academy? Anyway, we're at max capacity, and it's a fix that not even mods have the answer to. But hopefully FC25 is the end of where we're seeing 14-year-olds with fully grown beards, and also the other extreme where 14-year-olds are bald. So you can pretty much build a team of 14-year-olds. Adam Johnson would love this feature. You've got the new name pools or the new nations to scout in. So let's just say the FC25 Youth Academy overhaul has been long overdue. You get the idea, you get the gist, and that is another FC25 career mode feature we can tick off. So if this doesn't convince you to start installing mods on FC24, I don't know what will. Now we're saving the best till last here. One of the final FC25 features that you are able to pull off in FC24. It's the addition to add icons not only to player career but manager career, and give yourselves an early taste of everything women's career mode has to offer. First off, we're going to start with loading up the icon squad file, and that's where you have pretty much all the icons at your disposal, and the free agency is basically full of every single icon you can imagine, and they're all waiting for you either to put directly into a manager career, transfer them to a different team. You can transfer them to teams they actually played for in real life, or transfer them to any team you want for them to start a player career mode with, which is pretty much the main feature of player career in FC25. So this makes it all possible. You pretty much have the whole entire icons roster for you to play around with. It's not going to be limited like FC25's release, where they're only going to be 5 at the start and they're slowly going to roll out more and more throughout the game cycle. You've pretty much got every single icon and hero you could ever dream of. And you've also got all the new heroes thrown in there just to shake it up a bit. Peter Crouch, Timmy Cahill, Clint Dempsey, all set back to their prime, all set back to their youth at 18. A perfect start for a player career. Go ahead and choose your selected team where you actually place the icon. So for example, I put Baggio back on AC Milan, so he's going to be there waiting for me to start up a brand new career save at 18, and we're going to start our career with Baggio, just like everyone else can do in FC25. All you console players get this treatment, but the FC24 PC experience is just goated. And just to prove to you that it actually works, we can go in, edit our wages and all that, and bam, we are thrown in the new man Baggio into Boost Milan, and our player career starts pretty much just like that. Again, another one of these features that PC mods have had on lock for years now. It's about damn time that you console lock got to experience icons in career mode. It's a shame that they're only in player career mode. However, the only workaround to get them into manager career, and I'm talking about when you actually play FC25, is pretty much you just got to retire. You got to confirm your retirement straight away, and then you're just going to get thrown offers left, right, and center. This is the only workaround if you want to use them as actual managers or you want to create different storylines, because on console you won't actually be able to control what offers you get. I don't think this system will change right here. You should be able to pull this off in FC25 career mode, and bam, just like that, we have gotten icon managers, and it's just, you know, the perfect combination. And we all know that we had that squad file loaded, we messed around with a bit of the roster, we transferred a few icons here and there. Once we go ahead and search through the free agency, they're all going to be there waiting for us. We hit 16 to 18, and there are all the icons. It is a long laundry list of famous players waiting for you to pick them up on a free, or you could just let the CPU decide. It's really up to you at the end of the day. I think that's what it comes down to with the power of these mods. Like, you could just create random storylines, create utter chaos in your career mode universes. You can just let them loose into the modern era, whether you're in manager or player career. It is something I wish all career mode players got to access and got the power to do, but again, if you ain't on PC PC, what are you doing? And you get to see what the likes of ballers from the past are actually valued in this current market. For example, R9 Ronaldo, 156 million pounds. Pele, 176 million pounds. And you can create random scenarios like this where Roberto Baggio, being a manager of Frosinone, is negotiating with prime Andrea Pirlo and his agent. Like, if it wasn't for PC career mode, this game would be dead and buried a long time ago. Like, once I made the switch back in, I think it was 2019 now, it's just night and day. Vanilla career mode becomes unplayable. And it's that simple, people. The divine ponytail gets it done, and I'm sure you'll be able to pull off similar things in FC25. So you kind of get more with this squad file. You not only get them in player career mode, you literally feel like a career mode god once you make the switch. And it just shows you how easy and nonchalant these FC25 new features are. Like, these could have been added to the game like 2-3 FIFAs back. And we saw that potential in FIFA 20 when you were able to like access the soccer aid team and actually use them as playable icons in career mode, but they just stopped letting that happen ever since FIFA 21. And now we've had to wait till FC25 for anything actually tangible to happen. And again, women career mode and adding female players is just as simple as loading up a squad file that completely revolutionizes your database and gives you a complete overhaul. But if you guys want to check that out, go watch the video I did a couple months back where I played women's career mode inside of FC24. They called me a madman, but I was able to pull it off. Today, I'll be showcasing all the best new, never before seen FC24 mods I've found recently, and adding them all to career mode before FC25 releases come September. Let's face it, it's the best time of year to load up your dream lineup of mods because there aren't going to be any more new title updates for the game, so none of these mods are going to break, as EA focus all their development and attention towards FC25.
You know how long I've been waiting for this? Woo, I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Now, right here is my current mod manager configuration. This is without a doubt my end game modded setup. By adding over 8 gigabytes of mod content to the game, which include over 70 mods working in the background and thousands of files, trust me, today we're going to showcase the true power of PC gaming.
I am having a very bad day. I am in no mood.
We are ready for liftoff. As we launch this bad boy up, I'm just gonna straight up assume that you've watched all my other modding videos on the channel, because today's video includes most of them as well, just chugging along, working away in the back. So just because I haven't specifically mentioned them today, doesn't mean they haven't been applied to my game. Nevertheless, I want to focus today purely on the newest mods that are game-changing and worth your download. Now, the first thing you're gonna notice as we load up into the game is that we've got some new main menu players and a new kind of practice arena training environment in the background. You'll see the likes of Neymar, Lionel Messi out here repping the pink of Inter Miami. We've got the best new YouTuber on the block, Cristiano Ronaldo, Mr. Sui himself. Lads, if you're enjoying the video so far, make sure to hit that red button and subscribe. And even the former cover star gets a little bit of glory in the menus. Kylian Mbappe, he even gets to show up at his old stomping ground to cap off a new carousel of menu players. Having that background unlocked also means you get to train in the OG practice arena. You don't get to be in the stadium, which I know a lot of people liked, but it gives you that real training ground feeling and brings back vibes of the journey. One of my favorite new mods that I couldn't wait to show you guys in this video, it has been the addition of unemployed managers, or new slates of managers to use in career mode. As we go into start a new save, we get to select from, you guessed it, real managers that are some unemployed, some even retro. This first batch that I've loaded up, we've got Hansi Flick now at Barcelona, Julian Nagelsmann, who's out coaching the German national team, Jose Mourinho, who's at Fenerbahce, Maurizio Sarri, who's been freshly sacked from Lazio a couple months back, Graham Potter, Zizou himself, Antonio Conte, Allegri, who's been freshly sacked from Juventus, and Scaloni, the Argentine national team manager. So they don't get entirely deleted from your database. You can pretty much select whoever tickles your pickle and recreate real life, like the special one, Jose Mourinho at Fenerbahce. I don't know why he's automatically a female, but we'll change that. And voila, you can see right there, Jose is on his Turkey arc, and it just gives you so many more possibilities of career mode saves and really stretches out the lifespan of this game, because we all know originally he isn't in the base version. Same goes for the German. Hansi Flick at Barcelona has taken over this summer, and he is ready to take them back to the top, just make them a giant of Spanish football again. And one of my personal favorites, Antonio Conte at Napoli. You just know it is going to be an utterly chaotic season that'll provide plenty of drama, and I'm sure a huge crash out from him by the end. Honestly, this is legit one of my favorite new mods, and you can bet your bottom dollar you've got all the unlocked manager customization. You can't really change anything about their appearance because it's an actual face scan and you can't go into detail and change up any of their facial features. You can only do that towards generic faces, but anything to do with their outfit or their, cosmetics, that is free game, baby. And we've also got some new sneakers to deck managers out in from the likes of Nike, Adidas, New Balance. Instead of the boring old pairs of shoes we've been used to since FIFA 20, we get to at least shake it up a little bit here. And in case you weren't impressed by that batch, don't worry, we've got another up our sleeve. And bam, just like that, we are locked and loaded with a new set of unemployed managers to take over. And in this case, we even have some retro managers to play with, like Louis van Gaal, some highly pristine national team managers like Didier Deschamps, Uruguay's Bielsa, Ronald Koeman for the Netherlands, Ralf Rangnick for Austria, Spalletti coming off his debut campaign in the Euros for Italy, Gareth Southgate actually fresh off getting the sack from England, Mancini in the middle. I've actually got no idea who this guy is. I am actually clueless. No idea. Someone in the comments below, let me know who that is. We're just flying through them now. Batch number 3, we have got the likes of Rafa Benitez, Ruud van Nistelrooy, who's just joined the United coaching staff, Jesse Marsch. He's showing up for the international managers, the Canadian coach. Same goes for Roberto Martinez, Delic, the retro Croatian manager, and Ole's at the wheel, baby. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer even showing up for the boys. I don't even know if he has a job these days. I think he still classifies as an unemployed manager. Batch number 4 with this real life manager selection screen, and you're starting to see a theme. You've got a mix of international managers that have made it big, some retro and legacy managers, some former players, some free agents. In this lineup, we've got Santos, Terim, Renard, Favre, Gennaro Gattuso, Tite, Joachim Low, Martinez, and Schroeder. The 5th and final slate we have to choose from. It includes the 2010 World Cup icon Van Bronckhorst, Rudy Garcia, Laga, Sampaoli, who is looking absolutely elite with his tattoos there. Player tattoos you've seen before, but managers rocking full sleeves. He needs to be added to FC 25 ASAP. We have the ginger mastermind who's playing football manager in real life, Will Still, Spain's Euro winning manager De La Fuente, and then these 3 I'm not really too familiar with. We have Fischer, Lucescu, and Diniz, according to these mod notes. And altogether, this little add-on provides 45 new managers to choose from. And in any case, maybe you're not interested in using any of those managers and you just want to bring back the OG, create your manager, play as a normal real manager. We've covered those bases. We've got you. Because not only does this Realism Mod squad file unlock pretty much every single league and every single manager in the game, like for England, only the Premier League is able to be selected. But now with everything applied, we have the Championship, League 1 and League 2 all at our disposal, all with their real life managers from the start of the 23-24 season, all there to select from and start a manager career with. And this comes in clutch really when it's to do with France and Germany, because we all know in the base game that PSG is the only available manager to choose from, but now not only are all the other teams opened up, but most of them have a face scan, like Paulo Fonseca, Francesco Farioli at Nice, Patrick Vieira, who was at Strasbourg, and trust me, we've got League 2 covered as well. And in Germany, all 3 leagues are unlocked. We are having an absolute field day out here. If I go through them all one by one, we're going to be here all night, but let me just lightly scroll through and see how many more options you have. It is pure insanity, and like a lot of these mods, blow the console version out the water. Even the MLS gets thrown some love. Shout out to all my American viewers out there. Anyone else fancy a Dean Smith Charlotte FC save right now? Because I do. And all of a sudden, the playable manager count has pretty much doubled, if not tripled. Now, something else I've discovered about PC FIFA is that pretty much people can go ahead and upload their own save files. You can download them yourself, just like I've done here with a Mourinho Fenerbahce 24/25 season career mode. This, alongside all the mods I used today, will be linked down in the description below with all their updated versions. And it pretty much just does all the hard setup work for you. It loads you in. He's at the helm in Istanbul, and you get all the new players, all the transfers, the new kits, and the new team that he has built over the summer. So it's definitely something worth experimenting with, and something that I might be looking forward to doing in the future. Sharing my own career mode saves and universes with you lot. Now loading up into a new save, there's a couple new things that I want to show off, and it's to do with your coaches for your club that was newly introduced in this year's game. All that matters now is that we have an increased max capacity for your staff and your open positions you have. So no matter what team you are, whether you're Bayern Munich or Rochdale, you're going to have 20 open coach positions, and you can basically have a fully decked out, fully packed out coaching system before you've even kicked the ball. We've just hired one, we've got 19 open positions, and there is also a mod that makes every single coach available on the market a 5-star in every single department. Unfortunately though, I haven't been able to get that one working, but I did manage to get it when I was testing all these out before the video. For some reason, it doesn't want to work now, but I will still link it down below. That is an option. To be honest, I think having more coaches to hire is probably a better feature. This is what a fully decked out, fully jam-packed 20-man coaching staff looks like. There we go. The mod's finally kicked in. The perfect coaches, where pretty much everyone you hire gets to be 5 stars. As soon as they join your club, they just get 5 stars in every department, and you're gonna have to wait a little while longer because you've basically hired every single coach on the market. To get this 20-man coach set up, we have fully exhausted our coaching department, but for some weird reason, like the max you can have is 20, something to do with the game code, but at least the mod opens up a few extra spots for you. Now, just in case you don't want to download the cheat engine or you're having some issues with it, whatever reason, there are some new mods that have come onto the scene where basically you just apply it to your mod manager and you get to have players at full fitness at all times, 100% sharpness, and every player is very happy. You don't really have to do any press conference work. You don't have to have a bunch of player conversations and worry about them leaving or submitting a transfer request. No matter if they're a starter or a reserve player, they'll be happy, they'll be sharp, and they'll be fully fit or just have full stamina. And it's possible without the cheat engine interference. So it's something I've never really seen done before. So that's kind of nice, not gonna lie. Now, I know you guys get used to this in every mod video by now, but I just want to showcase some completely new game faces that haven't come to console yet and will probably arrive in FC25, but they're just some of my personal faves as well. First up, we've got PSG's Bradley Barcola. I've got no idea why he hasn't been scanned into the game yet, and has hit some really good form for the Parisians. Here in this new face mod, balling out with his braids and all, the Italian stallion himself, Riccardo Calafiori, the new boy at Arsenal. I just got to show him off again because he looks that damn good. And not to mention the brand specific gloves. Instead of having generic in-game gloves, depending on what kit manufacturer your club has, depends what gloves they're going to wear on the pitch. For example, West Ham with Umbro, their players are going to wear Umbro gloves. Same goes with Puma, same goes with Nike, and so on and so forth. Some more of my faves include the Norwegian wonder kid Antonio Nusa, who's just made a big move to RB Leipzig. Damn, we got another Norwegian out here, Andreas Schjelderup, but his face scan's looking on point with the little headband vibe going on. I don't know, Norwegians are on a hot streak right now. Oscar Bob, the Man City wonder kid. Look at these United Academy players that have gotten their face scan love, like Maximilian Oyedele. I mean, it low-key looks like he's got a black mop hanging off the top of his head, but that thick headband holding it all up, doing the work. It's a unique sight to see. Copy Mainu, of course, who we've touched on before. Bayan Deer, Ethan Wheatley. We've got a random Rashford hair update. He's got some kind of red-orange bleach going on the top of his head. And the new centre defensive midfielder reinforcement, one of United's most recent signings, and that's Emmanuel Ugarte. I don't know how he hasn't been scanned into the base game yet. Vanilla FIFA is just lagging behind. Sometimes you can't even tell that these are mods, and the attention to detail with the tattoos too, it is just an absolute masterpiece. The new Argentinian star boy who's been loaned back to River Plate from Manchester City, they picked him up early. It is Claudio Echeverri. Again, a lot of these are coming to FC25 on launch day, but it's cool, we get to have a little sneak peek of them, an early sneak peek here in FC24. And one of the highlights, one of the most unique face scans you're gonna see is big boy killing Mbappe with his Euro masks variation. animations. We had so many options to choose from. There's a black face mask mod, a Ninja Turtles face scan mod, and his first initial go-to, the French Mbappe face scan mod, which surprisingly has so much attention to detail. From the black strapping at the back all the way to his initials engraved, the French flag, the logo, and his number with the 2 World Cup stars. They left no stone unturned. And the best thing about it is that the guy stays strapped at all times, even in the cutscenes. Man's getting interviewed and he needs to stay protected. Killian's face mask never comes off. Like, even if you go ahead and retire him, make him a manager, take over the club he has ownership of in real life. SM Khan, it's Mbappe's first managerial stint, and he is still repping the French face mask. And no matter where you take him in the realm of career mode, player career, manager career, on the pitch, the face mask just stays with him at all times. Whilst we're on the topic of player career mode, pretty much the only mod that exclusively applies to player career I've found is the unrestricted playstyles, where it basically lets you unlock traits and playstyles easier. Less of a limit you have to reach when it comes to your Maverick, Heartbreak, Virtuoso, and all your personality points. Like, we're already at tier 5, nearly on the verge of T6, and we've legit done like the first 6 shopping activities there is to do. And once we complete a few more activities, all 7 playstyle spots will be fully unlocked. Yeah, I barely even flinched, and we have 1 more left to complete. Oh, and I also think it lets you unlock any single playstyle you want. Like, look how many we have to choose from. We just have everything at our disposal. You could customize it no matter what your player, no matter what your position, no matter what your personality type. Every playstyle is there for you to play around with and configure, and it just opens you up to so many more possibilities at an earlier stage to craft your perfect player. So instead of the Trivella, the acrobatic playstyle, I'm gonna give Mbappe Relentless instead, and it's that easy. It removes the repetitive grinds and just lets you focus on your player build with complete freedom. Now, this genre of mod has gotten increasingly popular. I'm seeing a lot of them pop up all over the place, and that's the soundtrack mods. Now, if you know me or have seen any of the retro FIFA retrospectives or videos on the channel, you'll know how much I love the FIFA soundtrack. But, you know, after you've heard the songs pretty much all year at this point, there are some mods out there that add brand new songs to the soundtrack, some retro throwbacks, some new songs, different type of genres, some songs that missed out on the FIFA soundtrack that probably should have made it either currently or over the years, some old FIFA bangers, a mix-up of tunes, just so many different genres that you don't usually see on a FIFA game. Some of the biggest songs of the year, they uncensor all the songs, so you don't have to hear little bleeps or little pauses here and there, especially with the rap songs that usually swear like 5,000 times per verse. So in this video, not only are we talking about the visuals and aesthetic refreshes, we also get an audio sensory refresh, I guess. If you're sick of the FC24 soundtrack and you want to shake it up a bit, there are actually a lot more soundtrack mods out there than I thought there were, so I'll make sure to link them all below. You can only really use one at a time, but it affects the entire like listening experience throughout the games. I'm the plug, I'll hook it up for you guys. Anything to do with the soundtrack, this is just my ballpark, so I thought I'd throw in a few soundtrack mods in there for you, for the real OGs. Now, another genre of mods I love exploring every year is pretty much anything to do with the Youth Academy, and trust me, this Youth Academy overhaul is a must-have. I'm not even talking about the bangers I've mentioned in videos previously, like the extended name pool mod or scouting in any country you want. I'm talking about your default starting academy you get given when you launch a new save, and right here we're managing Union Berlin for one reason, and that's because their Youth Academy objective is the lowest of the low. It is very low, their last priority. So usually in vanilla career mode, that means you'd get maybe like 2 or 3 players in your Youth Academy, but this triples it. The minimum number of players you get is 8. Right here we've loaded in with 9, but the lowest I've seen whilst I've tested this mod out was 8. So minimum, you've got 8 Youth Academy ballers ready to scout, ready to train, ready to promote, and you've even got some homegrown ballers in the mix with a 14-year-old, making it possible for you to scout younger players, and you get to experiment with yet another FC25 feature early. And if you're managing a club with a critical, extremely high focus on the youth development sector, you're gonna walk in to a 16-man Youth Academy right off the bat, right from the get-go, and with 16 players, this could fill out a whole second team team, a third team sheet for you. You could build an academy squad and legit just get you set for the future without you having to go out there and hire multiple scouts, send them on multiple missions. There is so much talent for you to work with from the jump, and this is where combining mods together really comes in clutch, and everything starts to click. Mohamed Jaeger, 71 overall, cam/center forward, has 96 to 99 potential. You've just stumbled upon a generational talent, a future Ballon d'Or winner. Not only is it a no-brainer, you want to promote him straight to the senior team, no questions. With your fully unlocked player editor, that lets you take full control over players that don't have a game face scan or just generic youth academy talents that look like this. I don't know, he just looks a little bit too generic, a little bit too basic for my liking. You can go ahead and have full customization over his head scan model, whether you want to just give slight little modifications to it, you know, like give him a new hairstyle or like dye his hair different color, make him look, you know, a little bit more different to the status quo. Once he gets a little bit older, give him a little bit more facial hair to show that he's growing, increase his weight and height as he hits 21. Well, we don't really have any problems with this guy as he's already 6'4" at 17. You know, usually you'd get players that are like 5'5" and they never end up growing. Over the years, you could bump up his weight, make him have a little growth spurt, throw away those generic EA boots and hook him up with a brand new pair, give him those kit manufacturer specific club gloves we were talking about earlier. You know, just kind of give him a little touch up. Tailor it to your liking, tailor it to your experience. Really, the power is in your hands here. There's no real rules or anything to follow. Let your imagination run wild. Oh, I forgot about this. We also have the new gripper socks in the ankle tape section, and you know, you could just select what type of gripper socks, which you don't really get in the base game, nor have we ever had in the FIFA before. So that's a nice, cool, realistic touch. Now say hello to your new look Mohamed Jaeger, who has potential to be special. He's probably going to be a franchise player for the next 10 years. And those editing capabilities and powers aren't just limited to youth academy players. It could be real life players too, like this man right here, Tristan Guja. You could go ahead and get crazy with it. You could change up his whole appearance, make him look like a completely different person, and he's just such a cool tool to have at your disposal. And here's another example of some more press room sponsors and verified news outlets. We've got UEFA TV in the bottom corner, and then Fabrizio Romano's Here We Go. When a new transfer or managerial change happens, that's how it looks. Now this mod kind of ties into the youth academy, but also applies to your entire squad, and that's player training, especially development plans. There has been another major update and a new version, which is apparently Football Manager inspired. Not my words, but take it as it is. We have a whole bunch of new development plans to play around with, and more specific training schedules for your players that actually target different areas of their game or more specific parts of their attributes. So you can really target what areas you want your player to be a specialist in, like dead ball specialist, which when applied improves free kick accuracy, of course, long pass, composure, curve, vision, shot power, and long shots. Or identify weaknesses and give your wonder kid some weak side practice. Or focus on skills with the ball trickster plan. Like, there really is unlimited potential with this. You can even focus on defensive movement for attacking players, like depending on what kind of player you want them to be, depending on how you want them to play. Right midfielders or wingers, you could still train them as like inverted wingers. Wide playmakers, focus on the wide areas of their game. In terms of the striker department, you've still got target man pressing, deep lying, and complete, also poacher in there. But these new development plans allow you to explore further, like the trequartista, the false nine, attacking movement, defensive movement, and you know, all the other specific plans that apply to every other player too. So the likes of dead ball specialist, ball trickster, weak side. You've got a comprehensive list to work with and experiment with your youth players. You've just got the normal goalkeeper, sweeper keeper, positional keeper, which also focuses on their sprint speed and acceleration, whilst training reflexes and positioning, playmaker keeper, so you can get them to play out from the back, kind of act and play as a quarterback. You've also got his defensive positioning, and a keeper with attack positioning. Could really get crazy with it and experiment things to the fullest extent. In terms of defender, we've got pretty much everything we've mentioned before, but also libero, a wide defender, and by the looks of things, every single position gets these like kind of 4 or 5 at the bottom. But also I found a new one called complete, which looks like it only applies to wingbacks for some reason. And last but not least, we have the CDM plans, which include a regista, a term popular popularized by Football Manager, it seems. Roaming playmaker, a segundo volante, which I still have no idea what that means, but you can see all the attributes it trains up. Halfback training, which develops them into like a quarterback role that I was describing earlier. Being the conductor, you've also got your defensive and all the other plans that applied earlier. So I think CDM, you've got the most options and the most to choose from. This is where you can get nitty gritty and like specifically mold the player to the way you want them to play and act on the pitch. It's extremely intricate and you could focus so many hours on this. What's wrong, Data? I keep discovering new development plans. And Gunche? Have I hit Unk status? Anyways, FM inspired development plan trainings are here and here to stay if you download the mod and you're willing to give FIFA on PC a crack. Now this next mod is what I like to call the post-Abramovich Chelsea era special. And that is a mod that lets you increase your max capacity, not for your youth academy, but for your senior squad. We all know the max player limit for your team is 52 players before the game makes you start releasing players before you can sign any more. And with this current Chelsea 24-25 season roster, they're getting up there. They're close to the limit, already sat at 49. I just need to promote a few more and we'll be at full capacity. But what this mod lets you do is pretty much double your squad size. So from 52 players, you can have up to 100 players in your senior squad. Todd Bowley would love that. That would be a dream. The proof is in the pudding, and let's just start promoting a couple players. We're at 50, 51, and now 52. And there we go, 52 players. We're going to go back to our academy and promote the last player to get us over the line. And now we've got 47 players to sign up, baby. Let's fill up these ranks. And we're on the road to triple digits. We want to hit a century. We've got 48 ongoing transfer negotiations right now. I'm just doing this to prove a point for the video, but actually pulling this off is wild. This is the type of pain and suffering I have to put myself through just to entertain you lot. I gotta see this same old transfer cutscene 50 times in a row. But have faith, lads. Nonetheless, we are on a mission right now. I ain't stopping till I see that 100 squad size, alright? Look, honestly, I can see why this mod is useful. Gives you a lot more freedom. Maybe you can build up not just the main squad, but focus on like all the other teams in the club. Like your academy teams, your under 18s, your under 23s, your backup team, your reserve team, and have like 10 different team sheets to organize. Or just create some insane chaos like I'm doing right now. We are testing this game and career mode's credentials to the fullest extent today. Oh, would you look at that? Team spirit at Chelsea slumps. Why? Question mark. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe because we've signed up about 50 new players. We have one more signing to complete. This one to get us to our beloved 100. And there we go. Anthony joining Chelsea to make it 100 players at Stamford Bridge. And just to see it there in all its glory, squad size 100. We have unlimited squad depth. They not like us, baby. And oh my god, my squad hub, it hasn't really affected the load times or like the speed navigating the menus whatsoever. So that's a good sign. It probably will the further you get down the track in your save. But with 24 attackers, 24 defenders, 46 midfielders, and 6 goalkeepers, I think we're doing alright. But it looks like all of our new signings are very unhappy. Something's gone wrong. We promised them something on the contract and they've walked into the club with about 99 players, wondering where their game time's gonna come from. But this is the kind of situation we're at right now. I can't change this guy's kit number because every single kit number is in use. On the financial side of things, oh my god, I don't know if this is a visual glitch, but apparently every single new player I've signed, they all have -1 months left on their contract, and they also have a market value of -£1. So yeah, this could be a visual glitch, or I might have just ruined this save entirely. It could be corrupt. We have gifted this club with a £295 million a week wage bill. Oh no, that's not even the wage bill. That's just the wage increase for this week. Look at that chunk we've increased it by. Todd Bowley's got to cough up some extra cash from somewhere because this is getting out of hand. How's the team management selection even go? We're scrolling, we're scrolling, we're scrolling. It doesn't look like 100 players. And that's because the team management screen still caps it at 52 players, like where you could actually scroll to, but they're still in your club, this extra squad size. Oh, we are in the red, alright. We are just driving this club's financials into the ground. And this is what happens if you go out and try and sign another player. You get this message, we can't approach the player. We've reached the maximum squad size. Now do with that information in this mod what you will. Now this next next segment of mods, it's everything to do about stadiums. And that's for teams that don't actually have their stadium in the game. Pretty much every team gets their stadium renamed to what it is in real life. So for my boys, Frosinone, instead of the generic Stadium Netta, we have the Stadio Benito Stirpe. And it's not just for the big teams either. I don't know, let's just go to like the French second division, AC Ajaccio. They've got their actual real name stadium. I mean, it applies for the big boys as well. Bayern Munich, the Allianz Arena, hasn't been in FIFA since like FIFA 18, I want to say. And now instead of seeing Sanderson Park, you're going to have Allianz Arena pop up. It's just another one of these minor little attention to details. So for Barcelona, I mean, they're usually playing at the Camp Nou, but thanks to that being under construction, they have the Estadi Olympique Louis Companys, which is like the Olympic Stadium in Barcelona, Monaco's Stade Louis II, and even for national teams, they get their home stadiums added to the game, or at least their names. So let's just see Finland. Where do they play in real life? The Helsinki Olympic Stadium. And yeah, no matter where you are, no matter who you're managing, you get real life accurate stadium names to all the generic stadiums. And this one's not staying generic for long. Ashton Gate has actually just recently been announced that it's added into FC 25. Oh, let's go down to Harrogate Town in League 2. Where do they play? At Wetherby Road. So that's a major W in my book, where the Realism Mod just outdoes itself. Now let's just say you want to start up a new career and the team doesn't have their actual stadium scanned in game. Another element of the Realism Mod allows you to relocate or just change up your stadium, and that could be moving from a generic stadium to a generic stadium, or just completely change it up and go to another team's stadium. I know this would be sacrilege, but letting Blackburn play at Turf Moor in Burnley's own backyard and renaming it to Ewood Park, that is just downright evil. But we're gonna do it today because I've chosen violence, and we're gonna make everything in the stadium Blackburn colors. So the pitch lines are blue, the goal nets are blue and white, the stadium colors gonna be blue, the seats are gonna be blue. We're just giving Turf Moor a blue upgrade, and the best part about it is that we actually get to see it take effect in game. You can see there Ewood Park. Going to a match at home, we've got the seat colors all blue. Turf Moor's looking a little bit different these days. You can see the effect that customizing real life stadiums have. Let's just go all the way back to their keeper. The pitch line's blue, the goal nets have changed, and this is just one example. Like, I'm just trying to give you the most egregious of ways you could shake things up, let's say, in your save. But yeah, having this power at your disposal and actually seeing it take effect in game is something else. It just gives you this different feeling entirely. And yes, I accidentally have a UEFA Nations League scoreboard mod on, so that's why it looks a little bit different. I was supposed to actually showcase that later, but here we are. And the Sky Sports Premier League TV logo's there because I accidentally applied it. I don't think Burnley will be too happy with this, but Blackburn are taking over Turf Moor, all thanks to PC mods. Another area of control you can have over stadiums is that you can reduce the crowd capacity. Now let me show you what I mean by that. You can either reduce it down to 50%. Let's just say you've hit that time of the season where the fans have lost faith. And yeah, we've actually got that applied now where the crowd is reduced at least. And you can see it in the stands. There are little patches of empty seats. Like, it looks like the fans are rolling in. Ticket sales are at an all-time low and you can't sell out your ground anymore. It's a dead rubber game and you're starting to see more seats empty than usual. It's just an awesome touch because, like, why do all games have to be a sellout? Like, it's just not realistic, especially if you're managing in the lower leagues. But this is just an example to showcase the feature of. The crowds have been reduced and it's just a cool little visual to see, I guess. Something else you can do is bring back the lockdown football, bring back the pre-COVID vibes, or the COVID vibes I should say, and remove the crowds entirely. Fans, go home. There are none of you in attendance today. I mean, there's like 3 or 5 of them. You get to play in an empty stadium. It's something the Man City players would be very familiar with. Oh, look at that. Lucky us. We're playing at the empty ad, baby. And something else you get access with this mod called the Expanded Penalty Vision mod. It's a feature which just gives you a little bit of a different camera angle when it comes to taking penalties or saving them. Oh, look at look at the suspense, all 5 of them in the crowd. But here we go. We've got Vlahovic up to take the penalty. He goes right down the middle, but you can see there the camera was a little bit further removed. And you just got a different view of it, I guess. There you go. Vlahovic celebrating to all the 5 fans in the crowd. crowd. Damn, he'd be the perfect signing for Man City, I swear. Let me just show it off one more time. I don't know if this is a personal preference, but it kind of just mimics TV. Oh, we nearly saved it. Like that specific, more realistic camera angle, I guess. Now, this next batch of mods has to do with Creator Club. Now, I know I've already covered most of the Creator Club mods in a whole different separate video, so I'll keep it short and sweet, but I have found some new ones, and a new one I found is just a specific Red Bull type club mod, where you can pick and choose from all these new different type of Red Bull team projects. So we all know RB Leipzig, RB Salzburg, but you know, what about Red Bull Milan? You could just enter yourself into a new city, Red Bull Berlin, and challenge the status quo, become a new rival, become the most hated team in the land. You could imitate what Leeds are doing in real life and just completely overhaul them as a Red Bull Leeds, and you've got even more down here: Red Bull Dublin, Red Bull Paris, Red Bull Washington, Red Bull Madrid, Red Bull Lisbon, Red Bull Leverkusen. You've even got a New York Red Bull, the second, the sequel. Or if we were just to go down the Red Bull Leeds route, we'd have Leeds be our selected rival, and alongside the Red Bull badges, you've also got way more kit templates to select from if you are to go the Red Bull team strategy. You've got a couple more kit templates with the Red Bull logo on it. You've got the two bulls variation, or you've just got the simple plain text. This isn't an ad for Red Bull. I'm not sponsored by them, but there are so many different ways that you can keep it realistic and keep the Creator Club mode fresh with new ideas and new fantasy teams. And there are also some new kit sponsors we've never seen before included, like Alipay. We've got Bing X, Prestel, some of these companies I've never even heard before. Fairwinds, Hollywood Bets, the Brentford sponsor, Loch Lomond, Lich Oman. There are so many other different variations of sponsors. I'm starting to lose count. We've got Bridges, TikTok has got its own little set, Intermedia, BK8, Campaign Against Living Miserably. You've even got Sigma in there. Like, what else would you want? BetMGM, you've got such more of a variety to choose from. Torrot. Okay, these are actually, I'm glad I've gone over these kit templates, because these were not in my Creator Club mods vid. Magical Vegas, SoFi, got a few more American sponsorships to work with. Ziggo, who are Ajax, or used to be Ajax's sponsor. Amazon. Mediacom, which is Fiorentina's main shirt sponsor. Classic Football Shirts, one of my favorite websites of all time. And that about wraps it up when it comes to the shirt sponsors, but something else new we have to cover, I know. The Creator Club fun just never ends, as we have more non-generic goalkeeper kits that actually have long sleeve options. So not only do we have brand new designs, brand new sponsors, brand new colorways, but there are also some keeper options that have the long sleeve applied. So this Qatar Airways one, the SoFi. We've not only got the outfield kit sorted, but if you wanted to go down the Red Bull route and just fully go in deep into it, you got the goalkeeper kits that match the entire vibe of the club, and they probably look the best out of all of them, to be honest. But we'll continue to scroll down and explore some more long sleeve options. There's so much variety, so much to play around with, and we get to show the goalkeepers some love, because in the base game vanilla version, all these goalkeeper Creator Club kits are generic. This type of selection is just non-existent and non-possible without mods. And the best thing about it is that the longer the game is out, not only just for FC24, but for all future releases, the better the mods will get. So you could have older games like FIFA 21, FIFA 22, some retro FIFAs. They've had so many years to work with the game code and get creative with it, where the mods are just so extensive. You wouldn't believe what things they'd be able to achieve on older FIFAs in terms of modding, but we'll leave that video for another day. Now, this next mod is all to do about, you guessed it, retro kits. Instead of wasting your money on them in Ultimate Team, where they're just exclusive to one game mode.
What the f is this? What the f is this? This is garbage.
It's beautiful.
That is a fact.
We've got it how it is here, like it was back in the day, where they're applicable across all game modes. You can use them in kickoff, career mode, tournaments, and boy, we've got some beauties to show you guys. Like this United 07-08 kit. For Juventus, we've got the selection from 15-16, where it was that beautiful little pink number and that absolutely stunning gold on black kit. Chelsea are decked out in the kits that they won the Champions League in. Oh, that classic little blue checkered number. I do have a soft spot for that one. one. And of course, it's the same goes for Inter. These are the kits where they won the historic not only Champions League, but treble. And oh my god, the vintage, the classic Pirelli sponsor. It goes hard, goddammit. Liverpool are repping their kit from 08-09 with the Carlsberg sponsor. I gotta say that grey third kit is absolutely terrible, but Arsenal not repping the Invincibles kit. But these were the kits they had the season after the Invincibles, so 05-06. Milan got given the 09/10 season treatment with some of their retro kits on display. The classic home with the Buin sponsorship. It just screams Ronaldinho, doesn't it? And even some national teams get shown some love here with Argentina with that classic Le Coq Sportif. I'm pretty sure this was the kit where Argentina won the World Cup with Maradona. You got the retro logo, the retro template. Yeah, France get their retro here. Mbappe 2006 World Cup kit. Yeah, that's the kit Zidane headbutted Materazzi in. We got a little bit of a throwback here for the oil money derby. Both Man City and PSG. They get some retro kit love here with Man City having the old retro logo, of course, but the 97/98 season variety. I've got to say, they've knocked it out the park with these. Not gonna lie, I hate to admit it, but the Kappa sponsorship have done them good. And then PSG with the old Opel sponsor from 2001. Again, just reminds you of Ronaldinho. You can have a retro El Clasico showdown here with Real Madrid's 08-09 kit selections here to choose. We're getting old, but Barcelona have the kit that actually inspired this current season 2024's kit. Again, it's the 08-09 variety with the iconic UNICEF sponsor. And last but not least, we have Atletico Madrid, and oh my Alright, now we're talking. This has got to be the best mod out there. This is my favorite so far, the Spider-Man 2 sponsor. And not only that, they've got all different variations of it. The normal logo, and then you've got the spiderweb action going on in the away kit. Then the alternate's just got that classic red circle with the retro Spider-Man font too. Okay, any Spider-Man fans out there, you'd appreciate this. Oh, that's peak. That's class. That's got to be worth the mod download in of itself. And trust me, they look even better up close and personal. They are simply stunning, man. Just look at this. You've got Spider-Man. The streets won't forget that kit, and neither will you, because now it's in FC24 forever. I mean, this could be a reality for you console folk out there, but this is what EA took from you. Like we had it back in the day with the EA catalog, and you could unlock all different kinds of retro kits to use. Now we have to rely on mods to get them back in the game for us, and that's just not how it should be. Like, I love the PC and all that, but I wish you console lads out there could get the opportunity to do this kind of stuff, because it's special. Not every day you see Julian Alvarez in the Spider-Man 2 retro Atletico Madrid kit scoring goals. But that's just the price we have to pay when EA keep removing features and make them Ultimate Team exclusive. And here's the proof that they transfer across all game modes. With Fiorentina, who I forgot to show you guys, all these retro kits will apply to your career mode saves, old and new. And can we just talk about this era? The Nintendo shirt sponsor, the filler kit manufacturer, the retro logo. Like, this is just the perfect combination. Please, Fiorentina, take my money. Now, another area that these mods have on pat and downlocked is new national teams to the game. Something that everyone's kind of been crying out for, and an area where EAFC severely lacks. We've got the likes of Albania, Algeria. They're new to the game. Australia's been added back in. Yeah, boy. Bear with me. Bear with me. I believe it's Austria that's new to the game too. So these are all new national teams. Bolivia making return. Bosnia and Herzegovina. I believe I've covered this in a mods video before, so I'll just quickly go over it. We've got Brazil being added back into the game. They're probably the most highly requested nation. Removed for some licensing issue. Canada is also in the game, and my game's crashed. Yeah, it ain't a BCHD video without some technical difficulties, baby. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. I think we're good. Tunisia. I don't want to jinx it, but we've got some more added teams in here. Senegal make a return. We got some African nations in the mix. Nigeria. Japan with their new stunner of a kit. We got some Asian and African nations. The current AFCON champions, the Ivory Coast. Mo Salah-led Egypt are back. Colombia. Cameroon. And when you start up a new career mode save, all the national national teams actually get added, and they'll be involved in the World Cup, in Copa Americas, in Euros. Brazil will be back as a powerhouse and a threat in World Cups later down the line. Some removed nations, some new nations, and some of these national teams that are exclusive only to the Euros game mode for some reason. Senegal are a big one to have back, and Algeria's new kit is just a definition of clean. I mean, sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. It's just a little bit of trial and error, and sometimes you just get straight up glitches like this when the mods clash together or something's gone wrong. Mods at times can be incredibly tedious, so just be aware of that. But hey, when they work, it's actually just magic, as you've come to see throughout all my mod videos. Now, another mod I want to introduce you to, which is more of a squad file, but it's the men's team overhaul that opens your game up to brand new icons entering the scene, alongside all the others you've come to know and love over the years. And this is the perfect time where the retro kit mod comes into action as well, because you combine that with new icons, you mix that together, and it's just a perfect recipe. Let's just start off normally with Arsenal. You've got the return of Bergkamp, Henry, Cole at left back, Vieira in midfield, Robert Pires, Freddie Ljungberg, Kanu. But you guys all know them by now. It's time to just highlight just the new icons specifically. So let's head to Chelsea, where we should have John Terry added into the game as an actual icon. Okay, for some reason it's not working. Ah, man, I've been duped. The custom icon overhaul isn't available right now. Okay, just forget everything I said then.
How the fuck would you show me something if I couldn't have it then?
But you can kind of go based off the list. So the players highlighted in red would be newly added to the game. So for Chelsea, the likes of Good Johnson and John Terry, Carrick and Evra for Manchester United. Newcastle had so many more. Gascoigne, Dyer, Bellamy. Spurs got Van der Vaart. Inter got Chivu, Maicon and Samuel. Even Aston Villa got shown some love with Dwight York being added. Well, sorry to blue balls you and tease you like that, lads, but maybe at a future date we'll see the custom icon mod come into action, maybe for FC25. The more I dive deep into these mods, the more I'm surprised and taken aback. But what this mod also allows you to unlock is letting you play women's teams against men's teams. So let's just say you wanted to see how the United men's team would face against the United women's squad. You get the chance to do that. It's possible here in FC24 now. That ability is unlocked with this men's women's mashup. They get to face off against each other, which, as we know, hasn't been possible ever since their introduction in FIFA 16. Now, keeping it on the theme of new players and new teams with these squad files, I've got the Revolta squad file mod. It basically adds a bunch of fantasy teams and a bunch of overpowered old players back to the game. Now, let's just start you off slow and ease into it with the Revolta captains team, which basically combines all the best captains from both the Euros and Copa America that just happened this summer. They've been juiced up, they've got overpowered ratings, and they've been combined into one solid team. They've got a bunch of attribute and stat boosts, and it's just a fun little fantasy team you can use either in tournament mode or kickoff. They've got their own team badge, their own kits, and they're all hiding in this rest of the world section where we can change from Revolta Classic, Revolta Meta, obviously the men's and women's rest of the world, and then Revolta Live. Next team we have up here is the 2022 Qatar World Cup team of the tournament. So you've got some of the best performers from that World Cup in one team, and again, they've got a nice little World Cup themed kit, their own badge, some insane stat boosts, and they'd just be a fun team to use in general. You've got Copa America Euros mashup teams, including this Revolta Academy team. I've got no idea like why these players have been selected or why they're in this team, but again, it's a cool little feature to have, and just some fantasy teams you can experiment and play around with. And also this Revolta Path to Glory, combining some of the best players of the tournament from the Euros and the Copa America. Now, enough with the fantasy teams, let's dive into Free Agents FC. I don't know why Ronaldo is leading the line up top. We also have Michel Platini as an icon, and just prime David Villa chilling on the bench. The rest are all the free agents you're used to seeing in career mode. The Mexicans, the Qataris, the Kiwis, they're all here, alongside a plethora of icon teams to choose from. In the Revolta Classic section, we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 icon teams to choose from. All these EA icon teams combine some of the best icons that are actually in the game. This European Classics team combines the best Euro all-time team together, and it consists of the 23 best ever Euros players based on their performers at Euros tournaments. Got 2016 CR7, 08 and 2012 Iniesta, and so on and so forth. So this would be like an awesome tournament mode. You could just combine some of the best starting 11s and best players and put them all up to the test. However, this one here, the Legends 43 team, it consists of Ultimate Team Legends and Classic 11 players that were deleted over the years due to various reasons, whether it's licensing or they can't get the image rights anymore, like Maradona, who's been removed for a couple of FIFAs now. A bunch of these players you guys will recognize and remember from the Classic Team 11. Some of them were removed, like FIFA 14 icons like Breme, Romario, Beckenbauer, Phil Neville, Overmars. But the players like Rivellino, Trezor, Rivera, Gascoigne, Boniek, and Amancio, just to name a few, were part of that OG Classic 11 team that you'd always see in kickoff. And then some I've even forgotten have been removed from the game, like the Laudrups, David Seaman from FIFA 14, Alexi Lalas, Jamie Carragher. Who else have we got? Guardiola's been removed, Deco, oh, Valderrama as well, the famous Colombian, and the list just keeps getting bigger and bigger. But these are the kind of icons and legends we're missing from today's game. I'm not saying this is EA's fault or anything, but like it's hard getting the image rights and actual licenses for these players, so I can sympathize with them in that regard. But thanks to the power of PC mods and the Revolta squad file, we've got them all back. Oh man, I haven't even covered the Revolta meta section, where it consists of some of the most overpowered Ultimate Team meta players through the years. And oh my god, I'm already getting PTSD flashbacks from this front three trio of Ababo, Dumbia, and Jovinho. They get their own team in of itself. It just screams FIFA 15 at me. You've got the likes of Chikawi, Nainggolan, and Ramirez in midfield. Some Ultimate Team cult heroes like Bailly and Jack Butland in net. FIFA 17 Smalling, Freddie Guarin, just some Ultimate Team classics. Some overpowered players from modern times like FIFA 20 Ben Yedder, with all their juiced up upgraded ratings and attributes. And this one, oh, it screams to the retro FIFA player. You've got Prime Hulk, Emenike up front, Adel Tarap, the streets will never forget, El Sharawi when he first came bursting onto the scene as a wonder kid, Dede and Win at the back, who has 127 pace. I just clocked that. Oh my days, these attributes are absolutely cracked. He's got all the play styles in the book. I want to see if you can transfer these players into career mode. What the hell? These teams are absolutely insane. You got some lovely little throwback retro players. Kelvin, S-Vine, Wallison, if you know, you know. Felipe Santana, hundreds. All these players just have over 100 pace. I don't even know how that's possible. But this Revolta squad file mod has made it a reality. And a bonus is that some of these removed icons and players that we haven't seen for years get their face scan back in the game. Romario, who we haven't seen for years, Jamie Carragher, Franz Beckenbauer, George Weah even, Boniek, who was part of that Classic 11 kickoff team, and the new like team specific kits and badges just make it that much more believable too. You could pull off some crazy exhibition matches. Alright, here's the test. Can you transfer some of these overpowered beasts into career mode? Let's go. Mikoli to Frosinone, MNEK with 127 pace to Frosinone. Oh, we are creating a super team here, people. We're gonna be unstoppable. This feels illegal. You could let all these fantasy teams run wild in a career mode save, in one career mode universe. That is just insane to think about. The super team is complete and ready to be put in career mode. And here we go. Has it worked? And oh boy, it is worked a treat. There we land, people. We have got some iconic removed legends back in career mode, back amongst the big boys. Yes, I'm talking about you, FIFA 17, Anthony Martial. I mean, these guys' regens would be absolutely cracked. They'd be a joke. Oh my god, the 100 attributes actually carry over to career mode. Oh, what the hell? 115 balance, 121 acceleration, 122 strength. Jesus Christ, Emenike is hitting the gym. He's injecting. I'm simply lost for words. And some of these guys' financials, some of their market value is just insane. Emenike valued at 496 million. A whole bunch of OGs nearly valued at $500 million in today's transfer market. Honestly, this is some of the most fun you could have on a FIFA game, full stop. Just messing around and seeing some of your favorite players from past and present go at it and do battle. Combining some of the best eras in football, and it even adds retro managers. Was that Del Bosque I just saw? Yeah, that is Del Bosque. Look at him. Oh, like imagine we had the full pre-match lineups, could have seen it all. But yeah, this mod is just absolutely insane. Takes things to a whole nother level. And guess what? It's free. You don't have to pay a cent. You don't have to drain your wallet in Ultimate Team to get access to any of these players. They're just free, ready for action. They're at your disposal at all times. times. There is so much fun, so many experiments, and just, you know, the possibilities are endless with these. You get to play around, have so much power, create your own little career mode universes and worlds, create your own tournaments, play with some of your favorite players. And one of the best parts about it is that it gets to increase the lifespan and longevity of a game. It's no longer FC24, but it can always be updated in the future and add some great new modes and players and rosters. So make sure if you want to try any of these out, they'll all be linked down below in the description. Fair play to the modders out there. They've been working hard and tirelessly throughout this entire game cycle to the point where they've actually made FC fun and playable again. I could just get lost and spend hours experimenting and trying new things out. And if you think I've missed out on anything, or you want me to try a different mod I haven't showcased before, leave a comment down below if you need some help, if you have a question. The first FC25 mods have finally dropped, so today I've combined the best must-have mods for career mode that are free for you to download and try out, because you have to see it to believe it. The mods this year have reached a new level and are even better. For example, unlocking new cosmetic items, expanded player and manager editors, adding team and competition licenses, new third, alternate and fantasy kits, brand new and retro player faces, unlocking every icon in offline modes, and heaps more. Straight up, you should be using all of them to have a better manager and player career experience, hands down. We're going to be covering all the essentials you need to try as I've loaded up the FIFA mod manager. I've got all my mods applied, all my mods are installed, they're roaring and ready to go. Right now, I've filtered it down to around about 40 mods, trying to combine as many as possible together, and all up, they add around 1.1 gigabytes of new content to the game. Enough yapping. It's time to launch this thing and showcase some of the best essential mods in the game. When you see them in action and finally make the switch to PC, trust me, you can never go back to the vanilla console version ever again. The difference is night and day, and trust me lads, it is worth it. And the first change, the first new mod, it's popped up straight away, and that's a brand new splash screen. We get a few new players, Ronaldo, Mbappe, Haaland and Messi. It just spices up the loading screen a little bit and gives it a bit more of a personality. As we load up into the main menu, I just wanted to preface that you can actually connect to the servers whilst you have your mods installed. Your account won't be deleted or wiped off the face of the earth. It is safe. I'd show you guys in real time right now, but for some reason the EA servers are down. Just another day at the office. As always, I'll list the mod links down in the description below, or you could join the Discord community where I post all the links to every mod I use in the videos over there, so feel free. First up, and most importantly, it is the brand new license teams re-added into the game as they should be. In a world where there's no licensing wars and the Italian Serie A is left alone, we have Atalanta, no more Bergamo Calcio. They've got all their kits, the badge, the name, and all that like they never left. Same deal goes for Lazio, as they've got the name, their badge, all their kits added back in. And the most notable absentees from FC25, we have AC Milan. The Rossoneri are reinstated just like their arch nemesis Inter. The badge, the name, the kits, the everything, besides the stadium, has been licensed and modded back into the game. No more Lombardia FC, no more Milano FC. Even Venezia have their default generic kits removed, and they get a real life kit update which segues perfectly into the new kits, third kits, alternate kits, and fantasy kits that we have to show you. This one's actually mad because my boys Frosinone have been included here. Not only a front shirt sponsor update, but our third kit that EA were never gonna add is in the game thanks to these mods. Another front shirt sponsor update, we have the Juve Save the Children sponsor on the front of their kits, which hasn't been added by EA, and who knows when that's getting added. For example, Napoli have different home kit selections, so they've got the usual blue shirt, blue shorts, the away kit, but then an option where you can play with white shorts, which has never really been an option before in FC. Here's another new look at the updated Venezia kits, the home and away on display. The console version hasn't seen these teams in years, but this is what it could look like if licensing wars weren't an issue and Konami didn't decide to poach licenses and do absolutely nothing with them. And just like that, Italian career modes are saved. You don't have to worry no more. We are back, baby. We are so back, and even the Milan derby is looking even better with the alternate kit choices, the black or white shorts. It is single-handedly a revived Serie Serie A in FC25. Another major club in cahoots with Konami, it's Barcelona. Part of the reason why adding their third kit to the game has been delayed ever since launch. Right now with these mods, not only do we have alternate sponsors on their kits, like the Spotify without the text, the white shorts, the second kit, the green third kit that everyone's waiting on, but then we have the fourth Catalonia kit. And we also have a fifth choice, the little Coldplay collab they had on the front when they smacked Real Madrid 4-0 in El Clasico. Simply an abundance of kits to select from, and with Real Madrid, we've got the option with the home shirt, with the black shorts, or the white shorts. I have a fantasy kit mod also applied at the same time, so it's giving me the option for a brand new home shirt, potentially a leaked 25/26 season shirt with all their current season regulars in the mix. In some cases, like Bournemouth, even alternate logos on the home shirt. To avoid the real life kit clash problems like there were in the North London derby, you could rock the Arsenal home shirt with the red socks and red shorts, so both teams can actually play with their home jersey. Aston Villa's third kit, which is still missing from the main game. You've got this clean, classy looking West Ham kit you can rock in either the white shorts or the claret shorts. Even alternate sock choices, like right here with Chelsea's home kit, you can rock the white socks, the blue socks. And for Manchester United, like they do in real life with the home kit and the white shorts, the black shorts, you pretty much get two choice options for every single kit. You can rock the second shirt and the away shirt with the white shorts. I've even got a United fantasy kit mod applied, which looks absolutely stellar. This new Man City shirt, which I can't tell is either ugly or absolutely beautiful, is in the game, plus alternate sock and shirt choices for the home kit. If you're in the mood for some German action, you've got not only Bayern's fantasy kit, a potential new leak for next season, but you've also got their Oktoberfest kit, which EA usually never add to the base game, and Borussia Dortmund's Champions League / Cup competition kit, which looks like an absolute mess, but it's still not in the base version of FC25. In France, PSG's third alternate kit, the pink vibes are finally here, plus a new little fantasy edition. Marseille have got some alternate home options, plus a little fourth kit going on. Could be a fantasy or legacy throwback, I'm not quite sure. For me personally, I'm a huge fan of the alternate short choices, especially on something like this Atletico Madrid home. It just gives your game and gives your kit options so much more flavor, even for clubs like Girona. And if you're a team like Liverpool, you've got your current day, current season kit right here, but also a fantasy kit, a potential brand new shirt for you to use in season 2 of your career modes to give it that fresh new feel. And trust me people, we are only scratching the surface. The modding content has become a staple of the BCHD channel, so if you're keen for more, make sure to run it up and drop the video a like down below. Hit subscribe so you never miss out on any more FIFA / FC mod content. And the next batch that I want to showcase, which is the best new FC25 mods. So make sure you guys keep your eyes out for that. Next up, we have to cover a main essential that most of you would be aware of, but it's crucial. It's the expanded manager and player editor. For example, now when you go to edit or create a player, you get a fully unlocked and a complete creation center with all the tools that we deserve. For example, with players, you can go ahead and change every single little intricate detail, changing their first and last name, changing their commentary name, edit the name on the back of their kits even. Why not even change up their nationality or date of birth? Honestly, you can get really specific with it here. Now that we have our own custom cold Palmerino, we can go ahead into his biometric data, change up his position, hell, even make him a goalkeeper, make him a forward, keep him as he was, change up his preferred foot, lean into the wackiness, and just make him the tallest you can at 8'2". You could make players absolute giants, absolute monsters, and then the smallest you can make them this year, I think it's the same as last time around, 3'3". You can't even see the poor guy, I'm covering him. He's small enough to run through players' legs, but he's also small enough to get bodied off the ball and thrown into the crowd. You have the freedom to create whatever you want, how tall, how heavy, it does not matter. And obviously, if it was a created player or a player with a generic custom face, you can go in and change everything about their hair, facial hair, face, their skin, all those different settings, so you can customize youth players, players. All the power is in your hands. Now in the accessories sector, we don't have any newly added modern day boots. It's all the boots you're used to in the base game of FC25. However, I've combined a brand new sock mod that allows you to have ultra low socks, or just changes the short sock option into like a really grillish type low sock. It's a common look you see all the time now, and EA still haven't added it to the game yet, so that's kind of cool, which comes in handy when you want to expose some of your players' more exclusive leg tattoos that you don't get to see. And next is actually a highly requested cosmetic feature that I'm surprised EA still haven't added to the game, and that's when it comes to ankle tape. And what this mod does actually converts all these ankle tape options into gripper socks, which has become extremely popular over the last 5-10 years in football and sports. And you can see the nice little grippy texture coming out the back of the sock and exposed over the player's boots. You can match it with whatever socks they're wearing, or you could just make it stand out. A customization choice that is much needed and is categorized under that a little attention to detail, which goes a long way. Now this next sector of the player editor is usually more attracted or more applicable to managers. You've got different kind of outfits, the Volta uniforms, the full range and catalog of cosmetics that EA tried to get people to pay for, where you had to unlock them in the Volta shop with FIFA points. More applicable to a manager, but if this was actually a feature that you could do in player career mode, if you had like different cutscenes or something like that with your player, it just bring back the journey customization where you had like your off the pitch outfit, your cutscene outfit, your casual gear outfit, your training and warm-up gear. Or if you're really about that life, you could just get players to play shirtless. Hey yo, I ain't gonna judge you, but you do you. The possibilities are endless, and that was just your inner shirt. You've got heaps of outfit options when it comes to your outer shirt. There's actually so much that I have to use my mouse for this one and just quickly scroll through them all. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day. There are thousands of choices to choose from. Let's make Cole Palmer look like he's going to a rave. He's got the bum bag on, or something nice and formal. Let's just switch it up here and customize your player to the fullest extent. Oh my god, you can blind people to the fullest extent if you wanted to. What is that? Yeah, you could spend all day customizing and switching and changing up everything. The power is yours. Oh my god, what have we stumbled upon? This is straight out of The Sims or something. Turn Cole Palmer into an astronaut. Yeah, seems legit. There's no way. This is incredible. We've got the rave outfit, whatever this is. Anyways, you can have as much fun as you want with it, as it doesn't end with the outer bottom section. There is nearly 1,000 choices when it comes to shorts, long pants, different Volta items from over the years, different cosmetic choices, and the list just keeps going on and on. I'm not gonna lie, he's got that shit on though. We've got this shoes section where for me, I'm most interested in the retro boots that this unlocks right here. We've got the Nike Hyper Venoms, the OG Nike Mercurial 98s that R9 used to wear, the T90s that go hard, the Silver Vapor 02s from back in the day, and a total of 608 different boot slash shoe choices, some being retro, some being indoor football boots, some being muddy football boots. Yeah, let's give Cole Palmer boots from the 1950s. You can play shoeless, you can play barefoot if you wanted to. There's even a tattoo section which you could apply to created players. Unfortunately, it's not working right now and can't actually be done in the menus, but you can apply it to created players in My Player. And last but not least, you can change up animations, goal celebrations, their set piece style, their running style. I don't know why it's not on, but Cole Palmer needs to have the cold celebration, his signature. And when it comes to set piece style, we're gonna go for Whip It, as that's new to the game in FC25 and is most accurate. You could change up his penalty styles even, his running styles, everything about a player. And it's just a small look into the real creation center, the player editor that EA robs you of. You could turn the meme into a reality and give Lukaku his Tims for his first touch. I'm not telling you guys how to use the mod, but there is a lot of creative possibilities that can be achieved now. Lukaku's got the Tims on in game. It actually works. Anyways, next up, let's focus on the manager editor. A feature like this really comes in clutch in times like these where we've just had a sacking in real life. It's gonna take EA a couple of squad updates and patches to make this change, but we've just got Erik ten Hag. He's been sacked by United and we've got his heir to the throne. Not the Portuguese guy, it's the club legend that's probably gonna take over for a couple of games. Ruud van Nistelrooy, who was already Ten Hag's assistant, but what you can do now is go in, change his outfit, but also get the luxury of changing up his name. Just like we did with the players, you can do with real life managers. And voila, it's Ten Hag out, Ruud van Nistelrooy in. You could even give him spectacles to match his real life look. And it also comes with a much needed refresh of the manager shoes area. This time there's a few more trainers, some Nike trainers, Mizuno trainers. And if you're just going for that casual sporty manager look, a trainer look, there's just some cool new options to select from, that's for sure. And just like that, you're suited and booted for a brand new era at Old Trafford. Even though they're getting that Portuguese guy, you get the gist. Just as an example, you can see where I'm going with this. You can see how useful a little feature like this becomes throughout various points of the season where there are managerial changes that EA and the game can't keep up with. You have these editorial abilities at the palm of your hand. Another mod when it comes to managers is actually unlocking all the hidden and exclusive managers that are inside the game. EA don't let you access them, but with this squad file mod, everything becomes available. And you get access to all the managers in England, down to the Championship, League 1, League 2. Ligue 1 and the Bundesliga have all their managers intact, down to the second and third divisions, of course. That means you get Vincent Kompany at Bayern, Xabi Alonso at Leverkusen, De Zerbi at Marseille, former players and ex-legends down in the Championship managing clubs like Wayne Rooney, Scott Parker. I have covered it in another video though, so I won't revel on it for too long. And the manager clothing customization, as promised, you get an abundance of outfit options, thousands of possibilities here. The same catalog that's available in the players editor, but this time the outfit will actually apply to your manager. And your manager can be decked out in any cosmetics, any clothes your mind desires. Dress him up for summer and the preseason like I've done here with Hansi Flick. Or change up his outfit for the colder months, rug him up in some long-sleeved gear, but it's activated, it's all working, and the mods are in full effect. Now, if you've ever wondered how and why I have so many save slots added to my game and added to career mode when the max you can have is pretty much like 15, on PC, there's a handy little trick that you guys need to know. I'm gonna put you on so that you can have as many save files and careers that you want. Open up your file explorer and follow this path directory on your hard drive. Once you're there, you're gonna see a bunch of files. Some are squad files, manager career files, custom squad files, setting files, but what you want to look at is the manager career file. And there's basically one save I made on the 25th of September. It's this West Ham save, and every time I want more save slots opened up for me, I just have to Control C, Control V, and then just copy them as many times as I want, as much as my computer can handle. I could have hundreds, I could have thousands of career save slots if I really wanted to, and it acts as a brand new save point. Even though it says I've got no more free slots, I've just duplicated this West Ham save about 20 different times. Look how many West Ham testing saves I've got, and I can just rewrite over them and have no problems. Don't have to stress about the limitations. I never have to go through and delete any or anything. I can just rewrite this same old testing slot. It's not even a mod or anything, it's just something that all FC, FIFA, PC players have to know. It's a lifesaver, trust me. Now, one of the first things you'll notice loading up into a brand new career save is that pretty much every single player is very happy. No matter how much you play them, no matter what contract you give them, they're all just default set to very happy, minimizing your chances of players sending in transfer requests. And to be honest, it's just one less headache to deal with. Even in press conferences, no matter what you say, you could discourage them. Their morale is just always going to stay green in that very happy range, which you love to see. Next up, we've got the easy menu mod, which no, doesn't change the menus back to the old menus. However, adds some little handy shortcuts at the bottom of your screen, and also upscales the social media screen and page, so like it covers up more of the screen and it's more easily visible. It's just slightly enlarged and upscaled, and definitely makes things more visible with like bigger profile photos, bigger text. It's a small quality of life feature. We've got a bunch of little shortcuts at the bottom, like if you press Y, just one click of a button, you can go straight to your Premier League standings. I can click the right stick in and just go to team management straight away. It gives you some cool little shortcuts in the main menu of the game too. So if you press the select button, you go straight to open settings, where you can load up squad files, load mods, edit your teams, create players. You could press the left stick in to download latest updates, go straight to load squads, or save squads with the start button, just with the click of a button. And it just makes things a lot more quick, a lot more convenient, and I can just press the start button when I'm in the main menu to continue my career save straight away. And with one click of a button, I'm in. I can click the select button and go straight to my settings and customize everything. There are some more that I was covering, so you could just click your left trigger and you go straight to your squad hub. Most things in the menu are just one click away, and then just press right trigger here and you go straight to your transfer hub, which segues us perfectly. I have right here a full list of updated player faces, brand new player faces, new face scans for popular Wonder Kids that these modders have added in. Obviously, because there's so many, I haven't got time to go through all of them individually. I'm just going to quickly glance over most of them so you guys can see some new Wonder Kids with game face updates and all of the new modded faces in the game. You've got the likes of Arthur Vermeeren, Jorel Hato, who is an insane Ajax Wonder Kid, Somerville at West Ham with his braids, some new hairstyles even, Rayan Cherki at Lyon, Pablo Barrios, someone who I signed in a rebuild recently, Morgan Rogers. You've got the likes of some Milan and Inter player faces. Because they are exclusive to Konami, EA don't have the access to go in and scan the whole club and capture their 3D game faces. So that's where modders come in and work on their updated game face scans, add them into the game, and we've even got some tattoo action, player updated tattoos to show off. The likes of Riccardo Calafiori, he's got a little bit of an arm sleeve going on there. The biggest example of the tattoos mod coming in clutch is Gianluca Scamacca. He has got dual arm sleeves, neck tattoos, he's covered with ink, and this mod just shows it off perfectly. We've got some players who have needed an update for a while, haven't had a game face ever, some big and promising Wonder Kids who are close to getting their big money moves away to Europe, some of the most signed Wonder Kids in the game. Nori Madueke actually has his full headband applied to his head. James Rodriguez, for some reason in the base game, just doesn't have his face scanned yet. I'm sure EA will provide it in a later update, but it's just comical at this point. We've got some updates like Raheem Sterling, so Boslai's got his beard, Anderson Talisca over in Saudi's got the neck tats on point, Gakpo's got a little bit of a face update, so does Luis Diaz. Arten Dovbik, he has a generic face, so the modders have come in clutch there. They've given Messi a face update. Mo Salah's got his skinhead face version, so he's no longer rocking the afro. Jude Bellingham has a little minor update, but the big one that comes in clutch is his younger brother Job, like Lucas Bergvall in the Premier League, but yet to be scanned by EA. Kenan Yildiz is a big one, a major Wonder Kid bursting onto the scene. When you're at these smaller clubs and need to sign some up-and-coming Wonder Kids, these face scan mods are crucial. Now in this face pack mod I have installed, for some reason Barcelona have gotten the best treatment. They have some of the most player face scans added into the game, so let's go through them. We have Peña, their new starting goalkeeper, Inigo Martinez with his both arm sleeve tattoos. We've got Kubarsi, who is a major Wonder Kid, a La Masia youth graduate. Casado in midfield, we've got Lamine Yamal instead of that generic, or not generic face, but that custom face EA gave him. We have a more accurate, realistic face scan for him. Rafinha has got a tattoo update and also has a brand new hairstyle. Dani Olmo has a blonde hair update. Meanwhile, Fermin has a brand new face scan. A lot of the academy talents getting some love, like Pau Victor, 64 rated striker. Then we have Bernal, both with new modded face scans. Araujo's gotten a little update. That about covers it when it comes to brand new faces, which you're gonna see kind of sprinkled throughout. And the more you play around, the more you're gonna notice them and the more apparent they're gonna become. Something else you'll also spot is a bunch of newly updated mini faces, so like the 2D profile pictures for players, mostly for the unlicensed clubs or the clubs exclusive or have a deal with Konami, like Barcelona for example. They've got pretty much the whole entire team have new profile pics. So again, the more you play, the more you simulate, the more you're gonna notice them. And the proper unlicensed teams like Milan, they've got pretty much all updated mini faces, so there are hundreds added in this mod. I can't really cover them all, but the clubs and players most affected are the ones that are unlicensed like Milan, Inter, and players that have been recently transferred. Lazio, Atalanta even, you're gonna notice some big changes, and it's refreshing, so you don't see the same old pictures every time. Here's where you can see the new transfers getting affected, like Marino at Arsenal, Raheem Sterling's got an updated Arsenal kit. Even at United, we've got this little quad of the new summer transfers. Mazraoui, Dalit, Ugarte, and Lenny Yoro all have updated photos. And you might be thinking, alright, that's cool and all, but what happens on actual game day in a match? Well then, let's delve right in, because we have got so many things to cover, like new TV logos. I've got the Sky Sports 4K live logo instead of that generic EA one, and a bunch of others I can show off. New updated goal goal nets, which you get a little close-up view of. New match day turf, which looks more realistic. And you can tell straight away from the jump, it's got that real looking texture about it. You can tell straight away the turf just looks a little bit better. I don't know how well the difference is coming across, or if you guys can tell much of a difference, but I definitely can. And not just realistic looking grass turf, but more realistic Premier League goal nets. Whether it's tight or loose, it just looks a little bit more realistic. The net shape and the mesh, the way the ball reacts with the net texture. It's little things like that, little details and features that you could recognize straight away. Now, if you go to a different ground and a different stadium atmosphere, the turf's going to be different. They're going to have different goal nets, and just the look of the place is different as a whole. Now, depending on the pitch wear, depending on the goal settings, it's going to vary from ground to ground. As Brighton's nets, they're a bit tighter, they're a bit smaller, and of course, the ball's going to react differently and bounce out of the net better. And it really sets the match day experience apart with this small little attention to detail. It goes a long way. Now, another little mod update and feature that you don't really notice over here in England, especially with these English clubs, is all the new banners, new flags, new updated fan scarves for pretty much every single team in the game. I don't know why you barely see it in the crowds, and the fans just don't really show up with it. You see way more of it over in Germany, France, Spain. For example, in Spain, you could already tell the difference straight away. You've got some brand new banners in the stadium, around the grounds, in the crowd. It makes every match in every stadium and every different set of fans feel different. As you can see, the Barca Ultras going off in the background. Here's a more close-up look of how it actually looks in the stands, around the ground, and even in the away section. The Madrid Ultras have their very own custom flags. You've got a Messi Dios God flag in the back there for Barca. You even get to see new banners and flags on the international scene, not just at club level. Now, when it comes to create a club, I'm going to save most of the meat and bones of it, like the kit sponsors, the new kit templates, and all the new badges added for my next new mods video. However, what I can show you is a little bit of a Red Bull expansion mod, which provides a little bit of both, but it just has a Red Bull theme. For example, you've got a whole lot of concept Red Bull teams you can create. Depending on what city, depending on what country, you can go for Red Bull Milan, Red Bull Paris, a classic go-to of Red Bull London, and even if you fancy a nice little generic stadium where you can start from the bottom and build up slowly, you've got brand new ad boards and ad board sponsors all scattered throughout the ground, as you can see in the distance. At both ends, you've got Win, T-Mobile, Visa, Samsung, Coca-Cola, Qatar Airways. Instead of the generic, boring EA ads you usually get, you could actually make the team play in your specific city, because right here with the Stadium Unlocked mod, we have pretty much the whole entire catalog of stadiums to work with. You could relocate to literally anywhere in the game. I've showed this off multiple times before, but it's just cool to have it as an actual mod feature here in FC25. Let's say you're feeling Red Bull Berlin. Bam, right there. It's the Olympiastadion, ready for you to relocate. All the new ones are here, unlocked, ready for you to move to. You've got Fenerbahce's home ground, Estadio Jose Alvalde. For example, we're making Red Bull Madrid. We can make them play at the newly renovated Santiago Bernabeu, and hell, even rename it. RB Bernabeu, it's renamed, we're relocated, there's a new Madrid team in town, and would you look at that, you get the full view of the stadium, you get to see the stands. The new model that's in FC25, it's looking as good as ever with the screens up the top, the turf mod on display working in the backgrounds. You get full customization over a real world stadium. We have all of our brand new sponsored Red Bull shirts ready and roaring to go. The home, the third, the away, all decked out in the Red Bull logo, even the generic keeper kit, it's got the badge on the shirt. Now the wheels are in motion. Just like that, the create a club experience and level of customization has gone through the roof. It's so simple, it's a fluid refresh, and it's a must-have for create a club fans, and it actually works in game. RB Madrid are out here on match day playing at the newly renovated Bernabeu. These mods are goddamn revolutionary. Console players couldn't dream of this, and the Red Bull Madrid fans pack out the stadium. This is just, oh my god, I've got so many ideas, so many save ideas ready to run through, and I accidentally kept us as Team FC, but you get the gist, you get the idea. It all works practically. With these simple mods, it gives creator clubs so much more replay value, and honestly, makes it one of the best game modes in FIFA. For the creator club faithful, this mod is a must-have. Now, this next mod is for those of you who love your authenticity, all the licenses of cups, competitions, and trophies, all being in the game and all authentic. Well, thanks to a combination of a real trophies mod, the Kia Rika career mode realism mod, and a mega scoreboards pack, we combine those all together and you get the perfect matchday experience. We have every single tournament and trophy licensed with scoreboards and everything, like the Copa de España, we've got the Croaky Cup in Belgium, the Coupa Națională in Romania, the Swedish Cup, the Danish Cup, the Polish Cup, the Austrian Cup, the Orange Becker over in the Netherlands. Let's start off light here with the FA Community Shields, and we never really had a problem with the trophy. That was already always licensed in the game, but what you do miss in generic vanilla FIFA is the scoreboard. No more boring generic unlicensed graphics here. The scoreboard's updated, and not just the scoreboard, but when you score with the little pop-ups and matchday graphics, that all comes into play too. As you can see down there, the nice little minute scored player pop-up. Honestly, it's the full package. Next up is the FA Cup, and I swear back in the day we used to have the full broadcast package, the full FA Cup license treatment, but for some reason it's been removed in recent years. And there we have it. The mods have put back the FA Cup branding in all its glory. The scoreboard and scorebug is updated. These small little subtle changes are starting to make FC25 the complete package. And last but not least, when it comes to these English Cup competitions, we have the Carabao Cup full matchday experience. You get the nice little broadcast package, and it all looks proper, like you're watching on TV. We've got the Amazon Prime TV logo in the top corner. I could get used to this, you know, on the regular. I think we could all get used to this as career mode fans. How's the scoreboard looking? It is wonderful. The little live broadcast there, the transition into the top left. And we're not done yet, people. Even the championship gets thrown some love with its own new broadcast package. Gone is the generic scoreboard. Kind of looks similar to the Carabao Cup one, just with a little bit of a red maroon tint. And the scoreboard's pretty similar too, but it's better than the generic crap we're used to. Man, even the Bristol Street Motors trophy, this scoreboards pack, this mod simply doesn't miss. One of my favorites personally, I don't know, there's just something about it. It's this DFB Pokal overlay with the graphics. It's just so clean, so simple, but it gets so much right. And it gets even better when the lineup starts to roll out and you get to see the players. To think that EA took this away from us and just ruined the matchday experience in FC24. We were living in some dark times, man, I swear. And the scoreboard to boot, it is just so aesthetically pleasing. I'm a huge fan of this one, if you couldn't tell already. And the score animation pop-up comes through as well. They don't miss. For the RTG career mode fans, even the German 3rd division, the Liga, has some matchday graphics to look forward to. It's more of a dark mode take on things. However, it still looks as cool as clean, even though it low-key is quite similar. Despite EA actually having the league license for Serie A, for some reason they're that lazy where they haven't updated the broadcast package, the scoreboards, to update it to the new 24-25 season. It's legit been untouched, but that's where this mod comes through with a refreshed and realistic look for every competition in Italy. Right now we have the updated Serie A broadcast scoreboard right there with the pre-match pop-up. The scorecard is changed and it's updated. To be honest, I've got no idea how we let them get away with this. Like, are they planning to include it in a future update, or are we just stuck with it for the rest of the year? As the nice little score pop-up is cool there. It's got the goal. Transitioning to the best league in the world, and that's Serie B, where I don't think we've ever seen the official broadcast matchday graphics before. The second tier has copped the full treatment with the matchday lineups all coming through as well, and the full matchday intros just have a bit of extra flavor to them. Honestly, it makes all the difference. It feels like you're watching a game on TV. If EA can barely update the top leagues, I don't think we're ever gonna see second division broadcasts and scoreboards. That is a pipe dream, my friends, as EA have the exclusive rights for Serie B, yet barely do anything to make the matchday experience feel authentic. And this is a major upgrade if you're a fan of Italian career modes. Even for yellow card pop-ups, the little mini mini text that comes up throughout the scoreboard. It's just those little extra details that go a long way. Now, don't forget the cup competitions, the Coppa Italia, notoriously known for having generic scoreboards, but we load on through and it's got that red rebrand. It's pretty similar to the Serie A League scoreboard and graphics, but literally just in red. And these key graphical add-ons are must-haves. Yes, you might see a few generic scoreboards wipe through in transition, but that little gold pop-up, the Coppa Italia branding. I believe we also have the Super Coppa, or just the scoreboard in this case, and yeah, it's pretty similar to the Serie A package, and all the official branding to go along with it. Moving over to España now, where we have the Copa del Rey fully licensed, not just with the graphical overlays on match day, but this is where the real trophy mod starts to kick in, and there it is in all its glory. You might have seen it in a rebuild I've done with Athletic Bilbao, but it just looks even better up close. I've got the official La Liga DAZN logo in the top corner, all the pre-match festivities going on, and it looks low-key beautiful. It's up there for me. That red and black color combo really does it wonders, but when we get to the scoreboard, it doesn't do it justice. My face cam's in the way. You get to see it right there. And the scorecard is just breathtaking. The cheeky transition, the wash away, and yeah, it just looks, everything looks proper. It looks official. And that's what you want with your career mode experience at the end of the day. I don't know if the La Liga Hypermotion official graphics are in the base game. You guys have to let me know down below. Well, apparently the graphics have been updated, at least the scoreboard at least the scoreboard has. Nevertheless, no matter where you play in Spain, everything is going to be looking as official as ever. When the lineups get announced in the intros, it's a little bit buggy considering the players are supposed to walk out and pop up, but again, it's better than nothing. Now, for some reason, I can only activate the Super Copa de España in career mode. So we have the official competition logo. We do have the official trophy, but it just doesn't pop up in the menus. The little pop... Oh my god, what have I walked into? The Super... Okay. The broadcast package is pretty similar to the Spanish Cup, but the trophy is gigantic. It is huge. Something that this mod needs to fix. We saw it in the background. The trophy has transformed into a giant, but it's in the game nonetheless. It is supersized. It barely fits in frame back there. I think we can say it's the thought that counts, alright? At least we have the updated stadium banners and fan scarves and flags. The broadcast package scoreboard is pretty much the same. It just has a little bit of an orange tint to it instead of red. We've got to go all the way with it here. What happens when you actually win this supersized thing? Oh my god, the trophy is too big to fit on the podium. What are we witnessing here? If the captain can hold the trophy, he is literally the strongest man on planet Earth. Sunset is lifting like an 1,000-kilo trophy. It's so big the camera can't even, it doesn't even appear on cam. Oui, France, you're up next. They get their own graphical update and scoreboard refresh because Liga McDonald's, like Serie A, EA haven't updated the broadcast overlays and the scoreboards. New country, new TV logo. This time I've got CBS Sports up in the top right here with the little pop-up that happens, the opening of the scoreboard on kickoff, and then it kind of transitions into that little compact mode. We haven't really seen any scoreboard do anything like that so far, so it's quite unique. Ligue 1 went through a little bit of a rebrand over the summer, so it's cool to see even the transitions. No more generic EA slop. We are treated to the good life here. Both French Cup competitions also get thrown some love too, with the official trophy of the Coupe de France. The trophy is looking absolutely impeccable. The official scoreboard doesn't look too bad either, with that clean blue look. It's probably one of the most simple, most effective scorecards we've seen so far. And it just gets the job done. It's minimalistic, clean, and differentiates itself nicely from the Ligue 1 package. Now, what about the Trophée des Champions, the French Super Cup? We have the proper trophy added back in to fit with the competition logo. And how much different is the scoreboard looking? It's got that little golden tint to it there. The blue and gold really combine nicely, and it reflects in the score bug in the top left. Nothing too fancy here, but it's simplistic, and it comes across superb superbly when you're playing in game. Now for the homies who care, we have the second tier of France, the Ligue 1 scoreboards installed. Not much happens to the broadcast package as a whole. You just get that little 2 number, that light blue tint, and it's kind of low-key similar to Ligue 1, pretty much the exact same copy. But again, like I've said many times before, at least you don't have to deal with the generic EA graphics. Now we're getting to the good stuff. The Taça Portugal, the Portuguese Cup, the official logo, the official cup competition, and of course we have the trophy ready to be won, ready to be lifted. And again, we've never ever seen this in a FIFA/FC game before, only thanks to the power of the mods, and we have got one of the sleekest looking scoreboards. Why am I covering it? Because that is a masterpiece. The color coordination, the layout is absolutely on point. I didn't know Portugal was cooking like this, but damn. The goal animation pop up in the bottom left. We've got the ESPN on ABC Live TV logo, and then this lovely little kickoff pop up. It's damn near the perfect package. Same goes for the Primeira Liga, the Portuguese League scoreboard. I've never seen this one before, and I honestly thought it was gonna follow the same pattern, follow that same layout as the cup. But no, it's got its own unique design with all the official logos, sponsors, and everything. I don't know how many of you actually care about these super specific details, but this is honestly a game changer. I don't think we're ever gonna see the official broadcast packaging and graphic overlays for countries like Portugal, the Netherlands, lower second tier divisions, so it's just good to have and completes your career mode experience as the Netherlands ad boards look futuristic. I don't know, it's got that metallic blocky look about it. I can't really tell if I like it or not, but love them or hate them, it's better than the generics. I didn't expect the Eredivisie scoreboard to throw me off this much, but it's definitely got a unique look about it, that's for sure. Now the cup competition, the orange Becker, we have the official competition logo, and bet your bottom dollar on this real trophy mod having the official silverware, quite possibly the thickest, the fattest trophy you could ever win. And I don't see EA adding these niche competitions to the game and having the full authenticity added. Both transparent with the score next to them. This is probably, yeah, it's kind of mid to be honest, not my favorite. It just looks very basic, not much personality about it, and the scoreboard's low-key boring too. Now with the Turkish Super League being one of the most passionate leagues in the world and the fans having all their flares and atmosphere, it's only right that you get the proper, authentic matchday experience with an authentic broadcast package and overlays. I'm seeing this stuff for the first time like you guys. It's all fresh to me, and the scoreboard lives up to the hype, that's for sure. With quite possibly the biggest numbers you've ever seen. It's got a specific charm about it that I can't quite put my finger on. But I know I've got a lot of Turkish viewers out there, so this one's for you guys. I never thought we'd end up here, but somehow, some way, I've gotten my hands on Romanian scoreboards. This is a long shot. I don't think we'll ever see the day where EA get the Romanian league licenses. You can't rely on EA to provide the authenticity, so we got to add it in ourselves here. The mods come through with the red and white combo, a clean layout. I think it does itself justice. It holds up quite nicely, surprisingly enough, and it's definitely an essential. Now that we've covered the club football, it's time to showcase what the international scene's got on offer. For the European nations, it gets its very own UEFA Nations League overlays, broadcast package, and scoreboards, of course. I don't get it. EA actually have the UEFA license. You can see the logo patch, the Champions patch on Spain's kits. However, the tournament nor the trophy is in the base game, and the competition doesn't even exist in career mode. It's kind of like irrelevant. EA don't even see it as a proper competition. It's S tier. It's got one of the best and most unique looks about it, and the scoreboard matchday graphics are absolutely insane. You get the UEFA Nations League text in the top corner. All of the branding is present on match day, and it makes international management saves somewhat realistic again. Now, let's cover the big trophies. The Euros and World Cup, we have the branding back, so the official tournament logo. The trophy doesn't actually pop up and appear in the menus. However, on game day and in the cutscenes and in the post-match celebrations, you see the real deal, the real thing, and it's just like FC 24. And this time, it actually carries over into career mode. Now it's time for one of the biggest licenses EA lost, separating from the FIFA brands. It's the big kahuna, the World Cup. The official tournament logo's back, and we have the real trophy, not in the menus yet. It's good to see it back in all its glory, and all of a sudden, international management becomes a little bit more tempting now. The real trophy mod really starts showing off when it adds the Asian Champions League, and it's had a little bit of a makeover over the years, not only in the tournament format, but the trophy has completely changed up too. The Asia Champions League Elite, as it's now called, it looks absolutely spectacular. It makes Saudi, Korean, Chinese, hell, even Australian career mode saves that much more desirable. Exclusive to Konami, PES, eFootball, it's been in that game for like half a decade now, so I don't see it coming over to FIFA and FC anytime soon. But thanks to this mod, we can live that dream. Now, one of my favorite features about this Kia Rika Realism mod, it's to do with the coaching staff, and I've seen a lot of people have troubles fulfill their coaching stars and meet that ideal criteria because the game doesn't let you hire more than a certain number of staff, and the max you can hire in season 1 is like 13 or something if you're a big club. However, from the jump, from the get-go, you get a staff capacity of 20, which makes it possible to complete the criteria of stars and fulfill up each department. It's honestly a lifesaver, and again, reduces one less headache to have in career mode. You don't have to wait season after season to get gifted more coaching staff. You just get 20 presented to you as soon as you start up. Low key, that is one of the most underrated quality of life improvements that mods like these have to offer. Now, I know we've talked about mods and features that make things more easy, but in terms of financials, youth scouting just got a lot more expensive as this mod provides more realistic scouting costs. Like a 5-star scout is going to set you back £6.4 million. You need to shell out a heap of cash if you want to produce a top tier scouting network. And if you want to be the best in the business with the best youth academy in the world, you're going to have to fork out a lot more cash. Now, the max squad size and capacity in career mode, the cap is 52 players in total in your club. And if you're starting a career save with Chelsea, you're pretty close to that number, only a couple more signings here and there, and you are pushing that max limit. However, with this mod, it expands the available capacity for your team all the way up to 75. I gave up after a certain point signing so many players. I got up to 65, but the opportunity is there for you to create a mega club with multiple team sheets. As many players as your heart desires, the mod opens you up to it all. And thanks to loading up specific squad files, we can unlock new players, new icons, and even deleted players that have been removed from the current game's database, players who have transferred to clubs that aren't in the game, or players that have been banned or retired. For example, we've got the likes of Toni Kroos having one last dance here in the free agency, coming out of retirement. Thiago Silva at 40, who's moved back to Brazil. We got Sergio Ramos, who's still a free agent, but removed from the current game's database. Thiago's retired. And the most prominent example is probably Paul Pogba, who got banned for doping, however, could be making a return in January. But right here, with this deleted players squad file, we get to access him earlier. They're all in the free agency, ready for you to sign, or you could put them back at their former clubs, leave them in the free agency and just see where they end up. But low-key, you get a nice little batch of removed players to work with. And same goes for unlocking icons and heroes for career mode and all other offline modes. It gives you the power to reset their careers back to when they were 18, or you can make them all free agents, or again, transfer them back to their old iconic clubs. The power is yours, and you get to use them in kickoff, tournament mode, career mode. However, I'm not going to delve too deep into this because I've already covered it on a video on the channel where I put every single icon into career mode and simulated through the years, so I'll leave a link to that either on screen in the description for you guys to get a little bit more of an in-depth look. But for now, just to prove to you that this is FC25, we've got Gareth Bale, the newest icon, alongside Buffon, who have made it to FC25, even some heroes like Eden Hazard and Marek Hamsik. The replay value of career mode has just gone up 20 notches. We are sitting at S tier right now. Now, I know for you player career mode fans, I haven't really shown much love to you guys, but just think about this. All of the mods that I've shown off in today's video, they apply to player career. Plus, you get some cheeky benefits thrown into the mix when you create a new player. I don't know how, I don't know why, but at launch, I had no tattoos in the My Player Creation Center, but somehow now I have unlocked left arm tattoos, a heap of right arm tattoos, left leg, right leg, you name it, there are tattoos. Is it something to do with my account? Have the mods unlocked these? I actually have no clue, but I'm going to include it in the video nonetheless, just to show you guys that player career tattoos are back and we can finally add it to created players. We have created an absolutely inked up beast with tattoos everywhere, left leg, right leg, both arms, fully sleeved out, and there's also a mod that lets you unlock playstyles easier and lowers the threshold to actually equip 7 playstyle pluses. Right away, we've loaded in. We have 80 skill points readily available, ready to spend. And just by completing a couple of low-cost activities in the menus, or basically like all 15 available on day 1, we've hit the max tier. We've got Virtuoso icon abilities available, and we can select 7 playstyles straight away, all unlocked on day 1, all fully customizable, and we can boost them all as well. I'm going to press Y and give them all that super boost or bring them to that playstyle plus status. It just gives you that extra freedom in player career, and it's convenient if you want to create your dream build straight away. You don't want to grind and grind for the personality points. It's all available, but sad news, that's where it kind of ends for player career mode benefits and mods to add to the game, but everything else that I've included in this video kind of applies here. This is FC25, this game at full potential with as many essential must-have mods applied to the game, and I'm barely even scratching the surface here, guys. This is basic stuff. I can't wait to explore even more mods that I have installed that I've just run out of time to talk about, or that need their own separate dedicated video to go more in depth and showcase all the powers that they have. So if you enjoy all this modded content, drop the video a like down below, hit subscribe so you never miss out on any more showcases. All the BCHD modded content is going to come at you thick and fast from now on. I just downloaded every new FC25 mod, and today I'm going to reveal the true power and potential of this game. We're back with even more mods to showcase to you guys, including career mode improvements, new and retro boots, some player accessories, new menu backgrounds, a new national teams expansion, a tournament mode refresh, expanded player editing tools, retro faces and retro kits, a creator club overhaul, social media updates, new camera angles, new pictures, and even more. So stay tuned to the end and don't miss out on the ultimate FC25 experience. I've already covered the essential must-have mods for an enhanced career mode experience. However, today we're looking at some new, never before seen mods on full display in all offline modes, and some that I didn't get to cover last time. So get ready for another jam-packed showcase today. This is my current layout. This is my current setup. Here are all the mods I have applied and installed in the manager. It roughly equates to just over 5 gigabytes of new content added to the game, and counts towards over 100 mods that I've actually activated so far. Once again, EA decided to drop another patch, Title Update 5, in the process of recording. We're going to have to put ourselves in offline mode. We got to go off the grid to get this all working. Just an FYI, once a new update releases, you're going to have to update all your mods. Some will work though, however 95% of the time, modders will have to re-release the updated versions. So you've got to stay on top of it and tinker around a little bit, test them out. It can be tedious at times, but trust me, it's worth it. Don't worry, I'll be constantly updating all the mod download links in the description. So just stay patient and keep checking on back in here on this video or over on my Discord. Just imagine you've combined all the must-have mods from my last video, and now you're about to take this game to the next level with what's coming up. Lock in as we're jumping straight into it. The first feature I want to cover is to do with social media, and thanks to the Kia Rika social media overhaul mod, we have got completely different experience. As you can tell from the jump, different artwork and images popping up in the menu, a lot more detailed and accurate. We've got more social media outlets, or just media outlets in general, like Sky Sports Football, BBC Sport, as we're in the UK. Sick and tired of seeing Fabrizio Romano announce everything every time. Some new profiles that announce transfers, some more realistic comments, new people with actual realistic random profile photos in the comments, and reacting to what's going on with actual like Apple realistic emojis. They're not those generic like weird Android looking emojis. There's a share button just to make it look and feel like actual social media. It's given it a little bit more of an Instagram look. The news outlets in Spain include Marca, Diario AS, and the infamous, the iconic El Chiringuito TV. I don't know who Gerard Romero is, but he's ruined the vibe. Over in France, we have France Football, of course, and L'Equipe is also in the mix. In Germany, there's only one edition, and that's the media outlet Sky Deutschland. This mod even covers Australia, with the mighty Fox Sports Australia in the newsfeed. In the Netherlands, the Eredivisie sees the additions of Voetbal International, but we also have NOS Sport joining the mix right there. In Portugal, we get to see posts from Sport TV and this outlet called A Bowler. This social media mod pretty much applies to every single league. I'm not going to go through them all, but in Lucky Last Super League Turkey, we've got TRT Sport and the cheeky little beIN Sports Turkey, just to make sure that it's got all its bases covered. It is exceptional, and once you make the switch, you're not going to want to look back at the generic default social media feed. It's just night and day, honestly. It's not jarring, it's a smooth experience, and I'd highly recommend it. Another extremely underrated quality of life update that the base Kia Rica Realism mod applies to your game. It's an enhanced realistic transfer deadline day. And if you couldn't tell already, yes, we've got a full 24 hours to get your deals done, make some last minute transfers or last minute sales. We have got the whole day, which is what it should be. Ever since FIFA 15, they haven't bothered updating it, but with the power of mods, we can get the full 24 hours of negotiations. If you need to buy yourself some extra time or you're waiting for some deals to go through, this right here is a lifesaver. It gives you a lot more wriggle room, you know, that realistic feeling of an actual transfer deadline day, not a transfer deadline 10 hours. Another element of career mode which has barely been touched, and this mod gives you the complete transfer deadline day drama and experience that we deserve. I know it's only a minor addition, but I'm a major fan of this feature. Once you try it, you can't go back. I know I'm yapping on here, but this is so clutch. Now, what you've also been seeing is the custom wallpaper mod in action, and if you hate the new career mode menus like I do and the bland black backgrounds, this is the mod for you because there are multiple different options. It's given vibes of like a retro FIFA 15, FIFA 16 menu background. You don't have to stare into a black wall anymore. You've got a club training ground in the background just to spice things up and make the menu feel more alive. There's also a couple of generic ones that have shown off, like the Anfield Stadium background, a couple more stadiums. There's even a Colosseum menu background that goes hard, especially if you're doing a career mode with either Lazio or Roma. It's such a cool touch, and honestly, it adds to your menu UI experience like no other. You can already see the vibe shift and just provides you with such a different feel. Like, look at that transition. You go from the boring black plain menu background to the Colosseum with a click of a button. There's also a bunch of specific club themed wallpaper backgrounds that are available, so if you're doing a Man United career mode, you can have a Manchester United themed background. And honestly, it's such a small touch, such a minor detail, but it makes a big impact. Another impressive quality of life update is the coaching market. It actually revolutionizes how you buy coaches, how many coaches you can hire. So instead of the usual minimum cap of like 13 for a big club, you can instantly hire up to 20 coaches at the start of your career save in season 1. You don't have to worry about staff limitations whatsoever. Something else that's a hassle is actually finding and hiring coaches that fit your current playstyle. So right now we've got the standard tactical preset, and that'll actually be reflected in the coaching market. Here we have a bunch of standard coaches to hire, whether they're gold, silver, or bronze. The market is just inundated with them because this mod actually adjusts the coaching market to your playing style. However, if you were to change things up and switch to, I don't know, wing play, we're going to revisit and see who we can hire, and bam, just like that, you have more than enough coaches to hire and sort out your team on the fly. So if you want to adjust things quickly and make sure your players adapt to a new system, to a new play style, this mod gives you the power back with the coaching department. And that's just a little taste of what this Kia Rica Realism mod has to offer. Maybe I'll go a little bit more in depth for another separate video, but for now, those are the main highlights. Now, this next segment is everything and anything to do with both player and manager cosmetics that you don't have to unlock through dodgy microtransactions. If you haven't noticed already, we have the Remembrance Day Poppy that gets added to all Premier League and English kits. Right in the center of the kit, it's very noticeable. I like that detail though, even though Wolves' crest is in the middle of the kit, the Poppy gets added on the top left. It's a nice touch to pay your respects, and it's a major tradition in England. EA have just never been bothered to actually add it in, so we've had to rely on modders, just like updated and official goalkeeper kits for both League 1 and League 2. Most of the clubs in the lower tiers of England actually just have generic goalkeeper kits, and that's where I have found this mod who's come through for all you Road to Glory lovers. If you're in the mood to take over a club in the lower tiers of England, this is your chance because all of the goalkeeper kits have been updated. You don't have to put up with the generic templates. Oh my god, that Wickham goalkeeper kit is actually classy. And the love gets spread even down to the 4th tier with Wimbledon. Oof, that goalkeeper kit is saucy. Meanwhile, in base game, vanilla version of FC25, you don't get to see the proper, full, authentic experience just because EA are too lazy. Considering they have the full exclusive license to these lower tiers in England, they shouldn't be leaving any kits generic. That's where this mod comes through and fixes it up for the little guys. Road to Glory career modes are saved once and for all, and you actually get the Remembrance Day Poppy. That's a little 2-in-1 deal. Goalkeeper kits shouldn't go unnoticed because sometimes they're absolutely fire, especially when you're Bristol City. They never miss. Alongside these kit improvements, I've also found some clothing packs and training gear for teams. But now, this just includes Liverpool and Real Madrid with accurate anthem jackets, training tops, tech fleeces, and t-shirts for your manager. Liverpool get that fully licensed, decked out treatment. Real Madrid just have their anthem jacket, but now with this new title update 5, EA have added back in anthem jackets to the whole pre-match ceremony. So you'll see teams wear them pre-game when they're walking out to the pitch. It'll 100% appear in every game and not just the cutscenes. Now, if you're a boot nerd like myself and are just obsessed with everything to do with accessories, we've got you covered right here with the Artesian FC25 accessory pack. With over 642 new, retro, and special edition boots added to the catalog, plus a whole lot more, which we'll get right into. Whether you're creating new players or editing current day superstars, you're gonna have way more choices and customization options to play with. We have newly updated and actual licensed player gloves, some new Nike gloves, some Adidas gloves with that little gripper texture on the hands, different color variations, even Puma gets shown some love. There aren't as many color options, but it's nice seeing that little gripper texture and more realistic looking player gloves, especially at this time of year where we're heading into the winter months. In the cold, wet, rainy, windy, snowy conditions, your players are going to be ready. In the last video, we covered the low sock mod and the gripper socks mod. However, this accessory pack goes above and beyond, and one of my favorite new features is the addition of arm sleeves and arm tape to the game. Something that's been possible in pro clubs in recent FIFAs, but now we get that option in career mode in the offline sphere, as it's rebranded the rubber bracelet and just transformed it into a full proper arm sleeve. A slick little realistic touch, if you ask me. Without even touching or adjusting anything, you'll already see some real world players automatically assigned the arm sleeve. If they wear like a little rubber band bracelet automatically in the base game, that just gets converted by the mod into a full arm sleeve, so you don't have to go out and edit every single player. It automatically happens in the background. There's even a set of exclusive player accessories that carry over into player career. When you create a player, you've got a couple more facial accessories to pick from. That involves both the carbon fiber face player mask and the Edgar Davids-esque player goggles glasses that have the orange lenses. It's an iconic look. It's a brave choice to go for. Like I was saying, this modded accessory pack doesn't skip a beat. Whilst we're on the topic of player gloves and updated goalkeeper kits, before we show off the boots, I'll showcase the updated goalkeeper gloves that have been added. For all the goalkeeper glove enthusiasts out there and the goalkeeper player career mode fans, again, it's cool to see new added gloves to the game because it's an area which doesn't really get shown much appreciation or love. And honestly, we need more goalkeeper glove variation if you ask me. I like seeing new colorways and different designs added to the game, and this Artesian accessory pack goes above and beyond, adding new content to every facet of player accessories and cosmetics in the game. There are so many more choices to choose from here, and you just absolutely love to see it. Like with the boots, they've replaced all the default generic EA gloves and actually replace them with real gloves that aren't in the game. Now it's time for the main show, the main meat and bones of it all. 642 new player boots. Oh, we are going to have a field day with this one, lads. I'll try and showcase to you as many as I can, as quickly as I can. But whether it's new boots, retro boots, special edition boots, some cleats and colorways that never made it to FC25. There's also some of the default boots in the game, but as you saw there across the bottom, this retro mercurial pack. Like, some of these boots are 10 years old or more. Ronaldo and Hazard used to rep these all the time. Those were the special edition Ronaldo mercurials. I could go off and drop all my boot knowledge on you, lads, but this is the type of selection you have to choose from. I'm just going to quick fire. I'm just going to speed run through the new editions because there's too many. It brings back some boots that have been deleted from previous games, and this mod continues to get updated week after week, title update after title update. You got some special player edition boots, so yeah, even more editions are going to come later down the line. Who knows, by the end of FC25, this mod could be having thousands of boots added. And I like how it's updated the little mini photo in the selection screen. It's given it its own personal little accurate shoebox. I had those boots growing up as a kid. Those were actually elite. This Hyper Venom Neymar series, oh, this is bringing back memories. It brings a tear to the eye. And yes, I'm that type of person to get excited about player boots, especially the retro ones. It tugs at the heartstrings. It brings back some amazing memories with the shoe boxes involved as well. These retro Adidas F50s that Messi always used to wear. That just screams FIFA 13. Oh man, these are really digging back into the archives. I might have to release an extended cut version of this video just to show you every single one in detail, but you can get the idea, you get the picture. Some absolutely go-to drip in this mod, and it should definitely be on everyone's radar. Don't mind me drooling over these new cosmetics because these are absolutely drippy, bro. Oh, these Adidas selections, they're taking me out, and we still haven't reached the end yet. But it's for the people, it's for you guys at home, for the console lads that are missing out. These boots are to die for. Some generic boots have been left in the game, but some of these will bring back some big memories for you guys. Oh, these mercurials as well. Those boots just scream FIFA 12. And look, we've made it to the end of just the player boots section in the boots and accessories tab. However, once you scroll over to the outfit section and head on all the way to the end over to shoes, there's even more to look through. There's even more to unlock. You thought we were done? No, you got some random leisure shoes that have been recoded into actual player boots. You've got some more retro cases, so there's even more to discover. There's more to unlock, and the list just keeps going on and on and on and on. It just never ends. You could 100% get lost here forever. It is boot lover heaven. Or you could ball out with the goofy commando Ugg boots. Whatever floats your boat. I won't judge. I ain't gonna lie, this clown shoe selection goes hard. Nevertheless, if you still haven't got your boot fix after all that, I'll have a second choice option linked down in the description below for you guys to check out. It's called the 4-in-1 mod, compatible with FIFA 22, FIFA 23, FC 24, and of course FC 25, where there's just a different selection of boots depending on what you're after, depending on what you want. They both have similar selections, but you actually can't use them at the same time. You have to have either one or the other applied. However, the benefit with this 4-in-1 mod, it also includes match balls. It adds a whole new bundle of match day balls that aren't available in previous FIFAs and will be updated for FC 25, so there will be more coming. So yeah, just thought I'd let you guys know that there are two different choices you can make depending on what your preferences are. I've also found some cool little gimmicky face mods. The Spanish Wonder Kid centre back Pau Cubarsí recently picked up a massive facial injury and someone made a mod for it. He looks pretty battered and bruised here. I don't know whether I should show this or not. It might get me demonetized. There's a bit of blood and gore, but I'll put the real photo up against the face mod side by side and you guys can decide who did it better. I've also found the Lamine Yamal face mod that updates his hair color, so it gives it that little light blonde tint. And another small attention to detail is that it actually gives him his trademark braces. It's a cool little addition that, again, it's something that EA would never see to add. They'd never include those ultra realistic details, but hey, it's just a fun little feature and something that I know you guys watching will appreciate. Now, this next mod is straight up revolutionary. It's never been possible before in any FIFA ever. It's called the Extended Choice mod, and it basically gives you the power to change any player who has a real game face scan. You can actively edit their face and change up their hairstyle, their facial hair. Let let me show you real quick. We've got Mo Salah. It's a famous case of a player changing their hairstyle, and EA haven't been bothered to update his game face scan. However, if Mo decides to change up his hairstyle again, you could give him whatever haircut you want. If he decides to grow back his hair and give him the afro, the power is all yours. You could pick pretty much any hairstyle in the game and have full control, full customization, full editing control of real face scanned players, something which we've never had the ability to do before. He might have had his hairline saved in Turkey, but we're giving him the big buffy afro back. And what you can also do is change his eye color. That's something I didn't know this mod gave you the ability to do. It opens you up to so many more possibilities, so many more freedoms. And what makes it even better is that you can adapt to things happening in the real world of football in real time. Let's say KDB for this example. What if one day he decides to just let his facial hair grow out, or grow out a little mustache for Movember? You can change up not only his hair, but the facial hair situation. We all know he's grown his hair out, but what if he decides to go back to that shortcut? You could even make him look a little bit more ginger, like he was looking back in the early days at Wolfsburg and Chelsea. It is a slippery slope, but a fun slippery slope nonetheless. And just like every mod does, opens you up to so many new possibilities and capabilities. In this case, it's an FC25 exclusive. What if Victor the Inflictor wants a new haircut before his big money move to Manchester United? Wink wink. You can give him that realistic customization, or just get weird and wacky with it. Just like I've done here with Bobby Hendrick. He looks like a completely different player, giving him a complete makeover. And that's where you could kind of go down two lanes. You can either give it that sandbox approach and just have everything totally unrealistic, customized to your liking, or you could stay realistic with it and update individual player faces as you see fit. Because of course it carries over into career mode. You could do all the face editing and adjusting you want outside of the game in the main menu, and then all those changes will apply once you start a brand new career mode save. All the facial changes are here, and I'm just giving you 4 little examples. You could edit every single real player's face in the game if you wanted to. It's a modding tool that I recommend to absolutely anyone and everyone, all the career mode enjoyers, because, you know, players like Kobe Mainu, that's just not his hairstyle. EA gave him like the wrong hair. So you could go into the editor and fix EA's mistakes by giving him actual dreads that like actually depict his real life appearance, or just experiment and go wild with it. Now, another area that not only this mod but the extended player editor also covers is of course the Youth Academy. It's been one of the most highly requested features in the career mode community, especially this year considering how god awful the Youth Academy faces are. The generated cranium faces were absolutely abhorrent in the first couple of weeks, like for example, case in point. However, I do feel like it's gotten better, but if you do end up finding yourselves, I don't know, with a bold 16-year-old or with a high potential academy player that just straight up looks like a goblin, you get the ability to edit everything about their appearance. Firstly, you gotta get rid of those generic EA boots. We've got the boot pack accessories mod for a reason, but the main purpose is to just fully customize his facial structure, his facial appearance, fully customize him like you're creating a player, and have every single asset of his face being able to customize it. Change up his forehead size, line up his jaw, change up his neck size, edit every single little individual detail, just like the extended choice mod. It just depends how far you want to go with it. Maybe take off his big monobrow and give him some normal eyebrows, and give a Youth Academy talent some facial hair once they start to get old enough. So you kind of run into a problem because his actual in-game face that you've newly customized doesn't really match his 2D mini face that was his original look. But there's no need to fear. I have the solution right here with the FC25 live editor. All you've got to do is click up on features, hit players, and then search up the specific player you want to customize. You can see there, that's our boy, the Croatian 58 rated from Brighton. Once you've loaded up his player profile, click on player, hover over mini face, and that's where you want to generate mini face. And what this does is makes a whole new 2D profile picture. Once you head back to the squad hub or team management, bam, his 2D profile pic is there, and it matches your Youth Academy player's new look. And this doesn't only apply to Youth Academy players. There's actually a mod that specializes in in-game generated mini faces. So basically every single player in the world has an in-game mini face instead of their 2D real life profile picture. Some people prefer it because you can tell straight away if a player has an actual real life face scan or not, and some people prefer prefer a little bit more of that realistic look, to see their actual real life appearance. Just to show it off, I've turned it on for you guys, and this is what it looks like. This actually used to be the case in every FIFA before FIFA 12. Players' profile pictures just used to be what they look like in-game. So it's kind of like a retro feature throwback in many ways. Another amazing thing about this Youth Academy extended player editing, which is not only can you edit their appearance and obviously how they look, but let's say you have an academy prospect that just refuses to grow, is like under 5 foot, and you want to give him, you know, a cheeky little growth spurt, maybe pop him up to 5'10", give him the 6 foot tall king treatment. You can do that and have full control. Adjust his height, adjust his biometric data to how you see fit. And again, another example of fixing EA's mistakes. You could even change up their names entirely and edit every single little thing about them. The training wheels are off and you just get to rain complete havoc. Point in case, you've got a bold 16-year-old, but now you can rectify it to make sure that these teenagers don't have receding hairlines. You can give them the proper hairstyle treatment. Another handy trick that the live editor is capable of is giving you the option to apply the Bellingham sock holes to any player in the game, not just the cover star, the poster boy Jude. And after my Sockgate rant on launch day, I just had to cover this. Now in the base game, the golden boy gets the special treatment with his specialized sock hole style. There are hundreds, if not thousands of players that do this in real life. Why it would just be a Bellingham exclusive is beyond me. Anyways, load up the live editor, click up in the top left corner on players, search up the specific player that you want to apply the sock style to. In this case, I've chosen Vitor Roque. Head on over to the appearance tab, and that's where you could customize sock length styles. And now we get a couple more options: ankle, average no shin pad, and then Bellingham cutout socks. Apply it, and then up in the top left hand corner, save your changes. Head back into the game, click on the player you've applied your socks to, and then check them out for yourselves, and bam, we've unlocked the power, we've unlocked the hidden feature that everyone should have access to. But no, we have to rely on third-party editing tools and software on PC in order to get access, and it works 100%. So let's give him the ankle sock type. And yeah, not gonna lie, that looks pretty realistic. If you could get away with this and actually wear this in a game, I'm sure both him and Shaqiri would do it in a flash. Once you guys found out that you could play with players topless, my comments were inundated. Obviously, the Gooners wanted to know what would happen if you played with a female player topless. I mean, we've all been there, lads. I know, it's a valid question. Now, here's the moment of truth. It's the big one. Will my video be demonetized? Will I even be able to include this? Let's just find out together in 3, 2, 1. Where'd the option go? I can't find it anymore. What? No. This feels illegal, I'm out. Now, if you've watched my must-have Essentials mod video for FC25, you'll know all about the Red Bull Creator Club expansion pack that we've already covered fully in detail. But today, I've got some crazy overhauls to showcase, and you Creator Club enjoyers need to know about them. This first Creator Club pack includes an abundance of new kit templates, real-world sponsors, and most importantly of all, removes the generic goalkeeper kits and actually gives you fresh new designs for the goalkeepers. Goalkeepers will be loving this mod showcase, and right here in Creator Club, it is no different. It's so refreshing seeing the goalkeepers actually get some nice kit designs, and sponsored too, by the way. It's game changing, it's revolutionary for the Creator Club scene, which again just brings so much more legitimacy to the mode. Ooh, that kit is fire. The aura is off the charts with some of these kit designs. Some of these sponsors too are just absolutely brilliant. Some are real world sponsors, some you've never seen before in the game. We've got brand new kit templates as well. There is so much to go through, just an abundance to choose from, and you could change things up at the drop of a hat. That night kit is also saucy too. I've got so many I like, so many I'm in the mood for, and it's also actually removed the generic EA branded sponsors, so you won't see any EA sponsored kits. You won't see the Hypermotion technology as a front shirt sponsor. Get that nonsense out of here. We've got the real deal on display. Oh, that's also saucy too. There's so many good options here. I'm struggling to choose just 3, but let me run you down through all of them. This is just the first Creator Club kit pack I've got to showcase. I don't know how EA would feel about this one. There's some competitors, some different football games being sponsors too, like Football Manager, UFL. Of course, the Beats kits are kept in there. The only sponsored kits that are available on the normal console console version of the game. Oh, that media... Oh... These kits are so damn beautiful. This is what we need. We are being fed with some of these kit designs, with some of these sponsors. We've got some Red Bull thrown in just for good measure as we keep continuing down. And that is the final list. Just like that, we have drafted up the drippiest selection of kits for our club. We are completely sourced out at the moment. And this Creator Club mod also includes some new badges to select from. So some of these range from clubs that aren't even in the game. So you can recreate different clubs like Rochdale have been removed, Halifax Town, who are in the lower leagues of England, you name it, as there are some even more cool crest add-ons from different countries. I believe these are some lower league French clubs. We've got some Italian clubs from Serie C and Serie D, the 3rd and 4th tier, Monopoli, Campobasso, Taranto, where you could go the route of recreating a club that's not in the game or probably will never be in the game, or pick something generic enough where it could be your own fantasy fictional football team. I'm not telling you how to use the mod, but there are some selections from all different types of countries. There are some Mexican teams, as Liga MX has been removed from the game for a couple of years now, even some Japanese clubs. You can't import a specific customized badge yet. We haven't got a mod that lets you do that. However, I think these crest editions are well worth a shout. You've got a nice little mix of real world badges, some lower league badges, and crests that are just worth using in general. Like, these are some insane designs. There's something for everyone here. You could create a youth system, you could create a feeder club. Some brilliant save ideas are hidden in here. Oh, I completely forgot. Depending on what color you select for your badge, there's even more hidden down here. There are hundreds of new badges hidden in this thing. You've got Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. We're starting to enter the fantasy territory. The generic Volta default badges that we never got in Creator Club. There are way more here, like Bury United, who actually don't even exist anymore. The Aussies are gonna love this. We've even got the Collingwood logo. I am absolutely gushing right now. This is insane work. Macclesfield Town, you've got the Nike Academy team, some lower league American clubs like Miami Fusion. What else is hiding in here? This is just a treasure trove. Nah, I'm actually blown away. This is making me speechless. You've got some Greek teams for all my Greek viewers out there. I don't even know what language or leagues these are from, but I'm sure you lads down in the comments, you'll be familiar with them. Someone's gonna correct me. I feel spoiled for choice right now. I feel almighty and powerful with all this at my disposal. Combine that with the unlocking every single stadium mod, plus the stadium refresh pack with all the updated ad boards and sponsors on the sideline. It's honestly such more of a complete experience, and single-handedly transforms it into the best game mode on FC25. Trust me lads, I will die on that hill, and bada bing bada boom, everything is working, the mods are in full effect. To be honest, I've still got one more Creator Club mod to show you. It's a major W for the Creator Club crowd, and even if you don't like what you've picked and want to change things, you can mix and match your kits, have different sponsors, do whatever you'd like, and have full access to the club customization at any point of the campaign, which is a nice little quality of life update, which I don't see many people give EA credit for, but I'll shout them out there. I'm just straight up spoiling you guys today. I've loaded in the second mod pack ready for launch, and this is just a different little selection of new kit templates, new sponsors, new shirt designs, and new club crests, which we'll get to. Unfortunately, you can't use both of these mods at the same time. You can't combine these two together, and you can already see off the jump, these are a little bit more clean, more down-to-earth, realistic designs. There's nothing wacky or crazy going on. They're very clean cut. We're kind of catering to different types of players here. You've got some realistic, more sensible looking kits, if you want to call it that. Some more straightforward and traditional proper football designs. And the previous mod I showed with just some wacky out there designs that have never really been seen before with some crazy patterns. But this one, I wouldn't say it's boring, but it gets the job done. We've got the Microsoft sponsor, Apple have even shown up, Crypto.com, Suzuki, Paramount Plus. It's all happening here, and the Creator Club customization just goes through the roof. It's reached a new level here in FC25. Logitech have a fair few options, and this Visa kit is probably my favorite out of the bunch, but it's a nice little grouping we have, and it's just a testament to how these mods can completely transform FC25 Creator Club. And there is even a different selection when it comes to the goalkeeper kits. Of course, no generic kits here, baby. We aren't about that life. Addressing a key problem and issue that EA just refused to fix. The modders are here to save the day, don't you worry. And with that kit overhaul comes a whole different selection of customizable crests, some AI generated logos if you're into that kind of thing. It's less to do with like real world clubs and more to do with like some fantasy elements, some fictional clubs that you could kind of make your own storyline about. Okay, there's only 3 real world badges. We've got Sheffield FC, AC Siena, and I believe that's a low tier Spanish club. Anyways, I endorse both of the Creator Club mods. They've both got their use cases and you should definitely be giving them both a go. Now it's time for a little bit of a change of pace because right here we have got a FIFA soundtrack mod. That's right, for all my music gurus and FIFA soundtrack enthusiasts like myself, what I've got installed right here is the standalone FIFA Nostalgia soundtrack mod, where it basically replaces all 117 FC25 songs and adds in a variety of random hit songs, artists that have had tracks on the FIFA soundtrack in previous years, some random songs that fit into that bracket, fit into the genre of a FIFA tune, and some old FIFA nostalgia throwbacks. It's just a nice little bunch, a nice little playlist thrown together, and like I said, some random 2010s nostalgia hits in general, like the Black Eyed Peas or Major Lazer, Lean On. Ignore the cover art, but it just provides you with a little bit of a different listening experience. If you're already sick of the FC25 soundtrack and want something different, want to throw something else on without having to rely on Spotify or throwing a podcast up in the background whilst you play, there are some absolute nostalgic tunes on here, some big bangers, some 2010s throwbacks, and it's just been a great little trip down memory lane. The guy who made this soundtrack mod didn't miss, so I'll leave it linked down in the description alongside this other music mod I've found online, which I can't really get to start working for some reason, but I'll leave it just in case it works for you guys. It's called the Coldplay Music Pack. The real ones, the proper FIFA OGs would appreciate changes like this. If you're in the market for some fun new gameplay mods that completely switch up the experience, you're going to want to feast your eyes on this. We have got quite a varied display of random little gameplay mods and pitch mods that I've applied. You could already see it. We have the smaller pitch overhaul, which pretty much just means, yeah, you get a nice little view of it there. We've got a condensed field to play on. I don't know if it's at the exact rush pitch, but the field is way smaller than usual. We get a completely different gameplay experience as well. We have an 11 versus 11 matchup on this tiny little field, and the way the players move, the dribbling, the pace have all been adjusted. So it's like basically the players feel like they're playing on this condensed version of a football pitch, but instead of it being 5-on-5 or 6v6, it's a full-on 11 versus 11 exhibition, and it's just absolute chaos. A midfield battle, interceptions happening every 5 seconds, an absolutely hectic way to play, as we'll get a little goal right here. See how it works, and you can celebrate right into the back end of the pitch. Look how much space we've got here to run into and celebrate. It's not meant to be realistic. It's not meant to be something taken seriously. Just a little bit of fun. If you want to switch things up, try it out with a friend, use it in career mode. It's a fun thing to experiment with. It's fun to see how the CPU actually start playing. I've got a zoomed out camera mod applied. I'm just gonna have to change up the settings here, where it basically just gives you this ultra zoomed out version, really zoomed out, far away. Feel like you're sitting in the stands. You're so far away that you feel like you're in the bleachers. You can start to see the crowd at the bottom. You get the full view like you're in the commentary box, like you're in the gantry. This mod allows you to be ultra zoomed out. The game doesn't actually physically let you do this, so it's nice to see that we don't have any limits. There are no boundaries with the camera. We have a new broadcast camera angle. Yeah, this one's a bit lower. It's zoomed out, but it's slightly lower on the pitch. And let's score a goal with it and see how it looks. Yeah, there you go. It's a nice little different viewing experience, you could say, and it just gives you a nice little variety of different camera angles that weren't possible before. I usually just straight up play on Legacy, and this is the perfect case of combining it with other different mods, making the pitch dimensions different, changing up the camera, combine that all together, and you get an exclusive little unique modding experience that, you know, is only possible on PC. Another mod we have here that alters the gameplay experience on the pitch. It's similar to the smaller pitch mod, but it brings back the Volta FIFA Street vibes. And that's this futsal gameplay overhaul mod. Again, it's just a fun little way to experience things if you're bored of the current FC25 gameplay, or just challenge yourself, because this pitch is actually smaller, and at the same time, the goals are incredibly smaller too. I mean, look at them. They're tiny. Plus, with a goalkeeper in there, it's going to be extremely tough. And unlike Volta and FIFA Street, it's an 11 versus 11 affair. No 3v3, 4v4, 5v5 nonsense. It is a fully packed pitch here, and it's just crowded. It's chaos. It's a different experience entirely, as Harry Kane's even struggling to score. Musiala in the clear, and he completely misses the target. Oh my god, we've got players popping shots from the halfway line. Like, you see the CPU starting to act weird and different, whilst you've got these weird pitch and gameplay mods activated. Look how many players in the box. To Julian Brandt, who's trying to chip Neuer. He's going to head it in to the smallest little futsal goal. It looks so strange in such a big stadium, but we score in the 11 vs 11 futsal pitch. And it is possible. Ever since Volta was deleted, EA gave up on it. FIFA Street ain't around no more. We've got some mods with a proper 11v11 futsal experience, something which you aren't going to get in any other football game. So I think it's a fun time. And of course, both these gameplay overhaul mods carry over and activate in career mode. Let's give away a penalty. Come on, give away a penalty. This will be interesting. It was actually in the box how these penalties go. Harry Kane just takes it straight away, and that's the easiest save Kobel's gonna make. Nevertheless, as I transition into a mod which unfortunately I couldn't get working, in this case it's not an issue on my end, it's just that it hasn't been updated for title update 4 and 5, but I just wanted to shout it out, and I'll still leave the link down in the description. Quote unquote, the weird pitches mod, which pretty much, depending on what stadium you're playing at, it alters the different dimensions of each specific stadium. So you're gonna have a different experience whether you're at the Etihad or at Tottenham Stadium. And here's some examples of it in action. Just a few little screenshots here, just so you get the idea. You can see that these crazy gameplay mods and elements are possible, where you're literally playing outside the stadium. That's how big the pitch is. And you just get some weird and wacky environments to play around with. Again, very experimental. So once it gets updated, it's worth giving a fair shot. And here's a little continuation slash update of the scoreboards mod that I included in the last video. It's had a few additions, just like the US Open Cup. I've got a handful to showcase to you lads. A little trio that might pique your interest, including an MLS scoreboard series, where the US Open Lamar Hunt Cup gets to shine. It's actually a nice little clean layout. I'm a fan of it. It incorporates the logo in the top left. It's got that American theme, the red, blue, and white. It gets the job done. I know I have a fair share of Belgian viewers and watchers, so you guys are in luck here, because your Jupiler Pro League gets the brand new broadcast package. Say goodbye to the generic treatment, because it is no more. You get that proper broadcast experience like you're watching on match day, and I can't say I'm the biggest fan of the scoreboard. The way it pops up once you kick off the match, like, it's just very stock standard. Can't say it's one of my favorites, but hey, it's better than the generic ones. Anything's better than the generic scoreboards. Scottish scoreboard series goes alright as well, and that not only includes the league, but also the cup. We've got the Scottish Premiership up first, the William Hill Premiership. How does the scoreboard hold up though? That's alright, it's decent, I like it enough. It's nothing sensational, but again, it's that realism, it's that authenticity that career mode players crave. And for the Saudi Pro League fans, you know we've got you guys covered. Here's how the fully licensed broadcast package is looking in-game, and it's actually one of the most unique aesthetics and variants of scoreboards I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie, it's got some flair, it's got some aura about it, and like most of them do, blows the EA generic scoreboard out of the water. As we take a look at the scoreboard, I don't know, that little pop-up, the overlay there doesn't really excite me. The scoreboard looks decent, nothing compared to when you first initially launched the game. I just want to restart straight away to see it again, because the scoreboard pop-up didn't live up to the hype. I like it. It just comes at you straight away. There's got that little thing in the middle going on. I don't know, I'm feeling it. And the scoreboard mod just keeps on getting better, keeps getting additions and updates. And it's kind of the case where EA are never going to really add in all the fully authentic layovers and goal pop-ups that happen that are accurate for each league. So we've got the modders here to add it in for us, and they come in clutch to save the day. Now this next segment is what I'd like to call the retro edition, or the retro mods. For you nostalgia merchants out there, first up we've got to cover the insane variety of new retro kits added. Even though these two are unlicensed in FC25, both AC Milan and Inter, they have their retro badges back, and you can run it back with some OG classics on either side of Milan. There are some iconic throwbacks in here that need to be studied. Over to the Premier League now, we've got some iconic sets of Arsenal and Chelsea kits here, bringing back the prime Barclays era, the iconic O2 shirt sponsor for the Arsenal kits, and then Chelsea with the Fly Emirates, the retro Chelsea CFC logo. Before the Abramovich money, their kits were actually class. And a nice touch is that all these retro Premier League kits have the OG BCHD font, that Barclays style font that was just superior in so many ways. Like, it was my favorite. I know I've got a little bit of bias. I grew up with it. Honestly, it was amazing. Plus the OG Premier League patch on the sleeve. This retro kit mod honestly ticks all the boxes for me. Liverpool get their 2018-19 selection of kits, their Champions League winning set. Meanwhile, Manchester United, we're harking it back to the glory days. 07-08 season, they've got the Club Winners World patch on the blue shirt, the AIG sponsor, the Ronaldo, Berbatov, Rooney days. Oh man, take me back. I think I know I've hit ung status when these 2011/12 kits from Man City have been classified as retro. When they won the league with Aguero's last minute goal, that red and black stripe kit, which actually goes kind of hard, and then Tottenham, like Liverpool, get that 2018-19 treatment. PSG get gifted their 2018/19 season kits where they just signed Neymar. It was his first full season in Paris. Meanwhile, Fiorentina just hit it out the park back in the 90s or 80s, whenever this kit was from. The Nintendo front shirt sponsor, the filler partnership. It was an all-time classic that I need to buy for my collection immediately. The two big Portuguese heavy hitters, both Sporting and Porto, have a cute little double going on here. It's bringing that early 2000s vibe, possibly back when Porto won the Champions League in 04, and back when CR7 and Pepe were both academy players for Sporting. That blacked out Dragon 2015 away kit from Real Madrid. It's an all-timer coupled with their Champions League winning kit. The white and blue color combo, that blocky blue kit where Ronaldo scored the bicycle kick versus Juventus. Meanwhile, Atleti, all that needs to be said is a Spider-Man sponsor. I'm in love, plus a cheeky little cameo from around 2013-2014. Meanwhile, Barcelona fans get to relive the MSN days with the 2016-17 kit selection. You can't look past these three kits and just not think of Messi, Suarez and Neymar being the best attacking trio in world football. The retro kit action also carries over to the international game. A lovely little selection here from Argentina. They're throwing it back with kits from 2004. Meanwhile, we have the Three Lions, England, with the Euro 2004 throwback. Their kits actually made you feel something back then. I'm a very big fan of those two. You can't mention Euro 2004 and not bring up the hosts, Portugal's kits. They made it all the way to the final. This kit goes down as an iconic masterpiece. It's got the number in the circle on the front, and that shade of Portuguese red goes down in the history books. Meanwhile, for France, the 2006 World Cup kit, if I'm not mistaken, this is the jersey that Zinedine Zidane played his last game in, headbutted Materazzi, and the rest was history. Brazilians look away as Germany get a nice little 10-year anniversary throwback to their World Cup triumph in Brazil with that classic red and black 7-1 kit, and of course that beautiful iconic home shirt. Plus Mexico get thrown some love here. I believe these are the combo they brought to the 2010 World Cup. And Spain's 2010 World Cup winning kits are here, where they took down the Dutch in the final 1-0 with that iconic Iniesta goal. And then you've just got USA right here, the hosts of the 2026 World Cup. I'm not really a fan of that white away shirt, but this blue kit is absolutely fire. It's got the stars. I've never even seen it before. I think it's from the 90s. That's definitely a sleeper hit for me. I've just noticed them now, but these Roma kits are absolutely god tier. An early 2000s throwback, and these kits just scream Francesco Totti. This mod also scratches that retro itch when it comes to match balls. We have got the 2006 World Cup ball. It's got a little Spanish theme to it. Of course, you've got to have the 2010 Jabulani. The streets will never forget. I'm a nostalgia merchant at heart. I've got to see it here in FC25. Oh my days, lads. This is enough to make a grown man cry. Not only do we have this stunning range of retro kits in our locker, you guessed it, we've also got some retro face mods to show off, and here they are. Are you still salty at EA that despite Ronaldo being on the cover of the goddamn game, they didn't give him the prime noodle hair treatment with the face update? They just face scanned his head in and would never bothered to update his hair whatsoever. There he is, prime CR7 in all his glory with the noodle strand hair. You just knew on a Champions League night with those mercurials on. With that haircut and the rolled up sleeve, it was game over for the opposition. Now we finally get to see the 2018 version of Ronaldo realized in high definition next gen glory. The two goats get that retro treatment. This one kind of doesn't match up. The time period is out of whack. This retro face mod is from 2011. If you remember Messi from that, FIFA 11, FIFA 12 type era where he had this haircut, he was clean shaven and about to break every single goal record. Yeah, that's the kind of Messi we're dealing with here. And we've got the Brazilian prince who never became the king. He's got about 10 different variants from all these different time periods. Thanks to this Viper face pack, he's been given the full retro treatment. First up, it's that iconic look from 2011 with the band-aid tape over the nose. He's got a few little pimples here and there. That haircut when he was first initially breaking onto the scene at Santos. Next up is 2012 Neymar, where he's still got that band-aid nose tape. However, he switches it up with the yellow fiery mohawk, that iconic look that he donned, where he became the most signed high-profile wonder kid on FIFA 13. Hands down, I'm guilty. Next up, it's 2014 World Cup Brazil Neymar, where he initially just announced himself onto the world stage. He became the poster boy for the hosts at that World Cup. Looks a little bit more matured, just joined Barcelona. We have the MSN variant, which kind of matches up with this kit from FIFA 17. The blonde-haired Neymar, as we'll call it. He was at his peak, his highest ever FIFA rating, I believe. This was the third and final season that the MSN trio had together at Barca. Here's another retro variation that EA never blessed us with officially in-game. This was the 2020 pink hair era for Neymar, where I think everyone was just bored in lockdown and just did some crazy wacky things with their barber. Something that would have been so cool to see in-game, considering EA and PSG have an exclusive partnership. But thankfully, we have these modders who help us relive these different eras, these different looks. This is apparently the 2018 World Cup version, where it was infamously memed on for diving and rolling around on the floor excessively. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this one, but I'll give you guys a look. There's also a couple more that I can't show. I'm running out of time. I've got Ronaldo 2004, an OG retro Sergio Ramos variant, which I'll leave linked down in the description. Now we have to transition to the next segment, where I think I've saved the biggest and best till last. Prepare yourselves, but firstly, I've got a nice little appetizer, a little entree. It'll all tie in, trust me. You'll see where we're going with this one, as this expanded tournament mode mod. It has recently been released, and it actually gives you the option to play out a Europa Conference League and a full Europa League tournament, just like you would be able to with the Champions League. It's been a major featured cup ever since FIFA 19. The other exclusive European licenses haven't been given that same treatment. So this mod successfully throws them into the tournament mode mix. You could also do a UEFA Super Cup, but wouldn't that just be two teams? I'm not sure why that's an option, but hey, it's there. You get the luxury of playing out a European Championship and also a World Cup. Combine those tournaments together with the real trophies mod I showcased in the last mods video, and boy, you will be cooking like there is no tomorrow. Now, you lads have to brace yourselves here, especially you Brazilians out there, because we have the addition of the Brazilian first tier, the Brasileiro Serie A in career mode. It is back. We haven't had it since like FIFA 17. It's been absent in the game. Konami got the real licenses for it. And now, thanks to PC mods, we've got the entire Brazilian first tier back where it belongs. I know it's the bare minimum, but it's so surreal seeing it back in FIFA or FC. People have been craving it. Brazil is where you get to find some of the next hidden talents, some of the next big talents of world football. It's a big miss. It's a major miss in career mode. Now that we've got it back, I am licking my lips. The Brazilian Serie A has made a mighty comeback in FC 25. Don't pinch yourselves, don't rub your eyes, as this is how it's looking in career mode. Unfortunately, there's no second tier, there's no promotion relegation, but I think we've just got to appreciate that it's back in the first place. This is a huge W. EA need to get the licenses back ASAP. They need to get it back quick smart, and not just for the Brazilian league, but for the international team, because they haven't been properly playable since like FIFA 18 or something. No need to fear, lads, no need to wish, because these modders have answered all of our prayers. Not only the Brazilian national team is back, but we have over 51 nations added to international football to spice up both the World Cup and Copa America in career career mode. Let's go quick fire through them. They're all fully licensed with every single kit, starting off with Armenia. Australia are back. Austria making a return. Belarus with a debut. Belgium's back. Bolivia's in. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bulgaria are here. Cameroon, we got that African love. Chile's back where they belong in South America. Colombia's here. Costa Rica showing up. The recent AFCON 2024 champions, Ivory Coast. We have Cyprus alongside Ecuador, making up the numbers, making it possible for a Copa America. Egypt are here with Mo Salah captaining them. Estonia are here making their mainline FIFA game debut. Georgia are back from their FC24 Euro expansion DLC. We've got the Greeks who recently beat England on their own patch. Some top tier Asian nations like Iran, Iraq. We'll skip past those boys for now. We've got Jamaica in the mix. Japan's been another major removal in recent times. We've got Kazakhstan even, who made a deep push for Euro 2024 qualification. The Korea Republic led by Sonny Boy up top with the captain's armband. Some smaller European nations like Kosovo, Luxembourg and Montenegro. You can't have international football without African giants like Nigeria, North Macedonia thrown in, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the list goes on. Russia are back after their ban in 2021, so they make a comeback to world football in a world where FIFA actually let them participate. Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia. I feel like we're going on a world tour with all these nations they've added. Switzerland get thrown back in. We've got Tunisia again. Africa's really showing up. We've got Turkey. We're going to finish off with the UAE. And then a little trio of Uruguay, Uzbekistan, and Venezuela. Oh, and how can we forget? I completely missed them. Albania and Algeria, both coming before Argentina, who are usually the first team on the international list. Now, there's been a recent plea and cry from FIFA fans for EA to add these national teams back in the game, just unlicensed, with generic kits and just a flag as the badge. It's come to the point where career mode fans just want these nations in the game. It doesn't even matter if they're licensed or not, but this mod doesn't skip out. Every single nation has the proper licensed kits, the proper national team logos and badges. No levels of authenticity are spared here, people. And before you load up into a new career or new tournament save, you could fix up the teams, you could do all the international selections you want and customize every single nation one by one, making sure they have their strongest squads brought to the tournament. It also gives you the full flexibility to see how many players are in every country's national pool. Like, some nations barely have a page of players to select from anyway. Like, Iran only have like 27 players in the game in comparison to Ireland, who have over 33 pages of players that can select from. It almost brings FC25 up to that caliber of the standalone World Cup game, where every single FIFA ranked nation was included. Obviously, we're nowhere near that right now, but this is what it's starting to feel like with the power of PC mods. It provides you with the proper expanded Euros tournament with 24 teams instead of the 16 outdated format, which EA haven't been bothered to update for over like 10 years. 6 groups, just like the 2024 tournament in real life, and with the real trophy mod in action, you're not only going to see it pop up in game, but also in the menus, and see the silverware in all its glory in the news tab social media area. Same goes for the World Cup, which gets an expanded format update, a competition license logo, plus you've got all 48 teams, 12 groups of 4 on full display. We've never seen anything like it in real life or in a FIFA game. It's something worthy of building and playing a standalone World Cup game of, but because EA aren't going to deliver on that, we have to rely on the mods right here, where it has 48 teams participating. We're going to have a round of 32, and that glorious World Cup trophy is back where it belongs. The FIFA license has returned to FC in a quest for world domination for the biggest prize in football. Oh no, it's the trophy glitch. It's the trophy glitch. It's even affecting the mods. EA, bro, sort this out. You can't make it up. Even the mods can't fix EA's broken code. I don't know where this trophy glitch came from, but it's completely ruined the game. I'm just going to sim to the end, and it's Portugal to win on penalties without CR7, and he saw his nation win it without him from the stands. But hold on, wait a minute, we actually do get to see the real trophy in the news tab. It's unexplainable. It's a glitch on EA's end that they need to sort out, but this is just elevated international football and international management on FC25 to a whole new level. If you're keen on international management, it's refreshing to see the Copa America return. It is so back in career mode to complete the hat-trick in its normal form. Nothing's changed here. 10 South American teams, 4 invitationals, 4 groups of 4, and in the final, how did we let Mexico win it, man? The Copa America goes to the guests. The South American team couldn't claim the South American Cup. Just like the 7-1, they wouldn't let Brazilians forget about that, as Mexico reigns supreme, the trophy's gone on walkabout. As long as the Copa America's made a return in career mode for the first time in like 3 FIFAs, I'm a happy boy. And sending your youth academy scouts to random nations, because at the end of the day, EA added like, what, over 160 new nations to the game to scout in. You could actually contribute not only for your club, but to the national team setup. So it's more satisfying. It goes both ways. Who knows, maybe you can do a youth academy Estonia to glory now that their nation's been added with the mods, and you can contribute with just youth academy talent only. The sky's the limit now, lads. Take advantage of it. Use these mods to your benefit. Convert today. Trust me, it's worth it. There we have it, lads. All the latest and greatest new FC25 mods you guys need to install for the best career mode experience possible. And it just gives you so much more control, so much more power. Let me guys know in the comments below if you want me to cover a specific mod, if you're a modder yourself and want me to test out your mods and show them off in a video. Reach out to me on Twitter, on Discord, in the DMs. We're going hard with the modding content. Don't you worry. As always, the links will be down in the description for all the downloads. My Discord is also there if you want to join that as well. Drop the video a like on it. If you've made it this far, subscribe for some more modded content on the channel. I'll leave a little sneak peek, a little hint at what's to coming in a future mods video playing in the background, and hopefully you lads will get excited, because we'll be testing out even crazier mods in future videos, in separate dedicated videos that you guys need to see ASAP. FIFA's Ultimate Realism Mod is back for FC25, and some say it is one of the best and most complete mods that you can download for career mode. So you know I had to get my hands on it to see what it has in store for us this year, and to see if it's actually worth it for you console players to join the dark side and convert to PC.
The hardest choices require the strongest wills.
Unlocking new cosmetic items, expanded player and manager editors, adding team and competition licenses, new third, alternate, and fantasy. I've got everything it comes with installed in my mod manager, ready to go, plus a couple of other modded extras I threw in because I can't resist. On its own, it adds up to 5 GB of fresh new content to the game. It's a package that promises to make the game as realistic as possible, so let's get into it. This Realism Mod is no joke. It's got a fresh new theme this year. It's looking all red. If you've got everything working, this is how it should be loading up. And we've replaced the bold fraud Pep Guardiola from FC24 and replaced him with the one and only Xabi Alonso, the poster boy for this mod in FC25. Loading up into the main menu, I don't want to connect to the EA servers. No, I don't want those online updates. There's only one thing you want to do. As soon as you load up into it, you want to click that little new folder icon in the top left hand corner, and that's going to let you load in the Realism Mod squad file. And once you see those Realism Mod squads, just click A, apply them to your game, and you should be good to go. Now this mod is in alpha right now. It's just dropped and I've got exclusive access to it, so there are more updates and features coming throughout the FC25 game cycle, so keep your eyes peeled. I'll be covering everything it has to offer. You have to pay for this mod, so no need to fear. I'll have a video with a complete mod list of all the best free realism mods that you can download, so if you don't want to spend any money and you just want to test out some freebies, your boy's got you covered. That video will be dropping probably next week, so make sure you turn on your notifications, subscribe to the channel down below, and drop the video a like if you're going to enjoy. Straight up, we've got some new menu shortcuts in the main menu, like that squad file folder icon, and more once you go into your customize area. Instead of create a player, edit real players is listed first in the menu, or if you just wanted to go there straight away, you could click the start button. You could click R1 to download the latest squads, the select button if you wanted to load a specific squad file, but we've already done that, so we're covered. However, something I always like to do is save squad files, and you get easy access just by clicking R2. Now that everything is installed and activated, you're going to be noticing a difference straight away. As soon as you load up a fresh new career save, the content is already there waiting for you. Whether you want to load up a new live start point save or just begin a fresh new season, the first major overhaul involves adding over 116 new manager faces to the game, and it also unlocks every single manager in the game. For example, we've got all of Germany, every single German division. Ligue 1 and Ligue 2 have every single manager available, and the English divisions, of course, have every single tier unlocked and available. Even down to the 4th tier, they've got every single manager 2D mini face. You could put a face to the name no matter who you pick. Now, where the manager mod comes in clutch is giving you access to teams that are unlicensed, because usually you don't get to select their real world managers, so it just gives you so many more options, so many more possibilities, with new head scans for the likes of Gasparini, Baroni, Fonseca, and Inzaghi. The manager outfits also get a cool little refresh, and one of my favorite little details are these like club specific items, like this slick Fiorentina tie and the Fiorentina specific club suit jackets. You could see this for countless of other teams like Inter. Inzaghi's wearing a little Inter Milan embroidered tie. Just those small little added details that go so hard, and you can notice every time I click on Vincent Kompany, he's wearing something different. So some managers can even just automatically change their outfit on the fly, like you can see in real time. Some managers are even assigned new shoes and sneakers, like these Adidas branded boots that obviously aren't in the base game. Those features are personified here with Heidenheim's manager Frank Schmidt, who's doing a career mode road to glory in real life, taking them from the 5th tier to European football. He's got a club licensed trainer top on, a new Apple Watch on the wrist, and some custom assigned Puma sneakers. He's got the ultimate drip. You can just witness all the unlocked managers, all the new faces in action. It is a beautiful sight to behold. And some of my favorite manager outfits and all the manager accessory customization is really shown on full display here in the Premier League, where you've got Mikel Arteta, where he doesn't opt for the Apple Watch, but he decides to go for that Rolex bling. Similar to Pep, where he's rocking a nice sleek custom watch and reps the new custom white Puma sneakers. We've got updates to Eddie Howe, Gary O'Neill, Nuno's back in the game. New boys Oliver Glasner and Fabian Hürzeler have been added, and that Brighton little puffer jacket goes hard. With the initials printed on the tracksuit, that is crazy work. Plus these custom trainer Nike sneakers just completes the entire fit. That is simply sensational. Chelsea's Enzo Maresca's new face scan, plus that realistic licensed Chelsea training gear. Ipswich's Kieran McKenna makes his debut, Ruben Amorim has his real face scan, and Ruud van Nistelrooy for Leicester is on the way, I'm sure of it, even though I've already showcased the mod for his face in another video. Ancelotti, the Don Carlo, has his trademark vest outfit in game. Antonio Conte is another one with one of these classic looks, another one of these managers who loves repping that Rolly, and even a club branded specific Emporio Armani polo. Not gonna lie, that is classy, alongside his very own personal sneakers, and now he's got a new Apple smartwatch. The manager's outfit mod has just hit a new level this year. Now that you're aware of all the cosmetic and accessory changes, here are some of my favorite manager club combos that are usually hidden in the main game, like Wayne Rooney at Plymouth Argyle, with his real custom game face scan and everything. That's like up to date from real life. It's not just his icon face scan from the game. He's got the hair transplant, the ginger beard, the mean look. He's even got those greys growing in the middle of it. Those are the kind of realistic details that I absolutely love. In Ligue 1, you've got everyone's favorite ginger, Will Steele. You've got a couple more new real manager faces. Well, much more than you're used to anyway. One of my favorite new scans though is going to be this guy, Didier Digard, managing Le Havre. I mean, just take a look at this absolute unit. Do I need to say anything else? Might I add, you also have the entire wardrobe of managerial clothing to apply to your manager and just dress them out in whatever crazy drip you want them to wear. You could even go shirtless with this absolute hunk. He looks like he should be the main character of God of War or something. Nevertheless, all the cosmetic freedoms are in the palm of your hands, just like we've been used to ever since FC25 mods have dropped. I don't understand how some people play without this stuff. It is just essential at this point. Manager customization is one of my favorite parts of career mode, and the Realism Mod makes it even better. And I haven't even covered the outer top section yet. Some of my favorite new additions, especially when you're in the winter months, it's got to be these big, long trench coats, these Arsene Wenger-esque puffer jackets that you can equip for the winter months, and obviously all the Volta assets, the legacy files from over the years. Make a political statement or wear a Dua Lipa jersey. The choice is yours. Like, once you have all this power available to you, once all these options positions are unlocked, you can never go back. That's not even including all the inner bottoms, the outer bottoms, all the shorts and long pants. Over 1,000 new cosmetic additions that completely revolutionize manager customization. And we're not even done there yet with the new manager faces. The Bundesliga gets some supreme treatment, even down in Bundesliga 2, where you could use the World Cup top goal scorer Miroslav Klose, the German legend currently in charge of Nuremberg in the second tier. In the Netherlands, the Eredivisie have every single manager unlocked, some with the new faces ready for the taking. However, one of my favorites is actually Robin van Persie coaching out at Herenveen. I didn't even know this was a thing until I saw it in the game. Oh, and I also forgot you could change your coach's gender, just in case you were into that kind of stuff. And the rest of the world category has some old favorites added back in, like Gennaro Gattuso. Even some Saudi managers get thrown some love with new game faces like Jorge Jesus and French legend Laurent Blanc. Completely forgot Stefano Pioli's managing Al Nassr. How did that one slip through the cracks? Ball knowledge on my behalf. Back in the big leagues now, and La Liga nearly has every single manager with an actual game face scan, including Hansi Flick. FC25 did him dirty with that generic face scan, and he's even repping that cool little Apple smartwatch. It must be a German thing. Hey, these are some cool little shoe details I haven't seen before. That's why the more you dig deep, the more you play, the more new things you're gonna find. And that's why this mod is such a blast to explore. The major clubs in Turkey have pretty much their managers in the game, like Galatasaray's boss Giovanni van Bronckhorst. That brings back memories. Even over here in the MLS. Not that there are many new faces. The only ones here are John Herdman at Toronto and Columbus Crew's Wilfred Nancy. However, the beauty of this mod is that every single manager in the game is unlocked. Selecting a real manager has never looked better. Now, the focus is not only on manager career, but player career also gets some quality of life improvements and much needed updates. Because even though EA added the ability to play as an icon, only in player career of course, for some reason they thought it was a great idea to limit what icons you could use and have it be like a limited time experience where only certain icons and players are available at a certain time. It's really a convoluted mess. It doesn't need to be that complicated. Just have every icon available to play, or just release them all slowly. Don't like add some, remove more. It's just typical EA being EA. But what the Realism Mod does gives you access to 55 icons to use in this player career mode list. It unlocks them straight from the jump. You don't have to wait on updates. You don't have to wait for EA to release them. For some of these guys, like, they're already in the game code, they're in-game screenshots and everything. It's just EA holding them hostage so that they can slowly drip feed them throughout the entire game cycle. So we're never going to get the entire roster added to the game. And look at the types of players it gives you. Samuel Eto'o, Van Nistelrooy, Shevchenko, Ronaldinho, Drogba, Raul, Fernando Torres, Rooney, Hernandez. And it probably gives you a little bit of an insight into who they're adding in future updates. But if you've got the Realism Mod, you already have all the icons that they're planning on bringing in. So you don't need to stress, you don't need to worry. They're not on a time limit. You can choose them freely and start up a new career mode. You've got Davor Suker, Laudrup, George Best for all the Manchester United fans. We've got a couple women icons thrown in the mix. Del Piero, Patrick Kluivert, Larson, Klose, both in manager career and player career. Some top tier ballers like Eusebio, Garincha. These are some serious icons EA are holding close to their chest, and we've just got them all here in a continuous list. Van Persie, Puskás, Jarzinho, Mia Hamm, and Prince to end off the list. It's just a goated feature. Adds to the replay value of the game. It lets you be so much more powerful with all these icons at your disposal, and you don't have to worry about any of them being removed anytime soon. As long as you have this Realism Mod installed, you're going to have free access. With over 500 new face scans added, it would be rude of me not to showcase any and have some of this freshly scanned talent on full display, like Kenan Yildiz, the Turkish superstar at Juve, alongside his wonderkid teammates like Nicolo Savona. Even Samuel Mbangula's looking fresh with a new scanned update. The headband, the dreads and everything. This mod has got it spot on. Speaking of wonderkids, at Spurs, we've got the teenage talent Mikey Moore. His game face scan is looking absolutely picture perfect here in FC25, and there are way more like Lucas Bergvall, Archie Gray, even 59 rated Alfie Dorrington. We have young guns from the United Academy like Toby Collier, and high potential left back Harry Amas. Amad Diallo's finally been shown some love. The high potential wonder kids get that realistic treatment served up on a silver platter. This realism mod takes care of business of players like Franco Mastantuono, the teenage super talent at River. We won't be seeing his game face scan in career mode anytime soon. One of my many new favorites involve the young Norwegian on the rise Antonio Nusa at RB Leipzig. That was added in by EA in this new update, but players who join him like Arthur Vermeeren and Owe Druago get sorted out with this mod. We've got two of the championship's best rising stars at the moment, the high potential hidden gem Chris Rigg and Jude's brother Job, both at Sunderland. If you know anything about the licensing situation, you know we are cooked when it comes to new content for both Inter, Milan, Lazio, and that's where the mod comes in clutch, where it can add new game face scans for the likes of Tijani Reinders, who's lighting up Serie A at the moment, Terracciano, Pavlovic, their new summer signing. They've even got Noah Okafor. Inter get the likes of Aslani, Carlos Augusto, and Buchanan, and one of the most underrated defenders, Bisek, added. Back on the Wonder Kid hype train, and we've got brand new face scans for Giovanni Quenda at Sporting, 88 potential, an extremely hyped winger at the moment, and his teammate Goncalo Ignacio. Don't forget Diomande Tabast, and a big new face update for the one and only Victor Gyökeres. And speaking of face update, this realism mod does a really good job giving updates to players that deserve it, like Stefan El Shaarawy, who's had the same face scan since FIFA 14. That is over 10 years of EA not being bothered to change his face. It is surpassed Ter Stegen levels. This is damn right disrespect. Another one of my favorite updates is João Pedro, because it actually matches his 2D mini face, and Julian Araujo, because they've added in his pink hair that again matches his profile picture, and he's had a little attention to detail that we can't get enough of. And fair play, they've even given a face update to Anthony. Does he deserve it? Probably not, but if you want to revive his career, he's actually looking way more realistic. For all you gooners out there, the Academy products Miles Lewis-Skelly and Ethan Nwaneri are both looking way more lifelike and realistic with their new face scans. Look, I could be yapping on for days. There are hundreds of changes to get through. So let's move on to the next segment, which is all about player tattoos. With over 700 new tattoo updates assigned to players, this right here is levels of detail EA would never go into. Player-specific tattoos are such a highly requested feature. Not only do they make sure that the arms are covered, but both head and neck tattoos are all realistic and player-specific. For example, now here's where the modders just outdo EA, because EA just gave Lucas Beraldo a real face scan in game. However, they didn't fit him out with all of his personal tattoos. They didn't complete the package. Same goes for the likes of Bradley Barcola. Like, I didn't even know Brentford's goalkeeper Flecken had tattoos on him until now. Wonder kids like Jack Clark at Ipswich, Brighton's Julio Incisco, and way more. Don't you worry, they've got the latest leg tattoos covered as well. Plus, way more unique tattoos that you'll notice throughout your playthrough. One of my personal faves is Pablo Barrios, just because they're so specific and so random, and they're all on one arm. This mod also has you covered when it comes to all kinds of player accessories. I'm talking new and updated little mini photos for every single kind of white tape, sweatband, wrist taping, rubber bands, long tape, just giving that extra little level of realistic detail. Gripper socks are also included with the realism mod, so you've got all kinds of ankle tapes that are converted into gripper socks. And when it comes to player boots, EA recently added the new Endrick New Balance green little colorway. That's been a new shoe added to the base game, but what this mod does is not only give you new boots, but adds back legacy boots that were in, you know, FC 24, FIFA 23, and just gives you way more of an extended catalog to play through, especially over the last 3-4 seasons. And it's unlocked all those weird fantasy glow-in-the-dark LED Volta boots that were in the game for a couple of years. Most of these player boots you're going to recognize. They've added back in some removed boots, and they've extended the catalog tenfold. The only thing it doesn't provide you with is the retro boots, but that is most definitely coming at a later date. This just gives you all the new boot versions over the last 3-4 seasons or so, because, you know, some players still wear some old boots. Not every single player is wearing the most up-to-date recent boots of the current campaign. Some like to throw it back, some like to wear different boots every week, and you get get that power right here with the Realism Mod, adding in some old classic favorites. Oh, look at me, I'm wrong again. It looks like there are some retro boots added into the catalog. Yeah, don't ever doubt the Realism Mod, people. It is just going to shut you up straight away. Look how small the little scroller thing on the bottom is. We are moving through them at light speed. Here are some more random Volta special edition boots that are locked away in the game code. We've got a wide New Balance variety. We have got, again, these Volta boots just don't seem to go away. There are heaps of them. All these, I think, are from FC 24 or FIFA 23. So it's brought back a lot of familiar modern day favorites. And some of these fantasy Volta boots actually go kind of hard. Again, the boot nerds take a massive W. The Realism Mod definitely comes through for you and fulfills its promises. I mean, we've got like Kaká special edition Orlando City Adidas boots here. This is crazy work, people, and especially if you're a My Player career mode type of guy. The customization options are literally endless. I'm still scrolling here. I'm trying to get through them as fast as possible. Okay, the retro boots are still standing on business over here. This mod mainly focuses on the modern day classics for now. Same goes for goalkeeper gloves. I'm not particularly well versed in the goalkeeper catalog, but the mods restored some of the generic defaults, added mini photos for every single glove, and added back in some modern day classics, just like it did with the boots. A lot more variety, and these mods add them in quicker than EA ever could. What's even better is that they get updated continuously throughout the season, so you're going to be seeing even more the further down the line we get with FC 25. These cosmetic mods are going to get even better. Isn't that right, Cody? Isn't that right?
Hello, bozo.
The Realism Mod claims that the finger tape texture has been improved. Not that you can apply it to any players, just some players have some finger tape on them, some don't. It's a very small realistic detail that barely anyone takes notice of, and you can't really customize it whatsoever. I'm not even sure how many people actually know it's in the game. Alright, so quick update, literally midway through editing this video, a new version of the Realism Mod dropped, alongside a fresh new squad update to coincide with the roster changes that EA put out. We are on Realism Mod 1.0 Alpha version 9, fully up to date as of the 12th of December, and a major new feature, the add-on that has been brought in with this update, is the Extended Choice mod when it comes to editing real player faces or even real manager faces. Now it's implemented into the Realism Mod package. When I showcased it last time out, I had a bunch of you lads asking me how you actually properly get it working. Step 1, you need the live editor. Click F9 on the keyboard and it should pop up. The player we want to edit is Asensio at Real Madrid. On his player profile, you want to go all the way to the end, click on other, and then we have face poser preset. You want to change that to 7. Up in the top left, click on player, hit save, click on the player you want to edit. They may have some of their hairstyle changed already. No need to fear, just scroll on over to the head section, flick your way to hair. Now you have free reign to select whatever hairstyle you want. If you want to give him a little bit more of an old school look, or just fit him out with something crazy, it's all possible now with the extended choice player editing, and it also works on players who have a new game face scan with the Realism Mod, like a Conceição, Kenan Yildiz, or even Mbangula. We just type up his name in the live editor. That's our man. Here we are at his profile, click on other again. We change the face poser preset to 7, and now we can go in and give him a little bit of a haircut. I hate to take off his braids and ruin that bandana look, but it's just to showcase the power of what this small little add-on can bring to your player customization experience. It even works with facial hair. Like, how much sexier would Calafiori look if the Italian stallion was rocking a beard? Nah, this ain't fair, Ricardo. Save some pussy for the rest of us, brother. Now, no matter what team or manager you choose for career mode, there are going to be some things you notice straight away before you even hop into a new game, and that is that you can change the new career mode settings EA added to FC 25 on the fly. Mid-career mode saves, you get literally everything unlocked. So if you accidentally started your save with harsh board expectations, you could put that sucker down to no sacking. You can change the currency mid-game, which was actually a feature back on like FIFA 07 manager career mode. Let's just change it up to euros. You could actually turn international job offers on or off. Maybe you forgot to turn off player scouting, and you can just do it straight away, instantly, with the click of a button. Why don't EA let you do this, man? It's such a simple thing. Or give myself a transfer embargo mid-season. So let's click advanced, confirm the changes, and see if they actually apply. I turned off scouting, so yeah, there's no more GTN scouts or report. And over in the currency, we changed it, and bam, that change has been successful. And And if you're not satisfied with your players' growth, you can bump them both up to fast or slow them down as you please. Let's just turn scouting back on just to see it pop up in the menu. I need the confirmation to be official, and bam, yeah, just like that, we've got the GTN scouts back. It is magical and something that should definitely be in the base game. Like, this is just the ultimate customization, and it's actually cool to see your setting changes apply in real time. Another small feature that goes unnoticed is the real stadium name update. So that's another crucial detail that you're going to see throughout your career mode experience. We've got real stadium names applied everywhere, like Frosinone, we've got the Stadio Benito Stirpe instead of the Stadion Neder. All those default names have been removed, and you know, Bayern Munich, they're not at Sanderson Park anymore. The name gets updated to Allianz Arena. Even if you're managing in, I don't know, somewhere random like India, going down to 1-star Kerala Blasters, there's their real stadium name added to the database, the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Kochi. Real world stadium names and updates are applied, and the realism, attention to detail is quite frightening, especially when you're in a league like Serie A where most of the stadium names are generic. These real stadium names are going to make your experience feel a little bit more legit. Barcelona's Camp Nou has been removed from FIFA for a while now. Like, I think the last game was FIFA 16. They've been at El Libertador ever since, but don't you worry, the Realism Mod has fixed it up with its brand new name. And that goes for every single team in the game, by the way. So no matter where you're playing, you're going to feel the difference. And it also expands your footballing knowledge. Like, where does Santa Clara play in Portugal? They play at the Estadio de São Miguel. The more you know. The Realism Mod also makes sure that every single league, cup, competition, playoff tournaments, and everything in between are officially licensed with the proper branding, and everything is fully up to date. You're not going to see any generic logos. It also reigns true for the international competitions in career mode, like the Euros. Given the tournament logo is from 2024, at least you're not stuck with the EA generic Men's European Cup. You already know you're sorted for the FIFA World Cup in 2026 in America with the official tournament logo, with the official trophy. You even get the luxury of licensed pre-season tournaments that replaces all the generic branding. They've all been completely removed and rebranded. We've got the International Champions Cup, the ICC, the Audi Cup, and the Torneos de Verano. You not only get the official name, but the official logo and branding. Also more club-specific pre-season tournaments, like if you're managing Arsenal, you're going to get offered the Emirates Cup. It really is such a cool touch, considering EA have barely changed up pre-season tournaments. No matter where you're managing, you are going to feel the difference 1000%. Another old school feature that the Realism Mod brings back is the OG injury list. Removed from the game in FIFA 18 for God knows what reason, but I've been calling back for it ever since. Like, this is a must-have feature that needs to return, because when you start up a live start points career save, there are so many injuries for every single team, and not only can you see the status of your players out right now, but every single team in the competition, every team in the league. Tottenham are going through a bloody injury crisis at the moment, but yeah, every club, they've got their trials and tribulations. They have their players unfit. It's hit that point of the season where players start to drop like flies. Teams have a minimum of 2-3 players out on the medical table, and it's starting to become a real problem, but you can just see the data laid out for you entirely, and especially with the live start points, it's accurate, realistic data displayed, so you can keep track of everything that's going on, not just in your career save, but in world football. So I've actually got exclusive access to this feature because it's kind of in beta alpha at the moment. You have to click into your My Career section, and then you can access the injury list feature. So it's still low-key a work in progress, and EA will probably never add it back to the game, so we have to rely on the clutch modders to bring it back. Now, another attention to detail type touch is the inclusion of extra cup competitions and European kit number fonts that multiple teams have. So when you're playing in the Carabao Cup Community Shield, a lot of clubs actually have different number fonts. They have custom kit fonts. The Realism Mod does its best to add as many new kit cup fonts as possible. Right now, you're going to see both Aston Villa and Newcastle, but this is just their custom club font whenever they're playing games outside of the Premier League. But there's something retro yet modern about that style. For me, in combination with that slick third kit, it goes unbelievably hard, and it's definitely superior to that Premier League kit font. I know I've been glazing Newcastle, but Aston Villa's is also fire, I'm not gonna lie. It's just so refreshing to see different kit fonts at the back of the jersey. Now, you'd be surprised with the number of big clubs that don't actually have their extra cup competition font in the base game, and that includes both Arsenal and Manchester United, believe it or not. So with the Realism Mod set to receive multiple updates throughout the year, the more complete and more realistic this mod is going to become. Yeah, EA might add new jerseys and fourth kits, alternate kits to the game even, but new fonts for cup competitions, there ain't no way they're doing that. There's just too much work for them. They don't go into that level of detail anymore. This small attention to detail is really what sets this mod apart, and honestly takes it up a level for all career mode players, because seeing these extra cup kit fonts added is such a breath of fresh air. Even Spurs get that good treatment. Dominic Solanke looks like he's been stretched off, but their font isn't too bad either. Chelsea's just kind of stock standard. Spurs have done it right, especially when it gets combined with these third kits and away shirts. The different color combos kind of make it all pop. And not only that for the numbers, but you get different font when it comes to the last name printed on the shirts too. That was a complete oversight by me. In this case, Spurs have a complete makeover with everything. As much as I hate to admit it, Liverpool's cup competition font looks very nice indeed. Exceptional. It just passes the vibe check immediately. Although PSG have gone something for completely different in terms of the style. Like, it's got a little bit of a crayon drawn on feel. An experimental look in terms of the number especially. It's got that painted on effect and kind of fits the whole vibe of what they're going for this season, especially when you think of their home shirt. These effects don't just take place in England. You'd be surprised with how many clubs actually have alternate kit fonts. And you can't deny it, the more that get added, the better, because it just elevates the kit to a brand new level and gives it a whole new look. Plus, of course, adds to the realism factor, which we all love. The more you play, the more you're going to find out, and the more you're going to discover. Another fun feature the Realism Mod lets you have access to is being able to start a fresh new live start points career mode without having to download the latest squads. So you could load up the Realism Mod squad file, click on live start points, and you automatically get thrown in. You won't lose any of the tattoo updates, any of the face scans, manager faces. We still have all of the new managers and all the cosmetic updates, all the face scan updates, all the new head models, graphical updates, and cosmetic changes will be intact. It bypasses the section where you have to download the latest squads, because in that case you'll be stuck with the generic EA default settings, so you don't want that. For example, Mikey Moore, his Wonder Kid face scan is in the game, so you don't have to worry about the Realism face mod updates being overwritten and reset. It makes the Realism Mod compatible with live start points, which again just opens up the replay value, enhances your career mode experience because you've just had the shackles taken off. You're not restricted to one certain type of career save, and the Realism Mod just applies to everything. Now, when it comes to match day, the Realism Mod promises to improve the AI team selection. So right now we're with Ipswich, embroidered in a relegation battle, and our game right now is with title challengers Arsenal. Usually in base game vanilla FC 25, they'd rest some players, they might swap and interchange, and they'd have some of their best players on the bench, considering we are a lower tiered team. However, they're pretty much starting all their big players, and they're playing at home. You already know Mikel Arteta wouldn't bench his best stars. It's pivotal for Arsenal, who are aiming for the title, to get all 3 points on every single occasion. The AI team selection algorithm model has been adjusted and tweaked, so you won't see random academy talents or third string team players in the starting lineup. And look, their predicted lineup is subject to change on match day. This can't be perfect, but look, in general, you're going to be seeing the entire match day squad selected. It's going to be extremely realistic no matter what opposition they're facing. It's going to be the best of the best, their strongest starting players. Chelsea currently somehow involved in a little bit of a title charge, the underdogs in the title race, if you will, up against 17th place Ipswich, and this AI team selection is going to make sure the best of the best are starting. They ain't going to play their B team against us. However, with this Realism Mod applied, you're going to see way more accurate and realistic match lineups for every single team in the league and the division. High-rising Chelsea's matchday squad is pretty much comprised of every single first team player. Point in case, Man City at home. Again, they're not in the best of form, so they're going to need all the points they can get. They aren't resting on their laurels whatsoever. All the crucial first team players either on the pitch or on the bench. Players that that actually get minutes and start in real life will be reflected in your career mode saves. And the key players for the major clubs won't be spared as Pep Guardiola looks over the pitch menacingly. Another quick game day feature is that on match day, the Realism Mod actually unlocks 4 different game camera angles when you're observing the match in the tactical view. Obviously, you've got this default sideline view that always happens, but once you keep clicking square or X, I believe we have jib on pitch that is unlocked for us to use, where you get this nice little sideline view. I feel like I'm a ball boy or something on the side of the pitch, just observing the game from afar. The next one involved is the FIFA Cam Manager Home. So right now we're looking at the tactical view from the other end, or from Mikel Arteta's view in the Arsenal dugout. Maybe if you want to get a better view of your team attacking or defending and you can't quite see it from your manager's dugout, you can switch it across, see both of the manager's reactions on the sideline, not just yours. And then the other one is the manager cam away, which is your manager cam. So there's a couple more camera angles for you to play around with. You can cause a mini earthquake in the goals depending on how many camera angles you change. That's a fun little feature I didn't know about. Nevertheless, just gives you a couple more tactical view camera angle options if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, you can get real close and personal with these other camera angles that you've unlocked. You have more of a scenic view of that stadium infrastructure that you don't usually get to have if you're just focusing on the pitch and the players. In the base game of FC 25, team anthem jackets and their pre-game outfits, most of them are generic and not reflective of real life whatsoever. Aston Villa have one of my favorite pre-match jackets with that Adidas branded 3-line coded simple little match jacket, and Man City get that full real world treatment here. Also United have a nice little comfy jacket going on. It's those finer details and those small little realistic touches that I think the career mode community really appreciates, and this Realism Mod absolutely knocks it out the park. You get to see all kinds of styles on display, like this Man City one. It's more of a zip up rain jacket windbreaker-esque theme. Meanwhile, the United one is more of a comfy little hoodie jacket. You get to see all kinds of styles and different team wear on display, especially for the career mode experience where you want to see the pre-match lineups and all the pre-match build-up hype. It's going to enhance your experience like you won't believe, especially if you're in the Prem, because most of the top tier clubs have been gifted with their pre-match outfits, so you're going to be getting that experience, especially in the top 5 leagues. There are over 80 team outfits added to career mode and to the game in general, so you can have fun discovering them all within your own playthroughs. Tottenham have a couple of cold ones on offer, and Chelsea's anthem jacket is actually updated as of this season with the current sponsor and everything. So there are some teams that are absolutely loving life with this Realism Mod, and I'm sure those cold European nights away or those winter nights at Stoke with the snow and the rain dropping down is going to be that much more immersive. And just look at the team training and warm-up gear. It's so much more refreshing instead of seeing those default EA generic training jackets that just look so boring. Now, another area of your match day experience that gets an overhaul is your official match ball selection. When you come down through to the settings and come to select the ball you want, what the Realism Mod actually does is add back in some removed match balls, some Ultimate Team match balls, some Volta balls. I know I'm saying balls a lot right now, but hear me out. It opens you up to so many other options, which include the alien ball. Like, I don't know where this came from. It's probably Ultimate Team or Volta from over the years. We've got a ball of yarn, a beach ball, a birthday cake themed ball, a bling ball, whatever that's supposed to mean. We've got a bowling ball. If you want to break all of your players' feet and have them all out with foot injuries, there's your go-to. The champions ball, that's probably something to do with Ultimate Team. We've got chemistry heroes. Yeah, you're starting to see all these random Ultimate Team balls that were added in for no reason whatsoever. There is no marketplace or actual catalog for the offline players to unlock them like we had back in the day with the catalog. And then we switch up to a few different themes, a few different camos. You've got a disco ball to play with, a donut. Like, yeah, this isn't realistic whatsoever, but you know, it unlocks items and game files that are hidden away in the code, and it just lets us have at it, lets us customize our experience down to all these different types of match balls. Like Frosty, there are now hundreds of different match balls to play with. I am losing count. We've got an icons ball, Halloween themed ball. You can change it up depending on what time of the year it is. Who is responsible for this? What's going on over there? Similar to the boots and gloves, most of these cosmetic items are hidden away from us. Pass. It is the festive period at the end of the day. However, another element that this FIFA Realism Mod includes is a brand new matchday lineup graphic alongside all of the new and accurate up-to-date scoreboards for pretty much every single league in the game. The scoreboards and broadcast packages have had a little bit of a makeover, an improvement. I've shown these off in a mods video before. However, it's the lineup graphic and little pop-up that really comes to life in this second enhancement of the scoreboards mod and literally every single pack of every single league. This is the accurate Serie A matchday experience in accordance to this season, because EA, despite having the exclusive license, haven't actually updated the Serie A or League One broadcast packages, so the modders have had to come through and give a little refresh to the situation as Frosty's poor innocent head gets chipped over Di Gregorio. This is another key example of the matchday lineup graphics and just mods in general being updated upon further release. It's one of my favorite and low-key subtle changes about the scoreboard mod, and this is why it's considered the best all-in-one realism mod, because all these scoreboards and different add-ons for different leagues is included in the one realism mod pack. Here's how the new French broadcast package Liga McDonald's, it's had a little makeover over the summer. Yeah, EA have done nothing to change it, so again, the modders have to step in and make it right. What's this lineup animation looking like? That's more like it. It is looking pristine, clear cut and beautiful, just how it would come across when you're watching it on TV. And in the base game, EA are yet to add this in. It's still the same package from FC24. They haven't given it the rebrand and refresh it deserves. Even to minor cup competitions that EA have never really paid attention to over the years, like the Copa del Rey and the Community Shield final, you get a beautiful display of the pre-match lineup animation, and honestly, most of the time is an absolute marvel to look at because it's been brought to life and we haven't seen it in-game since like FIFA 17 or FIFA 18. I swear we used to have the FA Cup Community Shield broadcast package in the past, but for one reason or another, it has just slipped away from EA, or they've just completely forgot about it. In this case, they just haven't got the Copa del Rey license for some reason. I mean, just look how stunning and beautiful these pre-match lineup animations are. I know I'm yapping on, but seriously, this is the care and level of detail that EA won't even bother to ever put into the base game. So just soak it up, drink it in, because this stuff is only possible with the mods. This Realism Mod also provides a couple of quality of life enhancements, including 2 new tactical player roles and 17 new player focuses when it comes to the FCIQ side of the game. And there is way more to come. For now, the main areas of focus including CDMs, who can also have the role of a wide half, a defensive midfielder charged with marking and covering the sides of the pitch when needed. Static playmaker was actually the second player role that was added before Title Update 6 dropped, but then EA decided to put in Classic 10 as a new player role, and now it's not in this current build of the Realism Mod. So maybe, who knows, it'll make a return in a future update, as a static playmaker is an advanced playmaker who conserves energy out of possession, rarely pressing or tracking back. Positioned in the final third, they demand the ball to feet, using their vision and technique to unlock defenses with the final pass. And it just opens you up to a few more playstyles, tactics, and strategies that you can deploy. If you really want to get specific with it, you can, because there is a bunch of new combinations of player roles and player focuses in order to pinpoint your tactic and pinpoint your playstyle. But it also carries over when you check in on your squad training and development plans. For the CDMs especially, you can train them into that new player role of being a wide half, as opposed to a center half, which focuses a little bit more on their defensive attributes. The wide half kind of focuses on every single category besides shooting. So the further into the FC25 game cycle we go, the more not only player roles we're going to have, but the more development plans we get to use and test out whilst training. If you so happen to be managing in a league which doesn't have any fancy backgrounds or licensed league graphics on match day, listen up, I've got good news for you, because the licensed calendar backgrounds are back for FC25, and that includes leagues like the Turkish Super League, which provides a beautiful little refresh in the calendar and gives it that nice little colourful themed flavour. Same goes for the Eredivisie, where the Dutch get a nice little blue and red branding theme update. This mostly comes alive in Italy because, you know, Serie A and Serie B don't have a career mode licensed background in the menus, but over here, down in Serie B, we've got the iconic green flare popping off, and it just looks so vibrant in the calendar. I honestly don't understand why EA haven't given Serie A the exact same treatment that they've given all the other licensed leagues, because come on, they have the exclusive license, haven't given them a career mode menu background, haven't updated the calendar game graphics. They are seriously lacking. That's where the mods come in clutch. How's the championship looking? Second tier in England, and yeah, that is actually sleek. I like that little golden tone. It just makes everything look so much more aesthetically pleasing, doesn't it? I'm 100% certain that Portugal's got one. Yeah, that red and white doesn't get old. This mod has all bases covered, I swear. Even if you're managing over in Asia, here in Korea, you've got updated calendar graphics in the menu. What's Saudi got going for it? Is it worth doing a career mode here? And yeah, I guess that's kind of classy. Very simplistic, very clean. How does Belgium fancy? The Pro League. Oof, that's got to be one of my favorite ones so far. That little purple and red vibe. It's just those little touches that go a long way. You get the picture. Now, as much as club football is in the main spotlight when it comes to all the changes with this realism mod, this one is for my international management enjoyers. Because when it comes to major international cup finals, like your World Cup finals and Euro Cups, there is promised to be better stadium assignment. And let me show you what I mean. Usually when you play an international tournament final, or just international tournaments in general, you get set up with one of the worst generic stadiums ever. The vibes are off. It just doesn't fit. And right now, we're in 2026, the World Cup final. You guessed it. We are in America to play it out. We're in the host nation. The real World Cup trophy is set. We've got the pinpoint accurate location where it's all going down. The actual World Cup final is happening in New Jersey, New York or something, but that stadium actually isn't in FIFA. And I guess it just assigned the most, you know, prestigious looking stadium, the most enhanced and up-to-date arena available, instead of those generic default stadiums that have the running track around them. They weren't fit for World Cup finals. International management gets shown some love because it's been ignored for so many years in career mode. And what you've also been seeing in the background whilst I've loaded into stadiums of new ad boards on the sideline. There's no more generic EA ads or them plugging their social medias on the sideline. It's all up-to-date licensed sponsors for each specific stadium you visit, and depending on what tournament, depending on what team you're managing, there are all different kinds of ads and different transitions on the sideline. You won't see a generic EA ad on the sideline, and we're at the World Cup. You're gonna see FIFA ads there, and it just makes the experience feel a whole lot more legit. You'll see actual tournament sponsors and real-world branding instead of, you know, EA Sports on the sideline, Ultimate Team ads, God forbid. So you're never gonna see the same old ads and transitions on the sidelines. Stadium graphics get an entire new refresh and overhaul. It's actually amazing to watch it click into gear and all come together on match day. Not to mention over 3,000 new scarves and banners updated, not only for the club teams, but for the national teams too. Pretty much every single squad in the game, they all get updated and real world artworks, flags, banners, fan tifos, all on the sideline in action. This feature is actually revolutionary because it's flags and banners that you'll see in real life from different fan groups, and now you get to see them activated in the stadium. I'm a big fan, especially when the camera pans towards them and the fans are doing their thing in the stands. I don't think you lads understand the scope and the magnitude that this stadium GFX actually just impacts the entire game. No matter what club you support, you are going to see the impact and the difference made on match day. It brings the match day experience to life because even my boys, Frosinone and Serie B, we have our very own custom real world banners and scarves on display. So 9 times out of 10, your team is going to be sorted. Say goodbye to the generic, default, boring, basic game flags. It is time for a real world update. This mod was the most highly requested and highly commented on feature in my mod showcase video, the first one at least, and makes the matchday experience so much more personal, especially if you're a smaller club. Bruh, this is crazy, man. I saw some of these flags and banners at the stadium in real life last summer. If both Frosinone and Bari are covered, I can imagine pretty much every single team in the database in the game have this treatment and have these real attention to detail type features applied. It's high-key one of my favorite new features when it comes to the Realism Mod package as a whole. You get to see the real world fan culture and tifos action on the sidelines, something which the base game doesn't really cover, and it really adds to that stadium and fan atmosphere, especially on Derby Day. Another cool touch and feature that this mod unlocks included in the Realism package is the ability to unlock all stadiums when you're either creating a new club or you're managing a real club without their stadium in the game. Advancing through this little pop-up menu, the stadium club customization, and once you click through to the home stadium tab, you have access to every single stadium in the game, no questions asked. Even Portman Road, the newest stadium added, making its debut in FC 25. For example, let's just say you wanted to move Union Berlin to the Olympiastadion for a couple of big games in their season, move them to the big stage, attract bigger crowds, and you know, why not be cheeky about it? Completely rename the stadium just to piss off your rivals Hertha. Anything is possible. This is just one little example out of thousands you could pull off. Honestly, the world is your oyster here. You can actually edit custom little details about everything, including what color the seats are. You can completely change up a real world stadium, give Anfield a bit of that dark mode treatment, and just completely revolutionize the stadium for better or for worse. You can edit the stadium color, maybe put your own little spin on it, and just freely experiment and customize real world stadium as you please. Here we can edit literally everything about Anfield and give it our own little personal touches and flavor to make it feel like we're actually taking over and making it our own, as we can even go down to pinpoint the exact net design we want. Is perfect for not only creator club career modes, but just the freedom of stadium relocation or moving into a rival's biggest stadium. Feeling almighty and powerful, considering you don't get to do this on normal base game FC 25, and it's just a handy, convenient tool and little add-on that is involved in the Realism mod. If it wasn't for licenses, if it wasn't for probably like exclusive deals and partnerships with these clubs, I think something like this would already be in the game if EA was bothered to actually put it in. Don't fix your eyes, trust me, we are playing a Bundesliga match at Anfield. Well, forget Anfield now, because it is now called Union's home. Nevertheless, all of our stadium changes are here, the red lines, the new stadium patterns, the new pitch turf surface, and of course, our red and white checkered goal nets with the Bundesliga broadcast package, so you know all the changes have come through. You even get the Union Berlin ad boards that pop up on the side. There are no more Liverpool ads at Anfield, and honestly, St. Pauli, bro, their flags are absolutely insane. That's where you love to see that stadium GFX pack in action. You get to see some insane artwork and some fan banners that would probably never make it to the base game of FC. Like the skull and bones, the rock and roll football flag, this badass pirate with the golden tooth skull. St. Pauli really are the hipster's dream. And I mean, credit to Union, they go kind of hard too, I guess. Also, the crowd turnout is realistic too, because considering all the Union fans would have to travel from Berlin, there are quite a few empty seats in the crowd for an opening Bundesliga match. In any case, it's just another example of the Realism mod providing you with the powers at your fingertips and all the abilities you could ever ask for. Now, the end of the season is upon us in this United Ruben Amorim save, so let's take a look at all the results that went down to see if they're quote-unquote realistic, and to see some new updated quality of life features like new trophy mini pics in the menu that updates the trophy pictures to extremely high render and beautiful images that do these pieces of silverware justice. Like, they are just looking shiny, they are looking absolutely supreme. Every single trophy in the game is looking extra glossy, just giving a sheen, a little metallic update, and they look absolutely fire though. The Champions League final, Real Madrid take it out against Bayern 2-1. The Europa League trophy looks very menacing, so they get a nice little facelift as Manchester United finish in 10th. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, the Realism mod is cooking with that one, as Leicester City, Fulham, and Ipswich all go down. I don't really see Fulham entrenched in the relegation battle, but Everton, Palace, Wolves, Southampton all survive. We've got Man City coming back from their terrible form, but I think, oh no, this isn't a live start point save. It's just a fresh new season, so it hasn't taken into account real world form. But you've got Spurs in the top 4, Arsenal 3rd, Liverpool 2nd, West Ham and Newcastle 5th and 6th for them respectively, as Brighton crack into the top 10. It was extremely tight in the middle of the table, as the top goal scorer award goes to Erling Haaland by 1 goal. He just beats out Cole Palmer with 25, as Callum Wilson's bagged 20 for Brentford. Chris Wood continuing his real life form with 15, Isaac with 15, Ollie Watkins kind of underperforming low key, and in terms of assists we've got Trent from right back bagging 11, Rodri Rodri with 10, considering he wasn't injured for the entire season, so that probably played a massive part in Man City winning the title, just like 19 clean sheets from the Golden Glove winner Edison. Who came up from the championship? We've got Leeds United and Middlesbrough, both killing it, both doing well down in the second tier. Liga actually saw PSG waltz the league, just like they're doing in real life. No kind of competition or title race whatsoever. The Bundesliga saw Bayern Munich triumph over Leverkusen on the final day by 1 point. Leverkusen didn't draw all season long, with the exact same wins as Bayern, but that one draw got the Bavarians over the line. Dortmund and RB Leipzig up in the top 4. In a thrilling end to the season over in Serie A, we had Inter win it with a mighty 7-point gap over Milan in seconds. You've got the usual suspects in the top 6, however down in 10th is Fiorentina. Lazio and Napoli clutch up the top 4 spots, and over in the Eredivisie, what do we have here? PSV with a Centurion undefeated season, 100 points. Have they really got that in them? The Portuguese league, surely Sporting won it. Yeah, Gyökeres up front, only 1 loss all season. Benfica, Braga and Porto all finish up in the top 4 spots. And how's La Liga shaping up? It is Real Madrid scoring 100 goals on the dot with 107 points collected. Barcelona 9 points off it as Athletic Bilbao and Atletico Madrid enter in the top 4. Girona knocking on the door just outside in 5th. I'd say the biggest shock is Valencia finishing up in 9th, considering how they're doing in real life. And the Turkish Super League probably saw Galatasaray win it. Yeah, they were absolutely clinical with another undefeated season going on. Xabi Alonso set the trend last season, now everyone's copying. Now that is what the Realism Mod Alpha, no, not beta, not full release, an early alpha build brings to the table. Let me know all your thoughts on it down in the comments below, and what other new features and quality of life updates would you want the Realism Mod to add over the course of FC25, and for the future, list them down below, and who knows, they might get added into the next version. I just found one of the most complete FIFA mods of all time, and you guys need to know about it. I installed the big classic patch, and it will change the way you play career mode forever. I've got it installed right here in my FIFA mod manager. All 4 parts are applied and ready to go. And you know I couldn't resist. I can't get enough of this mod action. So I've got a couple more extras running in the background and applied to my game. So here is my current mod list setup. And we're gonna do what we do best and ignore the current title update. Let's activate offline mode and get this mod fired up. If you just enjoy a little bit of football history in your life, this retro mod is the real deal. With over 4,000 players created and added to the database, over 1,000 real classic player faces added from old FIFAs, and boasting over 100 classic teams to play with, retro graphics, classic kits, classic logos. The nostalgia will be off the charts today, so let's check it out. As always, I'll leave the link to the mod down in the description for you guys to go and download, try out for yourselves, and support the mod creator Shadowboy32, who's notorious for making all kinds of retro mods and crazy mods for the FIFA scene. Once you've downloaded and installed the big classic patch, what you want to do is come on over to your settings, hit profile and load squads. If you're like me, you've got a whole bunch of random squad files to choose from, but you want to scroll all the way down to the big classic patch career edition for FC25, load them up. To verify your changes, just save the squads on a different slot if you're having some issues, but it should be in working order. You've done everything right, and you guessed it, the international scene. And the way you can tell it's a retro classic squad is if the players have that little gold shiny badge behind them in the team sheets. And from first glance, you can already see how different the Premier League is looking, with all the classic badges, all the logos, some different teams even up here. The database has just been completely revolutionized. It's like we've reset things back to the 90s, back to the early 2000s. And what the mod has done is not only added the retro club badges, but combined some of the best players for that club from past and present, and just transferred them all into the one team. Think of it as an all-time 11. For example, PSG have their old badge, and they've got players from all kinds of different eras, like Cavani and Ibrahimovic up top. Mbappe's back, Neymar's back. Thiago Silva, Marquinhos, Makelele, Ginola. And if you haven't noticed already, some of them have their classic 2D mini faces from that time. So Blaszczykowski and Hummels, I can already recognize those photos from like FIFA 13. Depending on what team you select, you get some brand new players that have never made an appearance in FIFA before. They're from like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. Some of them even throw it so far back that their photos are in black and white. This mod lets you delve into the archives where you can not only relive but learn football history like we've never seen before through a modern medium like video games. We could do it in the past with movies and TV shows, but I think we can all agree that interacting through a video game is way more of an immersive experience. Like we've all heard of that Hungarian golden generation from the 1950s that many claimed were good enough to win multiple World Cups. They've obviously never been in a FIFA game before and probably never will be. Like most of these players' photos are in black and white, and now we can learn all about them. Whether you want to match them up against some of the greatest teams from that time in kickoff, explore what other hidden treasures they had in their national team setup that weren't good enough to be called up to the senior squads. Oh my days, who remembers this guy from Euro 2016? The goalkeeper with the grey sweatpants. The streets will never forget you, Kirillai. And not only for Hungary, might I add, it goes for every single nation. And England, don't even get me started, man. This mod is a football historian's dream. Why not create a modern day custom tournament to see which one of these all-time teams would come out on top in a straight league, group and knockout, or just straight up knockout tournament? It single-handedly transforms FC25 into the ultimate nostalgic sandbox mode where you can test out players that you've never heard of before, learn more about your nation, learn more about your club, and even create your own career mode save and enter a custom career mode world with this entire retro database applied. And that's where we get to see the beauty of retro managers added to the game. Oh, we are getting spoiled today, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a young Jurgen Klopp before he moved to Liverpool, the mighty Louis van Gaal at Bayern Munich, Matthias Sammer at Stuttgart, and Jurgen Klinsmann at Hertha Berlin. We've even got a guy down in the Liga, Gerald Vanneberg. I've got no idea who he is, but he's included in this mod. As we switch on over to France, Claude Puel is managing at Lille. We've got Thierry Henry at his boyhood club Monaco. I believe he had a brief stint managing them a couple years back. Didier Deschamps, not only the French national team manager, but operating at club level with Marseille, and Thomas Tuchel. He's back at PSG instead of managing England. And speaking of England, oh my days, Arsene Wenger is back in the game, managing at Arsenal. We've got a young Jose Mourinho back when he first took over at Chelsea. David Moyes has returned to Merseyside with Everton. Rafa Benitez is at Liverpool. We've got Big Sam at Bolton, Gareth Southgate at Middlesbrough, even Graham Souness managing Newcastle. Brendan Rodgers returns to the King Power Stadium at Leicester. We've got Mark Hughes managing Blackburn. Pep, of course, is at City. We're rewinding it back to the glory days at Old Trafford, and you absolutely love to see it. But we've got more managers to go through, more managers to cover. Over in Denmark, Michael Laudrup is actually managing Brøndby. Over in Belgium, we've got the likes of Vincent Kompany, Dirk Kuyt, who's actually managing at Beerschot in real life anyways, and then Mikkel Prudhomme in charge of Standard Liège. Austria has Hans Krankel. The Turkish Super League has some hidden gems in here, the likes of Frank Rijkaard at Galatasaray, Vicente Del Bosque. Something's wrong with his face. and or hair, but the World Cup winning Spaniard is in the game, Arda Turan, as Nuri Sahin's back at Antalyaspor. The Netherlands are stacked with Ronald Koeman at Ajax, Ruud Gullit managing Feyenoord, Erik ten Hag is back at Utrecht, he's no longer unemployed, Ronald's brother Erwin, Arne Slot at AZ, and two I've got no clue about, both Tommy Stroot, the German, and Johan Nieskens. Portugal don't get fitted with any retro managers, unfortunately. Even the rest of the world gets shown some love though with two Romanians, both Ilie Dumitrescu and Mircea Lucescu. Romania get a cheeky trio, but most notably George Hagi, the former legend slash icon card in FIFA. Scotland sees the return of Big Ange in charge at Celtic and Steven Gerrard at Rangers. And Spain have footballing royalty joining their ranks with Johan Cruyff back at Barcelona. Two El Clasico club legends like Zinedine Zidane returning to the Bernabeu. Luis Enrique Enrique's back at Celta Vigo, Lopetegui's at Sevilla, and even Clarence Seedorf. He's in charge of Deportivo La Coruña. I didn't even cover the lower tiers in England. We've got more managers hidden down here, like Frank Lampard at Derby County. That season with Mason Mount, we got the most so close to Prem promotion. Sean Dyche is back in charge at Burnley with Brexit Ball, and the legendary Brian Robson managing West Brom, as we have Carlos Carvajal managing Sheffield Wednesday, Russell Martin's at Swansea, Eddie Howe's return to Bournemouth, and the 2013 Wigan FA Cup winners, they're running it back with club icon Roberto Martinez. So the career save ideas and possibilities you could pull off with this mod is just incomprehensible. It's crazy to think that we're gonna have the likes of young Mourinho, Wenger, Sir Alex, Big Sam, all battling it out in prime Barclays again. Don't fall for the player career scam, the player career facade that EA give you in the base game. Like, come on, really? 4 icons to choose from in player career, and this was supposed to be a big flagship feature? Utter woke nonsense, I say, because with this retro database, you have got thousands of icons, legends, and heroes to select. Not only manage a career, but player career side of things, get a complete retro overhaul, and here it is in all its glory. I'm sorry, but career mode on PC is undefeated. It's just unmatched. You have to see it to believe it, lads. This is going to be an insane simulation to carry out in career mode. How is this going to go down? We're here with prime Manchester United, and something else that this mod has done to revolutionize career mode, it's the financial system. It's completely different. It's actually not based on today's finances, like a 93 rated 19-year-old George Best in today's current transfer market would be worth easy 100 million, 200 million plus, but with this retro mod is only valued at 49 million. Same goes with Bobby Charlton, Van Nistelrooy, everyone else. We've got retro player values activated, so you're not going to be seeing, 9-figure player values. The financial system's been tweaked to give it that retro feel, like we've just reset world football. And with teams like Manchester United, you're going to see the return of so many club legends, so many icons, and even cult heroes like Patrice Evra. There are some retro face scans, some new face models, and players who have had their face specifically created for this mod, like Dennis Irwin, Silvestre, Nicky Butt, Wes Brown, Anderson. Look, we have got over 40 players on the roster, the best of the best players who have ever put on a United kit from years gone by, and every player's age has been set to 19, so you could play a full entire career mode, so you don't have to worry about old players retiring straight away in season 1. They're going to be sticking around for the entire career mode experience no matter how far you go. Now the plotline thickens because even in this retro database, we've got some classic and historical players hidden away in the free agents. Here's a list of some retro talent that are currently unemployed in this database. They weren't good enough and or just don't fit into the senior squads that they're meant to be at because there's just too many players already there. This is just a treasure trove of players. You've got some cult heroes in there. You've got some legends of the past, some ballers who would have loved to be featured in a video game. We have a few glitches here and there, like David James's face not working, but they are very few and far between. Oh my god, Wagner Love. Nah, bro, only real guys remember this, man. On FIFA 11, FIFA 12, all the memories, all the nostalgia just starts to flow back, and you can create some new memories and relive different eras of football in different centuries through this mod, and thanks to the detail and depth of this database. You've got Joachim Low back in his player days, and the wonder kid to end all wonder kids, the American Freddie Adu, aka the next Pele. You could take over careers of ballers you're familiar with, or sign up some generational talents that you never got to watch or play with and see how the new gen compare to the old gen. One of my favorite things to do while simulating is just take a look at all the old OG retro kits that pop up, retro badges and retro player mini faces. Like that team of the week, it's just a straight marvel to behold. Like the way your complete career mode experience gets turned on its head, and you never know what's gonna pop up in these simulation menus when you're just simming through the calendar. Everything from Mark Hughes at Blackburn to OG young Pep Guardiola at Man City. What else do we have in here? I mean, Graham Souness is very happy that Newcastle won the derby and this OG Premier League team of the week. I mean, where else are you going to see both Christian Benteke and Bobby Charlton in the same team? And when you're simulating through the transfer market, it's even better actually. I just saw, well, the Premier League team of the week has changed up massively. finally, who was made the UEFA? Let's take a look and see who have won all the major European honors, including Manager of the Year, which goes to Bayern Munich's Louis van Gaal. He must be cooking up something special with the retro Bavarians as Dede joins Aston Villa from Dortmund. We have a bunch of retro transfers going on, which we'll take a deeper look at, as the UEFA Team of the Year looks a little bit like this. We've got a classic 4-4-2 with Ronaldinho and Messi leading the line up top. Oliver Kahn in between the sticks. A back four consisting of Beckenbauer, Zanetti, Puyol, Facchetti. And the midfield is stacked. Xavi, Rivaldo, Laudrup, Matthäus. Absolutely dominated by Barcelona players. Not a single Premier League player made it into the UEFA Team of the Year. And here are the 4 nominees for the 2024 Ballon d'Or. It's a completely different but familiar list, as we've got a retro Messi, Ronaldinho, Stoichkov, and Gerd Müller likely contenders to take it out. Why do I have a feeling it's going to be the boy from Rosario though? What's the bet? He rewrites history, and no, it's actually his teammate Ronaldinho. With the trademark braids, the classic bandana, he goes up to rewrite his own history, the Brazilian, to win the Golden Ball in 2024. I don't think you could see past him really. He's only 20, 94 overall already, a left wing / cam. No matter what he does throughout a campaign, he'd be a popular voting choice amongst the masses. Now, amongst the abundance of retro clubs and retro teams added to the game, there are actually a couple of retro youth academies and B teams hidden away in the database, more specifically in Spain, where we have Barcelona B and Real Madrid B. Just to keep that El Clasico rivalry going on, they both have their own academy teams, and it's mostly comprised of present day players, academy talents developed in their ranks, and La Masia Youth Academy graduates for the most part. Even some retro academy stars. There's no way that's Lamine Yamal's dad. We need an investigation going on here, because who is this mustached man? We also have Fermin, who's been replaced by another retro mini face. So there might be some frauds, some intruders lying around as we take a look at Real Madrid, where they've got the likes of Vicente del Bosque, not only like a retro manager we saw before, but as a player. Young versions of Vasquez, Carvajal, Isco Disco. It's basically just a hub for all present day Real Madrid players. And it looks like we've got that similar problem here with Endrick's mini face. However, 99% of this squad file and retro database is historically accurate. You don't have to go out of your way to make a new formation and create a new tactical system. Every single team sheet is sorted with their own tactical variations you can switch upon at will. Now, some of my favorite new retro game face scans in this mod, the likes of Rivellino, he's got to be up there. I mean, just take a look at that glorious mustache. You can't look past Socrates with that trademark headband. These OG faces, like players that used to play in the 1950s, like Alfredo Di Stefano, quite impressive. Come on guys, let's be serious. This guy alone, Higuita, is worth downloading this mod in its entirety. I love the way Kevin Keegan's retro hairdo has been recaptured in all its glory. A style which we've never seen before in a FIFA game. I'm sorry, but there's only one winner in my eyes. It's Edgar Davids who takes the cake for me. Come on, do I really need to convince you? He needs a hero / icon card 1000% in FC 26. As an Italian, I can appreciate all the icon recreations and player models from, you know, Italy winning the World Cup back in the 80s. And it's satisfying to see someone like Francesco Totti make their debut in a FIFA game. And some of the major transfers that have gone down in this career mode universe. Over the course of both summer and January, the most expensive signing was Prime Xavi to AC Milan for £46.8 million, just recently featured in the Team of the Year. We have Cafu joining Real Madrid for £46.1 million, and Luis Suarez actually has his Liverpool mini face, but was currently at Barca, however has returned to the Premier League as a Spurs player. Him and Harry Kane up front would be absolutely deadly, as Alessandro Nesta joins Fiorentina for £37.3 million, and Willy Sagnol, the classic French right back who I've honestly never heard of. Same Same goes with Manfred Kaltz, have both made big money moves. The same can be said for Manfred Kaltz. The two right backs making big money moves, as we've got another right back on the move, Philipp Lahm, the German World Cup winning legend, joining Hamburg alongside Sean Wright Phillips. That's going to be one of the randomest transfer duos I've ever seen, as we have some classic Argentine players being sold on. Peter Shilton, the English keeper who conceded the legendary hand of God. Some superstars from previous generations are making the rounds in this transfer market, as OG David Alaba, that FIFA 13 profile picture, he joins Lille for £24.6 million. Everton are trying to tap into that retro bag because they've signed a player who has a black and white profile photo. Some famous surnames in the world of football are on the move, and some of these signings are absolutely god tier, because I didn't even know some of these managers were players, like Igor Tudor, who was most recently the coach of Lazio. I had no idea he was a former player. I guess ball knowledge on my part, but some of these players are going to make you take a second look, like Darren Bent. Why is he a centre back? What did they do to my boy? Was that his original position, or is that just a glitch? We've also got Buffon's cousin, Lorenzo Buffon, a fellow goalkeeper moving to Hamburg. They've been very active in this retro transfer market. There's a couple of present day players sprinkled in there. I've been managing United this whole time, so even I've had offers on the table for the likes of Mark Hughes, Silvestre, Dennis Irwin even attracted bids from Manchester City. Rio Ferdinand has had a few offers, and both Nicky Butt and Darren Fletcher have attracted some interest in January. Here are some more transfers that went down in another simulation that I did, with the most expensive deal being R9 Ronaldo moving to one of his former clubs, switching to AC Milan for £54 million, leaving Madrid for Milan for £54 million at 95 overall. There's no way he wouldn't dominate the Ballon d'Or in this career mode, as Sagnol and Xavi both on the move again. Michael Ballack this time joins Deportivo La Coruña, who was a former Spanish powerhouse, so I guess that kind of makes sense. Cafu leaves Milan again, and Hamburg just love buying up some of the best talents in this mod. Colts makes the switch to Leicester, Philipp Lahm leaves Bayern, Peter Shilton. I'm seeing a couple of repeat transfers, but a couple that are new, like Xavier Mascherano leaving Barcelona for Sunderland. Gilberto Silva leaves Arsenal, another black and white player. Juan Mata, back at his Valencia days, joins Udinese for £23.5 million. Some of these players I just hold near and dear to me, like Fabio Grosso, scored the winning penalty for Italy to win the World Cup in 06, Frosinone's greatest ever manager. Then we have someone who just lives rent-free in my head, Emmanuel Aboué, pretended to know North Korean at the 2010 World Cup. And the list just goes on and on. Hold up, I think I've just found my favorite game face scan in this entire retro mod, Taribo West. What were you thinking with that haircut? I love it, but what was going through your mind? The Nigerian looks like he's got 2 carrots growing out of his head. What? Sure, he must have lost a bet or something. That is oh my god, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. That is beautiful yet horrifying at the same time. Like, just 2 green sprouts popping out of your bald head. And it's those small additions and attention to detail that makes me love this retro mod. Here's how the classic Premier League table is looking at the end of the first season. And here we have the top 4, as Leeds and Liverpool tied at the top with 75 points each. But it was retro Leeds United to take home the Premier League title with 3 losses all season. Us with United were right behind them, dropping 2 points, and that eventually led to our downfall as Spurs made the top 4. It's good to see proper prime Barclays teams like Bolton up in 5th. Blackburn Rovers nearly cracked the top 10, as Man City, Arsenal and Chelsea all finish outside the top 6. Scrolling further down now in the relegation zone, we've got West Ham, Wolves and Crystal Palace finishing in rock bottom with 29 points, as 40 points were required. That's the golden rule. Middlesbrough survive, Sunderland survive. Man, those retro logos really do take you back, as it was Man City to win the Community Shield at the start of the season 1-0 over in the FA Cup. I can't access the FA Cup data for some reason. It's only showing me round 1. However, the European competitions went a little like this. Real Madrid won against Atalanta. Same goes for the Carabao. However, the European competitions go a little bit like this, as Real Madrid triumphed over Atalanta on penalties. After it finished 2-2, we've got the Conference League final set between Standard Liège and Legia Legia Warsaw, as Frankfurt won the Europa League 3-1 against Real Sociedad in the final. It was Atletico Madrid to win the Champions League in a Madrid derby. They enact some revenge on Los Blancos, winning it 4-2 over the Galacticos, and we've got some retro teams partaking in this new Champions League format, the 36-team league phase that they've never had to participate in before, as the likes of Celtic, PSV, Sparta Praha finished in the top 8. We had the Belgians reign supreme in the UEFA Conference League, another competition these retro clubs and players have never had to participate in. If anything, it's just good to see Sir Alex back, smiling and happy again about Manchester United, instead of looking depressed on the sidelines. As the Premier League player of the season goes to Leeds United's Charles, and he double dips here because he actually makes the team of the season alongside a couple of his teammates like Jordan up front, Lev Yashin in goals. What a coup. They probably copped him from the free agency or something. That is an insane buy and definitely helped them towards the title. Two modern day players actually made it into the team of the season, Mavididi and Livramento. The Golden Boot race was very much a tight affair, a low scoring affair at that, with Arthur Frenderiech for Sunderland scoring 20 goals in 38 appearances. John Charles and Joe Jordan both netting 18 times for Leeds. Jimmy Greaves netted 17 goals. Nick Barmby for Leeds, again, another top goal scorer for them in the top 5. David Hurd with 17 alongside Mavididi, Ian Rush. Alan Shearer only managed 14th, finishing in the top 10. We've got Kevin Campbell, Geoff for Bolton, Benny McCarthy at Blackburn, Emmanuel Adebayor at Arsenal. That would piss off a few Arsenal fans. Sami Nasri at Man City. Ryan Giggs managed to sneak in 11 with Fernando Torres and Luis Suarez at Spurs right behind him. We've got some familiar faces in the assist charts with Joe Jordan and John Charles at Leeds just absolutely and utterly dominating. There's another move I didn't see. Ferenc Puskás made the move to Man City. The Golden Glove race was interesting too, as the American shot stopper Brad Friedel won it for Blackburn Rovers, only with 8 clean sheets in 34 appearances. We've got the likes of Jaskalainen for Bolton, title-winning Lev Yashin only with 6, Peter Schmeichel, Gordon Banks and Hugo Lloris, all similar in the standings. And I like how defenders are also involved and counted in the clean sheet race. John Terry up in the top 5 with 6. Yeah, I'm starting to see the vision how and why this Leeds squad won the Premier League. Like, they are absolutely stacked. A 5-star outfit, balanced in every department. And you know, having a 94 rated starting goalkeeper helps as well. Known for being a pioneer in the position does help you out, but their team is just so well balanced, so much depth, so much quality, and it's teams like Leeds United, these former powerhouses, that really benefit from this retro database, and you can still see that these players, these OG legends, can shine in the modern day. Low-key, one of my favorite attention to detail features here are the updated retro league icons. Whether you're in Germany, the Netherlands, Spain, or England, it shows you some of the former logos from the past. The country on the map with the flag colors in the background. You've got some retro logos representing different eras of that time, showcasing a bit of that heritage, that history, even in the likes of Romania. Not only club football, but the international side of the game gets its fair share of retro treatment here with the World Cup, the FIFA license returning. Not only that, but we have all the retro teams here in 2026. It's not that 48 team utter woke nonsense. It's the classic format, 4 groups of 4. Although it's only 24 teams were allowed here. The trophy's back, the licenses are back, and now we get to see the best of the best take on each other on the world stage. And marching their way to the big dance, we have an all South American final with the 2 heavyweights, Brazil versus Argentina. We've taken over Brazil just to watch it play out, but these are all the tournament results from the group stage. We had Uruguay, Netherlands make it through their group. Brazil topped it with 6 points, as France finished 3rd with 4 points. Spain and Serbia came out on top of Group C, as Croatia and Chile topped Group D. Italia down in 4th. What happened there? That was a disaster tournament. A mini group of death there that saw the upsets, as England topped Group E alongside Greece, the United States finishing up in 3rd, and it was Germany, Argentina to rise to the top as Turkey and Belgium packed their bags. But in the round of 16, these were the matchups matchups where Argentina humbled Greece. We had Brazil just narrowly make it through on penalties. Serbia knocked out a big heavy hitter and a favorite in the Netherlands 2-1. Spain took care of business 2-0 against Turkey. England won their matchup against Chile. A 9-8 win on spot kicks to take down Serbia after it finished 2-2. 17-16 Germany-Argentina. These are some of the wildest penalty shootout scores I have ever seen, as England took care of business 2-0 against Spain, and the semi-finals were quite straightforward. Argentina narrowly taking down England, and France were eliminated by Brazil. France ended up taking third spot. And here we are. We have Hernan Crespo aiming to win that Golden Boot award with a cheeky brace in the final tonight. It could see him take it home, as both Lothar Emmerich and Ian Wright are ahead of him. Kostic, Gren, Gary Lineker, Papin, with the Spanish Luis Suarez, Socrates, Fernando Torres, Sucor, Papin, Gary Lineker. They're all scoring well on the charts, and leading the assist race is both Papin and Cliff Baston. Now, we can't advance without covering the retro match balls. There are over 40 added classic match balls from over the years, like this Champions League 2004/05 final ball, the Champions League final ball from 2012 to 13. We've got the OG Europa League ball with the retro logo and everything. The Adipure from 2010, the glider model. We have a retro AFCON Adidas ball here, which just looks absolutely spectacular. We've got another retro Europa League ball, an Adidas F50 Excite cyan color, another retro Champions League final match ball, the Finale 9 from 2010, the Adidas Tango from Euro 2012. Man, I got so many happy memories with this ball. Balotelli's favorite, the Tango 12, as we move on to the Adidas Tetapass. UEFA Super Cup match ball from 2009 in Monaco. Some ultra specific ones here. We've even got the OG classic match ball from like the 1960s. Match balls from Euro 2008. The FIFA Confederations Cup from 2009. We even have some Hummel makes in here. I didn't even know Hummel specialized in match balls, but we've even got some Kappa, the Seri 10.1A, the Lotto Helix Pro Mark II, the Macron Arrow, the Macron Jaguar, the Macron Super Brilliant 09. Now we're moving on to some elite territory here with the Nike Maxim EPL Barclays 2012 to 2013 season match ball. Nah, these are all classics. We've got the La Liga version, the Nike Total 90, Puma's League Un ball from 09/10, another League Un variant from 2012. We have the 1970 World Cup ball. Oh, don't you tell me they've got every single World Cup. 1974, 1978, 1982, 1986, 1990, 94, 98, World Cup 2002. Oh, bro. South Korea, Japan, with that absolute hood classic of a ball. Germany 06, both variations. The Jabulani from South Africa 2010. They've got the final ball and the OG. The Brazuca from 2014. And to round it out, to just give it that chef's kiss, we've got the Brazuca from World Cup 2014. I don't know what to pick here. I'm spoiled for choice. Nevertheless, here's how retro Brazil will be lining up tonight, and there are superstars galore, with Howard Webb being the referee. This is going to be an interesting one. The retro managers also apply to the international scene, so I think Diego Maradona's in charge, not only playing for Argentina, but managing them on the sideline. And this is just an absolute G-up, seeing all the retro players, all the face scans. The fans are hyped and ready for this 2026 World Cup final. The beIN Sports TV logo. I accidentally left on the UEFA Nations League scoreboard just to show it off in the international matches, and funnily enough, we get a World Cup final with two South American teams, so it doesn't really make sense. Just stick with me here, and I'm still running this game on the trophy glitched version of FIFA, so that's on EA, not the mod, as both squads line up for the national anthem. We've got the full World Cup pageantry. You're going to see different types of flags, banners, confetti, and fan scarves all in the crowd. The retro stadium graphics also go kind of hard. And here's how Argentina are lining up, with a few familiar faces, some blasts from the past, and the official team sheet with Maradona the head coach. They're rocking with the 4-3-3, Batistuta, Crespo, Messi, Veron. It is an extremely OG lineup, but let's get into it. The goal nets mod applied, and with this camera angle, you can kind of see all the custom banners and retro little flags hung around all over the stadium. I just want to watch this one play out. let's jump to tactical view and prepare for a blockbuster clash as Brazil already on the counter-attack. R9 Ronaldo cuts it back to Adriano, who cannons a shot, but it's a big save. And it's so open here. The Brazilian defense can't contain Batistuta as Argentina open the scoring here. Him and Crespo up top, linking together. A young Messi on the same team. This is just a retro fever dream. The three-man Brazilian backline just let them roam through, and he hit the 2010 World Cup South Africa Jabulani as sweet as he possibly could. And you even get the little retro goal pop-ups. Crespo, Batistuta linking up to hit Solari, and it's 2 goals in the space of a minute. Solari doubles the Argentines' advantage, and it looks like it is going to be a dominant display. This three at the back have left them exposed, and yeah, this is not looking good for Brazil whatsoever. Rivellino back inside to Adriano. He sits down his defender, and what's going on here? And if you know, you know. Howard Webb is officiating this World Cup final just like he did in 2010. There he is, the bold king that every Man United fan appreciates. And who would have thought Sir Alex Ferguson, a managerial matchup with the one and only Diego Maradona, managing himself in a World Cup final. And the fourth official, the one and only Pierluigi Collina. It looks like he's doing his best Dobby impression, but the referee is so iconic that he was on the front cover of both PES 3 and 4. Hernan Crespo finds Bocchini on the left-hand flank. He wants to link up with him, and Bocchini, again, these shots are absolutely lethal from Argentina. 3 shots on target, 3 chances, 3 goals. They have been absolutely lethal in front of net, and the Argentines in attendance can't believe it. Zico, there's so much space for Adriano here. The Argentinian defense lays off, and they've got one back just before half-time. The massive cult hero Brazilian striker, speaking of PES, he was an absolute PES icon back in the day with 99 shot power or something insane, and he's showing it off right here with that outside of the foot goodness. This is going to be a goal fest, isn't it? It is just open. No such thing as defending in this final, in this game. And I think that's the first save the Brazilian keeper's made all night. It's 3-1 at the break. The Brazilians have a mountain to climb as Argentina are in the box seat to win this 2026 World Cup with their greatest all-time squads doing battle. I think there's way more to come in the second 45. Like, these two benches are absolutely stacked. Brazil wasting no time here. They've had a big halftime team talk, and they want to cut back the deficit here. R9 Ronaldo wants to hit one near post. Corner set piece situation. Big ball inside. Socrates with the header. And who is this goalkeeper? Hamedo Carrizo is having the game of his life. And look at, who is that trying to give Sir Alex Ferguson managerial advice? Mate, this isn't... Stay in your lane, buddy. Stay in your lane. Argentina, they want to kill this game off here with Bocchini. Messi on the inside. He wants to get it onto his left, the young Messi. Or will he set up Crespo? And Argentina, they are taking off their goal scorer Bocchini and bringing on Manuel. Here we go, Sebastian Veron in the clear. All he needs is one shot, one chance. And at the near post, it is the ex-Lazio, ex-Man United midfielder to make it 4. They're dropping an absolute masterclass on this Brazilian defense who are just wide open. And they're making another switch. Crespo off. We got to make some changes now. It's a triple sub as Zico is off for Falcao. We're bringing off Rivellino. We're bringing on Garincha. Taking off Adriano. We need some fresh legs out there, clearly. Pendenera, the Argentinian sub, who's just come on, literally waltzed through the Brazilian backline. And it is 5. It is champagne football from the retro classic Argentinian national team. And they're having an absolute field day. Back inside to Lucio from centre back. And the defender's taken matters into his own hands here. It's a 7-goal thriller final. Why is he out celebrating? What are you doing, lad? Pick up the ball. Get the ball out the back of the net. You've got a lot more work to do, lad. R9 Ronaldo, he wants to bag one, and it's off the crossbar and post. That's how you know it's just not your day. One last substitution, we're bringing on Romario, who was an OG, like FIFA 14 legend back in the day and was removed. Maradona didn't even play himself. 95 overall, the GOAT didn't even, but he's still on the bench. He sat there warming the bench with Di Stefano. Whether it's fiction or real life, Diego's still making questionable decisions. Nevertheless, Howard Webb calls it there, and he didn't need his 95 rated superstars to absolutely thrash Brazil in a 7-goal thriller. 5-2 was the final score as the all-time Argentines are crowned World Cup champions. It has been a stroll down memory lane, a throwback, turning FC 25 into a football history museum. The retro players, retro managers, retro teams, even retro referees, look at them. All the OG graphics, match balls. I'll still never forgive EA for this career mode trophy bug. This glitch, thankfully it's fixed in Title Update 6. It is the all-in-one must-have retro mod experience, so shout out to the mod maker, Shadowboy32. I'll leave the Patreon and link to the mod download in the description below. If you made it this far and did go on to enjoy, make sure to drop the video a like down below, hit subscribe, turn on the noties if you want more FIFA, PC, footballing, modded gameplay content on this channel. I've been your boy BCHD. Have a great day, and I'll catch you lot in the very next video. Bye bye.